You wanna spank it, baby. Better not be live. Whoops. So that's how the live starts. Okay, well, welcome everybody that's with us and everybody that's going to join us. Welcome to those of you that will join us. You've done well. You've chosen well to be here. And we are going to have a crankingly awesome conversation today. So looking forward to this. Just trying to get my mic right. I hope my audio is good, everybody. Is it good on your guys' side?
Yeah, it says
it's fine.
So, yeah. So we are going to be talking about the macrocosmic systems as they are reflected into the body. But we're also going to be looking at the microcosm. We're also going to be looking at the internal reality. We're going to be looking at the way in which the consciousness and the body reflect each other, refract these fundamental principles back at each other, and how these systems seem to be reflections of worldly systems. Be an interesting idea to think of it as, I was actually just thinking about this now as I'm talking, to draw a world map reflecting the internal map of the laws of nature. That'll be fun. So as you guys know, those of you that know, we don't really prepare much. We just sort of fly by the seat of our pants. And this is a very organic, very open conversation where we're just sort of thinking. And it's something that people don't do much anymore, because everybody's so reliant upon, text that they've gotten from elsewhere and those facts out there. We're looking at it from a sort of agnostic perspective of like knowledge is within us. So we're exercising our experience, and we've got a lovely crew here to do this. Without any further ado, in the order that everybody arrived, we've got Cosmic here. The Cosmic Prankster, for those of you that don't know, he channels the Fae. So he's got a portal into the elemental kingdom, and he has a group of teachers and guides, friends, compadre,
Yeah, all of the
that
above.
are a whole lot of things. Yeah, and more probably. And they teach him and share experience with him, and he's been channeling a system through these beings, which is an entire system of, cosmological attunement, if you will, the way things fit together. Cosmogony sort of comes into it. It's an occult system based upon a language. There's an alphabet. There's ideas behind the alphabet. There's a constructive notion of how the universe works, consciousness. We've also got Indy brother here, Indy Sage. Indy's also very, very interesting in the same light. He's gone through a lot. He's one of the few people I know that's a survivor of SIR cults. Is that SRI cults? He survived it, ladies and gentlemen. So, he's been through a lot in life. He works with shadow work primarily, though he's got a lot of fingers into different occult therapeutic systems, coming from Daoism and Western occults and Asian occults, Oriental. And he's also anthropologically inspired. He's got a history in anthropology, and that's sort of what he studied, you could say. Well, it's not all he studied. He studied a lot of things. He's currently recovering from a wet book drama. His books got wet. A lot of books got wet. And there's nothing worse than a Virgo's books getting wet. I can tell you now, it hits them in the heart. Yeah. They love their knowledge. It's like, not my encyclopedias. So I'd love to hear from you guys. Please, everybody, welcome. And guys, do tell us a little bit about yourselves as we get cranking.
Franklin, you always give a good introduction for all the people here, especially me. So I think when it comes to understanding the body, that is definitely a very relevant thing in the work that I do. It's because really, like, understanding the body's role in consciousness, I think something that a lot of both Western philosophy and occultism kind of like shy away from. We've become a culture where, we primarily identify our consciousness as existing solely in the brain. And I think that once you understand how consciousness is uniform throughout the body, but just kind of distributed at different levels of intensity, it's like all these theories about consciousness start to make more sense and how consciousness can interact with bodies, even if it's like this disembodied thing. So why am I in a body? And they're like putting that into the equation answers a lot. And also, Indy, what's a SRI cult? I'm kind of interested to hear what that's all about.
SRI. I'm not really sure. I've been around some cults. I've been around some gangs. My best friend is in a cult. His father is a doctor and a mobster and Illuminati, Freemason, and such. So I've been really close to see that whole scenario play out, where I saw him come out of the cult and turn on them and try to turn them in, whereas his brother stayed with the cult and continued the process to the next generation, passing it down to his kids. So for those of you who are familiar with the cults, the secret society cults of the elite, there's Saturn cults, usually Saturn worship cults, or it can be considered satanic cults. But yeah, I've been able to see that close hand with my best friend, and it was very trying for him to try to grapple with the fact that they're untouchable. No matter how much evidence you have, no matter how much testimony and witnesses you have, it doesn't matter. They throw it all out like the baby with the bathwater. There's nothing that sticks on them. So I've seen a lot of stuff, and that's why it's one of the reasons I've chosen to take a voice and stand up and let myself be heard, because I've seen a lot of things that a lot of people would probably be well served to know. And I've learned a lot of things in my healing modalities that I have an obligation to share to those in need who are seeking help and assistance and guidance. So there's been a lot of things that I've gone through. It's going to be a great show today. I'm interested in the endocannabinoid system, and I'm curious as to whether cannabis itself influenced our endocannabinoid system and early on in human development of our society. But also, I want to talk a little bit today about the Daoist system of the organs, one of which is a new organ they've recently discovered called the mesentery organ. That's beneath the belly button, and it holds the other organs in place and serves other functions as well. And in the Daoist system, all of the organs are part of the brain and carry emotion within them. And we found that there are neurites within the heart, 40,000 neurites in the heart, part of the nervous system. So the heart has its own neurons, and as do the organs as well. So we're gonna look into some of that. This should be really interesting. Also, there's a fascia system of connective tissues that most people don't really hear about. The fascia can really help if you have joint problems and you need to work on some massage or chiropractor work. Working on the fascia can be very effective, and it's something that most people don't hear about. So we can talk a little bit about the fascia as well, and I'm sure we're going to get to a whole lot more. So it's going to be a great show, guys.
Lovely. And yeah, what I was also meaning, Indy, was that weren't you abducted by a voodoo cult once?
Yes, a voodoo cult. So these
small detail.
these Haitians abducted me, and they said, did you need a ride home? And I thought, yeah. And I'm from the North, so I don't think of racism being a prominent thing, but they were African-American and I was white. And the one of them in the passenger seat up there was a transvestite Haitian. And so I was just trying to get a ride home. And on the way home, they dropped me at the corner and said, hey, if you want, we can get you some liquor at the store if you want to come with us. So I jumped in with them. They said, we're going to stop at one guy's house real quick to get some money. We went in there and they gave me a shot. And the last thing I knew before I woke up with blood everywhere, they had attacked me with a black jacket after drugging and mugging me, and were preparing me for a Santeria voodoo cult where they were going to use me as a human sacrifice, which they had done many a time before after I had found that they had skulls in one of the bedrooms. After I tried to leave, there was no handles on the door, and I couldn't break out the door, so you needed a lock to exit. You needed a key to exit the door. So I was able to break down one of the bedroom doors, and at that point saw some of these other broken skulls that they had cleaned up after their sacrifices, and was able to put a chair through a window and get out of the building. The guy that was there to just let me die. He kept telling me, oh, you'll be fine. Why don't you just sit on the couch? You're okay. You'll be fine. And I kept telling him, I have a massive head injury. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be okay. But I miraculously was able to make it to the ICU and go into brain surgery and survive. And that was a life-changing experience for me. Having that near-death experience, a lot of people tell me, oh, you must be out to get them. They really ruined your life. And I always thought to myself, you know what? Somebody needed to knock some sense into me, and I couldn't do it myself. So it was a necessary thing. It needed to happen for me. It helped me a lot.
What a beautiful story. And I
Yeah.
love the way you look at it. They say like everything is in the eye of the beholder, you know, and it's so true.
Yeah.
And yeah, man. So there's
in disguise if you want to, if it doesn't seem the way you want it to go.
Yeah, and it's sort of an interesting perspective, like looking at what they were doing, like from an occult perspective. So why do these cults do this? This is like really tying into our conversation today, because there are certain associations between certain body parts and certain systems in the body and certain planetary energies, certain deities, certain aspects of nature's energetic system, certain of nature's law bringers, givers are the law bringer givers in the physical body. And so there's this tight system of associations which are fundamentally connecting the microcosm to the macrocosm and the macrocosm to the microcosm within or outside of the body, the mind. And so a lot of these spells are very relevant to this. And it sort of brings us to a point here in South Africa. This is a big thing, man. Big thing. All sorts of very sad things happen. The lion's bones, lions are being hunted. We got to really watch that before they hunt the lions to extinction, because the lion's bones are used for certain moti, as they call it here. The local Inyamas and the Sangomas use these, Utrecha as well. And these are the three kinds of local African shaman that are like of the Zulu and the Xhosa tradition. And, you know, children, I don't want to get too much into that, but parts of children are part of this multi story, parts of men, parts of women. And I think like my laptop.
Yeah, and I think these sacrifices,
they oftentimes in.
I don't know. In these sacrifices, they'll oftentimes try to activate or trigger the reptilian brain, or the R complex, which is combined between the amygdala, or the primitive reptilian brain, and the cerebellum, or there's a part in the cerebellum that regulates our self-limiting beliefs, and it's also connected to the stress primitive reptilian brain. So if the victim does not come into a place of fear, I don't think that it's working for them in their sacrifices. They want to make them horrified. They want to make them fearful and in a state of panic for things to work, especially with the child or infant sacrifices. When they're drinking the blood that's been enriched with adrenochrome, they want to be able to get that high, that rush. And supposedly it may have some kind of a property where it may help them with their longevity as well and extend their longevity somehow. But in my situation, I wasn't in a state of fear. I was in a state of fearlessness. And so I think they kind of let me go because they were really trying to find somebody that died in panic. And you see that in this, the way they do things. Now, if they're pitting these people out into an altar and coming on them with these large weapons of swords or daggers, and holding them above them. And so if they wanted to kill them peacefully, without them being in fear, they would not have to do all that. But I think part of the whole ritual is to conjure up that fear and that panic in the victim. So you have to wonder, what does that do for them? And I think that makes them feel in power. And when it comes to like predators in the wilderness, when they see fear, they feel like the chase is on. It's time for them to get moving and do what they have to do.
I think probably the idea behind it is like complete and total obliteration of guilt, basically actively making yourself a psychopath. Because once you've transgressed that moral boundary, there's no more moral boundaries really to transgress like after that. So it's like if you're okay with like killing a kid, there's no guilt or shame that's going to hold you back from doing all the horrible, terrible things that you want to do. So I think that's kind of the idea behind it, essentially.
Yeah, the part in the cerebellum that regulates the R complex is called the reticular formation, and that's where your self-limiting beliefs are held. So if you don't believe that you can do good, you're going to imagine things about failing in that part of your brain. Now, when you want to liberate yourself from those self-limiting beliefs, you have to change your core beliefs, which is very difficult. You can't think, oh, I want to believe that I can. You have to really believe that you can transcend those self-limiting beliefs, which can be very difficult. Setting intentions can be a good way to set yourself free of those limitations, self-imposed limitations.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it makes me think of a certain order of the archons. And I mean, these beings that are lizard beings, I mean, there's lots of different beings out there, but the ones that wear all the armor and the suits and the funky insignias all over their suits, and that they seem to be like very what's the word, fancy in the way that they present themselves. Those beings seem to thrive on fear. And like you say, it's even the name of the lizard brain sort of reminisces upon the idea of archon, doesn't it? If you look at the word. And there's different beings. Like there's some beings will thrive on your euphoria, and they will present Jesus to you, or Buddha, or a guide, or some powerful enlightened being. What if the good you believe in is evil? Yeah, Rob. That's exactly what the upside down twisted tree is all about, isn't it? Or if the evil that you believe in is good. I don't know. That you think the evil you believe in is good. I suppose it's the same thing, isn't it? Namaste, Neil. How are you doing, Neil? I hope you're good. I hope you guys are all well in the chats. Sending you all much love. Hope you guys have had a great start to this year. I hope this year is treating you all kindly with sweetness and joy. So yeah, I mean, there's this fundamental connection here that we can see between the body and the different elements of the consciousness as it relates. I'm quite interested to rip apart this whole nature's law, the laws of nature. I think there's going to be a lot of fun to be looked at there. So without further ado, we can jump right in. So there are numerous systems in the body, right? Fundamentally, there are like numerous systems, and all of these systems have some kind of relevance and relativity at the end of the day. They're all somehow important. And I think it's important to be able to, let's just take a look at it for a moment. I'm looking at this from a context of 7 planets, and it's not quite that simple because there are 9 elements, but there are 7 elements, but there are 6 elements, and fundamentally there are 3 elements. There are 7 elements when we resolve the points of contact between the 3 elements, because the 3 and the 3 and the 3 makes 9. But then within those 3 and 3 and 3, there are 2 points of contact, which turns the 9, which is 3 separate 3s bound, into a single 7, which is a reflection again of 3 in terms of its possibilities and combinations. So this is a bit of a numbers thing, but it does relate to the sphere of Venus. And so what have we got? We've got the element of Saturn. We've got the element of Jupiter, and there's a crossover between these different elements as well. Then, of course, we've got Venus, we've got Mercury, we've got Mars, we've got Luna, the moon, and we've got the sun. And these systems are sort of borrowing and sharing certain elements, and it gives us insights into certain relationships. For example, there's myth between Venus and Mars having an affair, right? If you look in the Greek stories, and we'll find this this is a pattern. If we look into the ancient mythologies, we'll notice that there's this crossover between Venus and Mars, where Venus is ruling fundamentally the endocrine system, right? And the endocrine system is obviously fundamentally wired towards all of our hormonal systems. And then we've got the reproductive system, which is also fundamentally governed by the endocrine system. And so Venus, you could say, has got these two as their main elements. And then you've got obviously Saturn. Saturn is ruling your alimentary system, which is digestion, especially the small intestine. Basically that which gives us substance, gives us structure, gives our body the substance and energy that it needs to make the structure. And of course, with structure comes a skeletal system. But then when we look at Jupiter, we can see the integumentary system, which is essentially our skins. And this goes into that fascia as well that you were talking about, that connective tissue, which connects the fascia to, what is it? Fascia is connecting the muscles to the ligaments. Well, it's like a sheath, isn't it? Where the muscles and the ligaments are moving in. It's think of it as like if you got a cable for your bike, for your motorbike or whatever. You've got the outside cable and you've got the inside cable that moves through the outside cable. That's sort of like what the fascia does in the body. And then you look at, like, for example, Mercury. Now, Mercury is an interesting one because it's fundamentally, it's the endocrine system. But the endocrine system and the endocannabinoid system, no, did I say endocrine system? I said, sorry, the central nervous system, the nervous system, and this involves all the neurologies. And the endocannabinoid system is very much plugged in to the central nervous system, though it's also bound and connected to the endocrine system. Though fundamentally, the electrical system is like really where the plugins are, all the terpenes and all the different endocrine endocannabinoids that affect our system, affect the frequency of the electrical systems, which is basically our mind, our brain, very much. Then we've got the Mars, which is essentially the muscular system. So it's also the parts of Jupiter is connected to this, because this fascia is really a connective thing within this muscular system. But it's also a sheath, like a skin. So it also has a Jupiterian energy. So there's all these crossovers that we can see, and these crossovers are sort of where we find the 7 can become 9 if we want to look at them and break them open to dismantle them at a further deeper level. And Mars also relates to the plasma in the blood, all the metals, the iron, that magnetic ferrous qualities, the electromagnetic field, the pulse that's connected once again to the circulatory system and the heart system, the cardiovascular system, which is the solar potential. So the solar potential is ruling the cardiovascular system. Obviously, the lungs are connected to this. So the element of air, the element of wind, the element of the heart. So master your heart, you can master the wind. You know, there's something in this. It makes me think of an old track by Manowar. What is it? Masters of the Wind. This would be Masters of the Heart, in a sense. So there seems to be this connection between the element of wind, the element of the lungs. The wind weakens your chest, it's not good for your lungs, affects your heart, cardiovascular system. And then, of course, you've got the heart is the fundamental, like the pump of the system. And then we've got the lunar, which is the lymphatic system. But the lymphatic system also governs through, like, you know, the bladder, the kidneys as well, and the liver, because these are all connected, especially the kidneys has got to do with the blood system. And so the fluids in the body, and the blood being the fluid, is also under the domain of the moon. So we see this relationship between lunar, Mars, and Saturn, which is quite interesting. And then we see how this relates to, Mars and the moon. And the way that Mars and the moon sort of interact is quite interesting. So I think there are a lot of things there already to start jumping on. I see you've got a wonderful picture here, something you wanted to point out.
Yeah, we have a lovely picture here with a diagram connecting the horoscopes to the body. And in between that, we have also the platonic solids, I believe. Possibly. Well, I guess those are stars, different number pointed stars. And there's also these little shapes in the corners with the letters. I do not know what those are. I have to look more into that. Now, in addition to that, we have, I believe, the salts, essential salts connected to the horoscopes as well, which is fascinating. And the 12 animals of the Chinese horoscope are also in there, aligned with the horoscopes, which is fascinating as well. So, interestingly, the Taurus is not lined up with the bull. It is lined up with the dog. You have Cancer lined up with the bull. So it's interesting layout. But I was mostly interested in the alignment of the body with the horoscopes. So we have the head in Aries, and then wrapping around to the tail in Pisces, to the feet in Pisces, rather, tail. And so I'm a Virgo. They seem to have the Virgo at the belly right here. Leo's at the stomach. Cancer's at the lungs. Gemini is at the neck and upper chest. So there's also a highlighting of the organs that are color-coded to align with the different Chinese horoscopes, which tie in with the zodiac as well. So there's a lot there. I'm colorblind, but you guys could probably do a better job at connecting those organ colors with the various horoscopes.
What kind of color blindness?
Blue, purple.
Okay.
Red and green as well, somewhat.
This is very similar to the Western cosmology as well, because in the West, like the head is ruled by Aries, the throat is ruled by Taurus, and so this sort of brings us to the idea as well. You know, the endocrine system, Venus, Taurus, the throat. Taurians tend to suffer from throat issues when they're nervous, when things are becoming upset for them. Aries people with a lot of Aries in their chart tend to have problems with their head. Leo people, when they've got a lot of undue stress, they tend to have problems with the circulatory system and the heart. Pisces people tend to have problems with their ankles and their feet, right? Aquarius, obviously, the ankles and the lower legs. Capricornians are known to suffer from issues with their knees, potentially, people with a lot of Capricorn in their charts. And Scorpio, obviously, the genitalia, Scorpiocos. You know, Scorpio's got a sting, and let's face it, everybody gets stung by the genitalia. So, and then of course you've got Sagittarius, which is the hips. And so you can see this picture sort of is reflecting these ideas. Obviously, it's a picture. This is a very interesting concept, as well, with this picture, because it's sort of, it's almost reminiscent of that one of the most ancient images that you can get, which is the image of the goddess bowing toward the earth, right? With her feet on the ground and her body curving over, like basically representing the firmament. And so, but yeah, we can see, the feet are definitely in Pisces, and we can see Capricorn by the knees, and we can see everything seems to be going according to where it should be. Cancer's obviously the arms, the chest, and Libra represents the area where the kidneys are, essentially, and where the adrenals would be found, interestingly enough. And then we've got all of these 12 signs basically represented from the head, Pisces, from the feet, Pisces, ranging their way up to the head. Gemini represents, the hands that can touch and arms that can reach, as opposed to Cancer representing the shoulders and the chest. So you can see how this all fits together if you want to consider the cosmic man, you've got sort of like all of the body parts sort of sewn together with the 12 zodiac constellations. And it's interesting because it does seem to hold a certain amount of elements. I mean, the ram represents the horns, right? The head is really what you're seeing. When you draw the sign for Aries, you're drawing the horns, which is like the top of the head. And if you want to think about what Pisces looks like, Pisces could look like 2 feet. If you really want to get right down to it, yeah? 2 crescents like that. It's almost like 2 feet standing on the ground that are connected, yeah, left, right. So there's a very interesting image here. And I think it's very relevant. Like a lot of people say that astrology, or a lot of people have said in the past that astrology isn't relevant. And I was having this conversation with my partner last night, actually, because there's this story about, what is it? So selenite, right? So she was mentioning this guy who she'd seen on selenite who reckons he's a somebody who studies gems. What do you call that?
Gemologist?
Sorry?
Gemology? Gemologist?
No. The earth, the science, the so-called science.
Geologist?
Geologists. They study the chemical combinations of things. And so there's this idea of selenite, and then there's this idea of why can't I think of what it's called now? There's different kinds of selenite, right? But if you Google will tell you that what's being sold isn't selenite, that it's called it's got the striations in it, the lines in it. There's different kinds of gypsum, essentially, what we're talking about. And that is called satin. Just let me Google it. Satin selenite or satin spar. I think it's spar. Yeah, satin spar. That's right. So when you're buying selenite, there are people that tell you, oh, that's not selenite, that's satin spar. Right. It's like, okay. So this is like an interesting concept, Jan. We were talking about this, and I was saying, well, it's not quite that simple. And she was saying, yeah, but the guy's like coming from a geological perspective. I was like, no, he's not. If you look at selenite and you look at the chemical composition of selenite and what they call satin spar, it's exactly the same chemical composition. So from a geologist perspective, it's the same gem. Like you've got quartz. Some quartz is smoky. Some quartz has got striations in it. Some quartz has got flecks in it. Some quartz has got clarity in it. Some quartz is like a lens. Some quartz is white. They differentiate between rock crystal and quartz, but it's all really quartz. It doesn't change the geology of what it is. It's still quartz. The hardness is the same. The chemical composition is the same. There's just different looks of it, and they will grow right next to each other. And so what I was pointing out to her was like how in modern times people have gone over the top and tried to classify things without looking at the antiquity. So this satin spar argument that you'll see with this is, by the way, this is all new age stuff, by the way. This is new age. And the new age doesn't just relate to spiritual matters. I want to like share this as a concept. The new age relates to physics. Then there's new age physics. There's new age history. The new age history they've been selling us. There's a lot of new age crap that's been going on for the last 100 to 200 years. And when I say new age, I mean within the last 100, 200 years. This is when the new age stuff has been sold to us. So the idea that that selenite is different to satin spar is the most ridiculous concept, because if you look at what satin spar is, it's a name that's been sort of used since the 50s, maybe the 40s, the 50s, 1900s, new age. And a satin spar is describing the look of something. It's a satin spar. It's got that satin look to it. So the selenite that you see in the shops will have that satiny kind of look to it. And so they'll call this satin spar. And now the new age youngsters have gotten it into their heads, and all the new age people have basically know there's a difference. It's satin spar, or now they have to change the word to say true selenite. Oh, now we have to talk about true selenite or satin spar. But the word selenite was being used since the 1500s or the 1400s. I think it was used since the 1400s, and it relates to Selene. And Selene, the goddess of the moon, what was sacred to her was this particular gem. And this gem comes in different forms. And in the 50s, they tried to draw a distinction of different types of selenite, right? So satin spar selenite or clear selenite. They look different. Fair enough. But now we've taken it to create divisions. And I think when it comes to many of these things, this is something that we've noticed. Have you noticed how many more systems in the body they've created in modern times? They've tried to create divisions between systems. There's this system and that system. They're now talking about 15 systems in the body, where before systems were seen as interactive, right? They were seen that there were 7 main systems in the body and there were interactions between different aspects of those systems. Now they want to separate them into 15. Before you know it, we'll have like 19, 20, 23 systems in the body and they'll all be separate. And this is what they want. They want us to think in the separatist form. So it's really important for us to understand how this happens to us in our education system, how so much of what we get taught is basically fragmenting all the information into separate categories so that now doctors don't study nutrition, right? And soon doctors won't even study medicine, right? They'll study pharmaceuticology, which are the best drugs on the market. That's probably the ideal doctor, like from certain perspectives, ones that just know their drugs really well. What else do you need to know if you're a doctor? You got what symptoms? That drug. That symptoms? That drug. That's it. Done. We've done our job for the day. In the old days, doctors were very different. They knew about all sorts of things. They knew about food. They knew about all sorts of things. They would study your stool, your urine. They would do their work. So the world has changed, and I think it's important. Namaste, Mexico. Welcome, dear. Namaste, Bernadine. I hope you're good. I hope everybody's well. So as it applies to this, when we look at this map of the 12 systems of the body, you'll probably find that this is quite an ancient form, right? And these 12 systems relate to the 7 fundamental systems. But now we've got 15 systems, right? If you go and Google it. So they've changed some of the things. And all of these body interactive systems relate to 3 fundamental principles, right? These 3 fundamental principles really rule everything. And I think it's important for us to like sort of get a grip on these particular systems, maybe look at them like in depth a little bit more. So do you guys want to start with anything particular? Is there anything particular that any of you guys want to crank onto the table?
I just wanted to kind of comment on what you're saying right now. It's like thinking about the whole idea of making things into more and more systems, and I can't help but think of sort of the influence of reductionism from an epistemological standpoint, where you understand reality by taking its smallest components that you can find and then sort of like reverse engineer them. I remember reading I think it was Science Set Free, Rupert Sheldrake's book, and he talked about how when he was studying biology, he later became someone who's, obviously I'm sure most people are familiar with him. He was a big parapsychology person, did a lot of studies on telepathy in animals and people and morphogenetic fields. But he's describing that like when he was in biology, getting his PhD in Cambridge, he's kind of commenting how when you're dissecting animals, you're not really learning how these animals function by killing them, taking them apart, removing all their separate organs, rather than seeing how the organism functions as a whole. And I think there's definitely something to that understanding in terms of the body that maybe science has in some ways looked over.
Yeah, we're finding it in all sciences as well. It seems to be a thing, It's almost like things are getting overcomplicated, and when you overcomplicate things, you sort of miss the point. Like you get so caught up in the details of everything that the fundamental points can be sort of overlooked. I think that the way you put that's really beautifully well. There is something to be seen about the reduction. Bringing things down to their simplest elements. And so what I was going to say was let's start with one of the systems in the body. And I thought the most important system to start with should be like the elementary system. What do you guys think?
The elementary educational system?
No, I mean elementary is in nutrition.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I want to say was that
Mhm.
in the medical system, they seem to be separating nutrition from health. They say it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a big difference at all. And I think we see a big difference when things were more fully integrated. We saw that like a planet is tied to one of your organs, and like the way that we eat has everything to do with who we are. We are what we eat, and food is medicine. Hippocrates said that. And so when they're disregarding this stuff, we know better. And anybody that's done any research in mysticism knows that food is medicine, and that this snake oil comes from the pharmacy. Medicine is from petroleum byproducts, and the word pharmacy comes from pharmakia, the Greek word, which means poisoner. So we know for a fact that a lot of this medical health stuff has really nothing to do with health, has a lot to do with money. And a lot of these pills, they're using the pill because there was a natural remedy that helped that they could not patent. So they use some kind of chemicals that they got from this by the petroleum byproducts to create something that's similar to what happens when they use the actual remedy. They probably model a lot of these structures off of actual things that they can't patent, I would think. But nature is connected to us. They take that away.
Completely. Unfortunately, the cash gets in the way. And the money, now that's an interesting concept, hey? So trade, to me, trade represents Saturn, right? Saturnial concept, like the first coins, I think, had Saturn's emblem on it. But we're trading with Isis, the moon.
Yeah.
So there's something quite interesting happening. Now, the moon is all about the unconscious. It's all about subtlety, things having impressions, relevance, and relativity. Saturn is about brass tacks. We can't call our currency Saturnial. You know why? Because it's fictional. And fictional things are like unconscious. We create a narrative. And so our financial system is a narrative-bound financial system. It's about a story. We tell each other a story. Well, this country's doing really, really well. Look at what money they're going to make. Look at what they've got resources and assets-wise. The narrative is if that money's worth a lot. And then that dollar's worth a lot. And then we go to another country and go, well, look at this country, the rupee. Well, they've got this and this and this. Let's just say the narrative is that their money's worth less. And so it's not based upon gold anymore. If the money was based upon gold, you know what you would find? You would find Arab countries having a lot more money.
Oh, yeah.
They'd be a lot richer. There's an interesting concept in this. So there's like a lot of politicism happening in our financial system, and it has a lot to do with manipulating the unconscious. And so you can't manipulate the unconscious very easily with Saturnian spell. But if the spell is an Isis-based spell, then it's plugged in directly to that unconscious energy. That's the moon. That's Luna. That's Isis. And so Isis rules over this unconscious vibrational field. And so if you're sublimating, practicing the art of sublimation, this is a lunar thing. And sublimation has got to do with regulating the fluids in the body, right? So to sublimate is to go inwards, and the fluids in the body are subliminating. Look at the word liminal, right? So the liminal consciousness in the body is moving through the fluids, through the water, as we've discovered with the experiments with ice and the Immortal experiments and others. Water carries a consciousness field, and the blood then is loaded with all of its plasma, metals, and electromagnetic field. So there's a lot of magnetism happening, but the magnetism in the blood, which is ferrous, which is Mars, enables Saturn to do its work, because there's magnetic fields drawing minerals through the barrier, right? And so there's so much, like all of these systems are somehow intertwined. You can't really say this system is for that and this system is for that. You can't draw these distinctions because they're all intertwined into each other. And so on one element, you could say that Mars rules the blood, but on another element, you could say that Saturn uses the blood. You see? And then you could say that the moon fulfills the blood and looks after the blood. But you could also say that the direction of the blood is maintained by the central nervous system, which is maintained by the endocrine system. So they're these systems. And you mentioned the endocannabinoid system, I think, which is really interesting, because this is like the go-between, as I can see it, between the endocrine system, the neurological nervous system, and the endocannabinoid system is like a buffering system between the two. And sort of very tightly wired into the nervous system, but it acts as a buffer for the hormones as well, because of the way in which it protects the nervous system, right? Like this is what CBD does, right? CBD protects the nervous system. It helps buffer the nervous system so that the hormonal system doesn't bang against it too hard, and so that the systems can get a bit of relaxation, normally making for better sleep, and better sleep makes for a better system, you know. But getting back to the elementary system, which is that nutrition, we are what we eat. I like that you put that in there, dear brother, Indy.
Yeah.
And so it's probably a good place to start, you know. We are what we eat. Every different food has a different planetary vibration. Yeah. And so there are different colors in the foods. There are different minerals in the food. So if you're eating food that's got a lot of iron in it, guess what the iron is? Part of that food is resonating with Mars's energy. Yeah. If you're eating foods with heavy mineral contents that are going to load your bones and heavy salts, that's Saturnial. If you're eating foods that have got that are going to affect your electrical system very much, having particular salty elements in it, that's going to be mercurial food. If you're eating foods that's going to increase sugars and fats, guess what that is? That's Jupiter, because Jupiter rules the skin, but Jupiter also rules the fats in the body. What is that called? The fat system. I wrote it down here somewhere before. Adipose. I always forget that. I struggle with some of these terms. Adipose is
the adipose fat is the subcutaneous fat, and there's also extra muscular fat, which is not adipose tissue. Humans having adipose tissue is very anomalous, because the only other mammals who have adipose tissue is aquatic mammals. It's blubber.
Yeah, so this Jupiter has got a very tight association with the wind, with lightning, with clouds, and there's a watery element to Jupiter too, if we look at it.
Right, baby.
So there's this very interesting relation here, and it all comes back to water. You know, the element of water seems to be so fundamental. And when we look at our foods and our digestion, and you know our nutrition systems, then we've got to understand just exactly what's going on in our bodies. Like what is happening in the consciousness. Here's a question for you guys. What's happening in the consciousness to tell the gut what to do? Is the mind and the gut doing their own things, or are they working together? Like, what drives the intelligence in the gut?
There's the microbiota in the gut, which communicates to the brain through the polyvagal nerve. So through the vagus nerve, our mood is influenced by our gut, and the mitochondria, the microbiota there, which are bacterial, fungal, and also single-celled organisms, all combined. They are symbiotic, and they will influence our mood. So some of that can be influenced by ones that are not that symbiotic, like a candida infection will make you crave sugar, and it can deteriorate your skin and make you have dry skin. But usually they're symbiotic, and they want things that are good for us and drive us to have, usually fiber is what they crave. But we usually oftentimes miss the mark and end up going for sugar instead of fiber or protein.
And it's very interesting because it's like it brings us to the connection with our bones. So Saturn rules the bones, right? And the bones and the teeth. So depending on your bone structure, your teeth structure will be one structure. Depending on your teeth structure, your alimentary structure will be one structure. Do you see how this is connected? Because the kind of teeth you have are going to dictate the kind of food you should eat. Some people have like canine teeth, sharp teeth, and they should be eating probably some flesh. People have like cow's teeth. I got a bit of cow's teeth. They should be eating, leaves and salads and vegetables, carrots, and these kind of things, nuts. And so this is interesting. I don't think we're all the same kind of human being. I think there's different kinds of human beings. Sorry, yeah?
I said I agree with that. And I also have like the canine teeth.
Me too. I don't think people should necessarily be eating sugar. I feel like honey is a great option, but I think starches are what we should really be eating. Starches are a little bit healthier for us. The sugar is very damaging to the mitochondria, and mitochondria is a powerhouse to the cell. So if our cells get weak, our bodies are weak, and so sugar is going to damage that. Also, it can change our blood sugars, can mess us up a little bit if they're too high. And if you want to have sugar, it's better to eat sugar after eating a meal. So eating sugar before a meal is going to spike your blood sugar, whereas if you eat it after a meal, it will not as much.
Yeah, that's interesting. You mentioned honey. Oh my gosh, I've got to do a honey advert quickly. For those of you that don't know, I feel sorry for you. For those of you that don't know, basically, I just got honey today. I had this impulse to call my honey lady because I've got a honey lady. That's where I get my honey from. I don't buy my honey from shops. I've got a honey lady. She's sweet, and she gets the local. And so where my girlfriend lives is the best honey in the world. Like, no jokes. Like the whole Constantia area of Cape Town, they've got like lots of bees. And the honey that comes out of there is like, it's obviously fynbos honey, but it is of the nicest fynbos honey you will ever get in the world. And I was like, do you have? She said, oh, it's becoming like hard to come by. I was like, 3 kilos. You got, I was like, do you have any more in the car? Another 4 kilos. So I stocked up on 4 kilograms of fynbos honey because you don't get it all the time. But that is so true. Like what sugars you eat matters. My boy loves honey and I want him to get lots of energy. So I don't eat so much of that honey anymore, but like that's like a good 4 or 5 month supply, 6 month supply. When you've got an 8-year-old, honey doesn't go that far. I don't give him sugar. So everything is honey, Yeah. But I think that's really important to recognize this disaccharide poisonous thing.
Yeah.
We've been duped into eating this, and obviously they were farming it with sugar beet, and I think that the sugar that comes from sugar beet is different to the sugar that comes from sugar cane. I don't know much about it. How's your melon? Melon. Oh, melon is sweet. But yeah, the sugar that comes from disaccharide is obviously it's a dye. It's a 2-ended sugar molecule, and our bodies don't know what to do with it. They don't break it down, so it just sort of stores up in your bones, and so it dissolves the minerals. The calcium that binds the other minerals in your bones dissolves a whole lot. So it's like it's a one-way ticket to osteoporosis and other bone-based issues. So the problem with sugar isn't just that it makes you fat, isn't just that it rots your bones and your teeth, but it's also that it actually affects your bone marrow, and your bone marrow holding on to nutrition is what actually gives you that core magnetic effect that your blood can harness in order to pull nutrition. So if you don't have enough nutrition in your bone marrow, you won't actually be able to absorb enough nutrition to get back up to a level of nutrition. This is a serious problem that people, when they get malnutrition, suffer from, because your body has to work hard to get the nutrition in, and it needs that magnetic electrical field and the gravitational field, which is bound in the bones. Without that, the body doesn't actually even draw nutrition. You could eat the nutrition, it'll go right through you. So keeping your bones healthy. Yeah.
Because it said that milk does a body good and milk's good for your bones, and people still use those old catchphrases, but we know that's not true anymore. So if you're exposing yourself to dairy products, bovine dairy, whether that's yogurt, cheese, milk, or whatever it may be, that's going to be weakening your bones. And in addition to that, if you drink carbonated beverages, carbonation also weakens your bones and can lead to osteoporosis. So I think most people are involved in drinking sodas and having cheese in their life. It's just kind of a commonplace thing in the Western diet. But as we know, the standard American diet is a sad lifestyle. Standard American diet, SAD. And we can step away from that and find a better way. It's not going to be hard for us. The golden age of information.
I love that. Sad diet. That's really cool. I never really did that math before. The standard American diet. Yeah, it's the deficient European diet, the dead diet. We can have a lot of fun with this. But I think that's so true, you know. Maybe, you know, I think in the old days people used to drink goat's milk. Now goats, right? Cows and goats. Now goats are a Saturnian animal. So if you drink goat's milk, you're taking in a whole range of minerals that are going to feed your bones, right? Saturn. So Saturn rules your bones. You want to get a good base of Saturn in your body because that's your base. This is why if I consider Saturn, like which energy center does Saturn relate to in the body? It relates to that most fundamental to this elementary system, which is the stomach and the intestines and the teeth. Yeah. And this whole system that basically takes in nutrition. And so I look at the solar plexus and I relate that to Saturn, which is interesting. And isn't it interesting that it's got the word solar plexus?
Yeah, the Saturn maybe being the black sun, so solar.
Yeah, that's it. Because the sun is what rules the heart. We know this. You know, the heart, Leo, the lion, the sun and the heart have always been fun. The sun is the heart of the solar system, you could say. So, you know, we look at the sun, we think of circulation, we think of the movement of the energy around the body. And so when we're thinking of the solar plexus, I'm thinking of Saturn. I'm thinking of how this elementary system drives nutrition and that the bones are the first link in the chain. And when we then look at this, we're looking at mountains and rocks. So if I'm looking at Saturn and I'm looking at the bones, I'm now looking at mountains and rocks on the earth and what we use mountains and rock for, and how the earth element, the rock element, is the dwarven, you know, the earth elemental spirits, and how that relates to the root chakra. Yeah. And so there's a connection between the root chakra and the solar chakra in this way, where the solar chakra is the center of self-expression, which is essentially fiery, but it's what manifests the root chakra. The root chakra is that base element of structure that we can consider, which is what's represented by Saturn. So like these things are not so clear cut. And when I think of the root chakra, I think of it being the expression of Saturn that becomes the lunar influence, which is interesting. Yeah. Because then we're looking at how the reproductive system, which is charged up by Venus, by the hormonal system, then becomes an exchange of fluids between a man and a woman. And so the fluid exchange between the man and the woman is thus now bringing us to the lunar tide. Hence, when we speak about fertility, we speak about the moon, right? And we follow the moon cycle. So women have a lunar cycle that they follow, not a Venus cycle. Isn't it interesting? So this is where we're getting back to, like, things are not so clear cut. People are looking to go in a book and say, this is this. If you go in and look in an occult book, they're going to tell you this is this, this is this, this is this, this is this. They're not going to go into the nuances and say, hey, look at it carefully. The solar plexus is this place of fire. Yes, it does have a relation to Mars, but Mars is also a relation to your blood system. Your blood system is connected through your sacral plexus to your reproductive systems. And so these reproductive systems are driven by the hormonal system. So everything is in a complete state of flux, and they cross over and they hold hands. And the one hand holds the other hand. And it depends on which side you're looking from as to which you're going to see. So you could look at the reproductive system. You can say, well, it's got a definite Venus element to it, but it's very much an expression of the lunar. But then you can look at the reproductive system that's being driven by the emotional system. And this system you could then say is the sacral plexus, because the sacral plexus is where the fluids are being maintained. So this is the true lunar system as it expresses itself. But the lunar system as it is reflected would be a reflection of the actual brass tacks of productivity. But these two systems are so fundamentally connected. And when we look at the neurological system, we then see the same thing, like Mercury. This is very interesting. The neurological system is what connects the muscular system, right, to the blood system. Yeah, you can control the flow of blood with your thoughts. Have you ever tried it? It's so easy to do, man. Just focus your mind. Okay, you might want to do a bit of meditation. You might want to learn to really focus your mind. But if you focus your mind on one part of your body and you really focus your mind, you might notice that body starts to throb. And you can sort of put that emphasis on one finger, one toe, one foot, 2 feet. If you think you've got a headache, focus your attention towards one body part and keep your attention moving towards that body part. And you'll find your blood will start going that way. And you'll find your feet starting to throb. And when your feet are starting to throb, it's because there's a lot of blood in your feet. Suddenly, like the pressure's off your head. Those of you that don't know this trick, you should have learned it. If you get headaches and migraines, you should be doing this, man. And it's all done with your neurological system. So where you focus your attention, which is a reflection of your nervous system, which is Mercury, actually moves the blood, right? But the neurological system is also plugged into the endocrine system, right? And the endocrine system is working the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system is connected to the blood system. You see, all these systems are connected. And so this neurological system, this nervous system seems to be somehow the key to all the systems. And we see this in modern alchemy, right? This mercurial thing. Why Mercury's got such an important role? Because it plays one of 3. So there's 3 fundamental systems in the body. And all these systems are connected. And one of those 3 fundamentals seems to be Mercury. Another one seems to be salt. What are we looking at with salt? We're looking at Saturnial systems. But it's got to do with the nutritional systems as they relate to the crystallizing systems in the body. What's the principle of crystallizing is Saturn. And so these systems that are crystallizing and are creating all these fundamental structure in the bone system, then what would be the third system? The third system would be fluids. So it's very interesting when you start to look at that, you know.
I wanted to mention that people with negative blood type, it's thought that the negative blood type might have copper-rich blood. And so if iron-rich blood is controlled by Mars, would copper-rich blood be controlled by Venus, I would think?
I wonder if I've got negative blood.
Yeah, I always thought I did.
Nah,
because
copper, I can't get enough.
there's certain traits to a person with negative blood. I have a Scorpio moon, so I'm deeply investigated into uncovering all the mysteries of the world. And so I think blood type, negative blood type is also deeply involved in understanding the mysteries. They have better intuition typically, so they have a better take on things that other people don't understand well. And they're usually very curious and have an inkling of deeper knowledge that's available to them.
Yeah, I don't know my blood type because I didn't want to know it. And I didn't want anyone else to know it. I was like, no, it's mine. I don't need anybody knowing my blood type. I remember being in hospital and they were like, should we check your blood type? I was like, no. Don't need a broken bone. What do you need my blood type for? I don't need a transfusion.
I think you have lots more in common with people of the same blood type than people of the same skin color.
That's very interesting. You know, Rob saying that raw milk is fine. In theory, Rob, raw milk would be fine.
There's a debate that organic raw milk is actually fine and good.
The thing is this, though. We've messed with the cows so much.
That's so true.
We've selectively bred certain cow groups, and we've interbred certain kinds of cows to produce a particular kind of cow, which is a cash cow, which just produces bulk. Now, if you go to India and you get the raw milk from the small indigenous Indian cow, which is a small cow, and you know how much milk they produce in a day? I think they produce about 3 liters, 3 kilograms of milk a day, 3 to 4 kilograms. You can take 2 kilos of that cow's milk max. The rest you got to leave for the baby, and then you got to feed the baby, right? These other Jersey cows can produce like 11 to 15. And so you can take like, 7, 8. So there's a huge difference of amount of milk that's being produced, but obviously the milk's going to be different because
also, the cow's very large compared to a human. And so when you're taking the milk that's meant for like 100-pound baby, that's a lot. And so goats are more proportionally sized to a human, and so the amount of hormones in their blood is going to be more proportional to what we would need in our blood. And when you have factory farmed milk and they're adding estrogen and they're adding growth hormone for 1,000-pound beasts, we definitely don't need that. Now, even if it's organic, that the size of that creature may be a bit much for us to consume its milk. And for consuming milk after infancy, it's not necessarily beneficial. But I feel like since factory farming is much less used in goat milk, and goats are more proportionally sized, and they haven't been bred to become like a cash crop like cows have, there's a lot more integrity in goat milk.
Yeah, so in theory, raw milk would be okay, but I just don't trust what they've done with the cows and the way they feed. Even grass isn't what it used to be, sadly.
That's true.
The grass they feed them has been sprayed, hasn't it? Everything's just
glyphosate in there from Roundup. Even if it's an organic field, there's stuff washes in from other places where they're spraying Roundup now. It's sad. So all the California wines have Roundup in it, even if it's organic. Bernadine mentioned that Manuka honey is really good healer. I wanted to mention that it was recently discovered that bees put hydrogen peroxide in the honey. There's also gluconic acid. So a small amount of hydrogen peroxide is extremely helpful. I always thought that having bleach or hydrogen peroxide is bleach in your body is detrimental to your health. But when I saw my cats eating bleach, I looked it up, and apparently eating a small amount of bleach or hydrogen peroxide is beneficial for your body to clean it up inside. You can actually take cyanide, and it will kill your cancer. They found that a type of vitamin B that represents the cyanide in a pit of an apricot has been used to cure cancer. But people have not been promoting that because it can also cause death.
Yeah, the whole hydrogen peroxide thing. I mean, I get you because a lot of people use it on their plants.
Yeah.
And it's used for a lot of different things. And it's more innocuous than most things in small doses. I mean, I think if you've got parasites, it's useful. If you don't have parasites, then I don't think it's good because I'm pretty sure it's going to kill microbes, right? It's going to reduce microbe numbers, and microbe numbers are sort of like rather fundamental to good health. So ideally, we don't use peroxide, but hydrogen peroxide is probably a better medicine to use for a lot of things if you need medicine, if that makes sense. Like if there's something in the body that doesn't belong there. And Manuka honey, yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I'm seeing here, our raw honey is got that Manuka in it. What they call Manuka honey, I think, is a gimmick, a little bit like in the world, because they're focusing on a certain part of the honey hive, right? But if you're using homogeneous honey coming out of a big hive, there's going to be some Manuka in the honey. And I think what happens is all of the honey that we buy from shops, it gets irradiated, doesn't it? So all the goodness gets flatlined, all the positive manuka, and even like in the shops, the so-called manuka honey, I think it's been irradiated. I think you have to eat raw honey to get that probiotic. And obviously the richest probiotics are going to be like what the drones and the queens eat, right? So there's going to be and those honeys that are, because there's the bees, and this is very interesting. The bees are dictated what they will become by what they fed. What a concept, eh? So all bees are born equal. Here's the thing. All bees are born equal, but they're not fed equal. And based upon what they fed decides whether they become a drone, a worker bee, or a queen bee. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Or is it maybe a queen bee might be exempt? I could be wrong about that. But I know that most of the classes of bees are dictated as per what they fed. Maybe the queen bee needs a little bit of extra injection.
I feel like they're trying to make humans into the worker drones in the working class. They've been imposing sterilization for a long time through phytoestrogens. And some of the strongest phytoestrogens have been used in the food weapon system for thousands of years, like milk and alcohol. There's a bunch of them, though.
Rob says goats are bastardized, crossed. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what passes for goats in the West. The goat's milk that I drank was in the Himalayas, and those were like real goats. They're like old school, like proper goats. Like you can wrestle that little bugger. You'd be surprised how much strength that tiny little goat has in it. You'd be like, bloody hell, you got a lot going on for a little guy, And they'll give you a run for your money. Those little goats, and those horns are not toys. Those horns are not for fun, man, and they don't stop. They don't stop.
It's amazing that we can have, considering that what they eat.
The interesting thing in the Himalayas, the goats are the most versatile eaters.
Yeah.
Of all of the livestock.
And that
they eat such a wide range.
Pretty amazing.
Leaves.
Can eat raincoats and aluminum cans if they want to. They'll eat just about anything.
Yeah, shame. It makes me think about the cows in India eating plastic bags. You see a lot of these sick cows walking around and they've eaten plastic bags because they're so hungry, because they like living in cities, and
that's got to be so hard. They have 5 different stomachs. Does my sound all right?
Yeah, you do. It went out for a moment. Exactly. Yeah, lovely, Anna. Lovely to hear that. Welcome. So I think like when we're looking at the nutrition system, we've got to like take into account that we think of the food that's giving us energy, but we've really got to think about the vibrations and the tones of what we're eating, what they come from. So the cow relates to the bull, relates to Venus, right? So beef products are going to make you hormonal. Something to think about. Dairy products from cows are going to make you hormonal because there's that vibration in that food, right? If you're having products from goats, it's going to make you solid and dense and strong, but a bit dense, like set in your ways. Your mind might not want to open that much, right? Because goats are they know what they're doing. They know what they want.
Tunnel vision. Does the goat milk make your bones stronger? Because it's a Saturnian animal. Should.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about modern goats as they farmed, because like Rob says, in the Western world, things aren't what they used to be. Cows aren't what they used to be. Goats aren't what they used to be. Blooming hell. Potatoes aren't what they used to be. They got jellyfish in them, right?
Yeah, tomatoes aren't what they used to be. They don't have hardly any lycopene left.
Yeah, like chilies aren't what they used to be.
The magnesium fertilizer they use is not bioavailable to the plants, so it doesn't get taken in, and they don't create a lot of the polyphenols that we need to clean up inside.
Yeah, so these vibrations matter, and so it might be a good idea to look at different foods and different vibrations. Like we've mentioned, Saturnial elements. Other Saturnial foods could possibly be foods that produce strength in your bones. So there might be certain nuts that will be Saturnial. There might be certain legumes that are Saturnial. And these are food that feed your bones. Lentils, black beans, a lot of different kinds of beans, monkey nuts, peanuts, right?
Put some
These
salt
these
on
all
Give
sorry.
'em a little trace minerals from the salt. Get some sea salt and some Himalayan pink salt on those nuts. Give you more trace.
Exactly.
It's also Saturnian.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say, especially the black Himalayan salt, it's so full of nutrients. And it's actually even got soluble iron in it, interestingly enough, that your body just takes the iron up directly. Women that have got having periods, Himalayan black salt, best thing for it, because
And
you're literally taking in soluble iron.
that could be very helpful for people who are iron deficient and anemic. Also, you could also take shilajit. That's really rich in iron.
I think that shilajit is something quite Saturnial. I get that feeling. And then you've got things that are like bitter tasting, right? So you've got like lunar foods. So foods that detoxify you, foods that clean your system out. They're often bitter, aren't they?
I love those foods. I love bitter and spicy. People don't like bitter and spicy. No, I do.
Yeah, so I would place bitter foods that act as antioxidants and clean out your blood and clean out your systems and support the liver and the kidney in the processes for cleaning and the bladder. A lot of these bitter foods, I would put them as being lunar.
Have you ever had
purity?
I think it's called bitter melon or sour melon. Have you ever heard of that before? That stuff's really good. It's really good for you. The taste is hard, but it's pretty good actually.
My favorite is called Carella. Carella. It's it looks like a green hand grenade. You can buy it in Indian places where there's Indian foods. And it's the most bitter thing you'll ever taste in your life. It also helps for sugar metabolism, diabetes and stuff. Very good. So because it's removing excess sugars from the blood and everything, it's it's good for that. And then so like a lot of these bitter flavored foods are going to be this, but some of the bitter flavor foods are also going to be Saturnial as well, because there's this close connection with the lunar and the Saturn elements. And then we look at like Jupiterian foods are often going to be sweet, right? Like think of like yummy milk sweets and yummy sweet foods. Certain kinds of fruits, I suppose, are going to be very strong in those sugars. Yeah.
Yogurt would be sweet, but it's also got milk. It's a combination.
Yeah, yogurt's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know where to put yogurt on the scale so easily. I would think like yogurt's a combination.
It has alcohol in it. It's fermented yogurt, and the Mongols have used that for a long time, and it's very healing when it's got a little bit of fermentedness to it with the alcohol content.
I used to always have a bit of kefir, yeah, in the house. You know, the kefir is like that thing that you put in the milk, and it makes this fermented, like a yogurty drink out of milk. And it's a culture. I suppose you could turn that culture into full blown cultured yogurt. And it's like a little organism that grows, very similar to kombucha. Kombucha, another one, very interesting. Yeah, yogurt and the probiotic element. This is where I see like the yogurt's very interesting. I think there's a lot going on in yogurt. I think it's a complex food with different elements in it, because it starts off with the sugars, right, which are the sugars for the milk, which has probably got a Jupiterian element to it, the fats and the sugars. But then the sugars get used up in the fermentation process, don't they? Because these little guys eat the sugar, And so in the process, they transform the substance of the milk into becoming a more solid substance, and they do something to the whey in the milk. And so milk, I think, is like one of those tricky ones to sort of get a handle on. But then you've got a lot of other foods that are like, for example, what's the deal with tomatoes? Yeah, tomatoes is quite an interesting one. You know, tomatoes is supposed to increase physical energy. So I think the high levels of vitamin C and certain elements in the tomato might be good for your blood work.
Yeah.
But toxic for other systems in the body.
It can be somewhat acidic. And so if your stomach is troubled by tomatoes and oranges, it'd be good to alkalize your diet so that you're not overly acidic. Instead of having an alkalized diet can make you immune to diseases, according to Dr. Sebi's work. That they found that diseases cannot survive in an alkalized environment.
Yeah, exactly. Bernadine was mentioning the pH. I think it's a couple of times she's mentioned the pH, and the pH is really important for the balance, like to do with, like you say, you've got aerobic and anaerobic bacteria. Aerobic and anaerobic I'm on a live. You're allowed to watch Octopus Teacher on your mom's TV. Or David Attenborough. But I'm on a live now, so I can't talk. The answer is yes. Don't hurt the guinea fowls. 12 out of 10. He's going to ask me if he can watch these shows on his mom's TV because I've been really strict. His mom lets him watch YouTube. And so I'm like, okay, if your mom lets you watch YouTube, I'm going to take action against you. So he's now realizing that, like, if he wants to have screen time, if he wants to have anything, then he's got to like check in and make sure. These nightshade foods, Mexico, this is what we're talking about. Like tomatoes are nightshade food, is it not? And potatoes also.
I know potatoes are.
Is tomato not a nightshade food? It is a nightshade, and they're high in lectins, so they can be damaging to your joints. Peppers are also a lectin. Strong
and
lectin.
I've always thought of those nightshade foods. Yes, tomato is a nightshade food. It is. I've always thought of the nightshade foods as being, like I said, they've got a double-edged sword on them. I think they are, on the one hand, poisonous. So there's a homeopathic element to the way they alchemize in your body.
Yeah,
they're like poisoning something, but they're doing something good. They give you like a, they give you something good and they give you something bad. And so you got to balance that good and bad. But I do think that they generate acidity in the body, tomatoes, for example, which is interesting because you eat lemons. Lemons are acidic, but when you eat them, they become alkaline in your body.
Yeah, the acid gets water in the stomach. The citric acid is easily neutralized.
Yeah. So it's really interesting how, these foods operate in that way. But I think what's happened is we've become so acidic in the way that we are. Now, what does acidic do? Let's think about what acids do in the body. Okay, so they feed the wrong bacteria, because the bacteria that like the acids, and firstly, what is acid and what is alkaline? Acid is the presence of positive ions, and alkaline is the presence of negative ions. And so we measure these negative ion to positive ion balances, essentially hydrogen, and these ionic fields, we call them alkaline or acidic. And so when we're looking at this, these positive hydrogen ion fields feed mold and parasites, for example. And the negative ion fields, they feed probiotic, what we call probiotic enzymes, microbes, bacteria. And obviously most of the body, or at least half of the body, is not the body. It's something we forget, isn't it? In a healthy body, at least 50% of the body is microbes, right?
Yeah, we have more microbes than human cells.
Yeah. I mean, at least 50. It can be more. In a really healthy body, you've got so many good microbes in your body that you've just got a surplus of microbes. You can pour poison in and they'll just like crunch the poison. It's like, I don't need that. You don't get sick. Like, and I've known that when my microbes are really high, like I'll eat food that might not be that cool. I'll be with a group of people and everybody's eating food and they're all getting sick. And I'm like, well, I'm fine. I feel something fighting these things in my system. I'm going to be fine tomorrow morning. And I wake up next morning and I'm fine. That's when you know your microbes are like in a good position, because they just kick the butt of whatever went into your body. And it's one of the reasons not to eat takeaway, right?
Yeah.
Not to eat fast food. Like the only times my little boy gets sick is when his mom takes him out and takes him for like fast food. And then he'll get like a tummy bug. Okay, he's so healthy, a tummy bug lasts for like 3 hours. It doesn't last more than a couple of hours. He's so strong and so healthy. But I do think that this is a fundamental thing to look at, these microbes and how they work and as they relate to the alkaline and acidic balance. And here's the other thing that we don't take on board is the water. If you're buying bottled water, then so this bottled water is an average bottled water, right? This isn't bottled water though. This is just a bottle. I luckily get well water from my partner, whose well water is good. My well water is not good because I live right next to the sea, so I can't drink my well water. But her well water is in Constantia is really good, and you can taste the difference. The first thing is like the bottled water you get here is is acidic. It's like 5. Can you imagine? pH 5, 5.4. Go in the UK and look at the water you're buying. You're lucky if the pH is 6, man. 5.6, 5.8, 6. It's like acid rain, man. This is what most of the bottled water is that you buy. And like the World Health Organization recommends that you're drinking a 7.8, right? 7.8, which is like actually more alkaline than acidic. In fact, even an 8 alkalinity of water is okay to drink. It's good, depending on what your diet is, because it will neutralize a lot of the diets that we eat. So I think like this is something that is probably responsible for a big problem. And obviously, if you drink the tap water, it will have the right pH, but then you'll be getting all the other metals that interfere with the systems in the body. Too much of certain metals are a problem. And so this is, I think, like really what's going on with our elementary systems is we're getting used to eating foods that put buffers between. The body has an electromagnetic field, and that electromagnetic field pulls minerals through. It drives the minerals. So there's osmosis happening, which is moving through the salts, and the water's carrying with it a certain amount of stuff that's dissolved in the water. But then there's also an electromagnetic field that drives this process as well within the body. And so like all these things are working together. The one element has got to do with the salt balance in your body. Are you eating the right salts? How well is your osmosis working? Do you have deep cellular hydration operating? If you have deep cellular hydration, the water is moving through all the cells. That means it will clean out all the cells and will take the nutrition to all the cells really well as well. Baseline nutritions like trace elements, and keep them topped up. And that will affect the electrical potential of each cell. And that electrical potential of each cell is going to create a composite, which is going to be your electromagnetic field strength in your body. And that electromagnetic field strength in your body is going to drive the nutrient absorption more, which is going to keep your bones well nutrified, which is going to keep that field more strong. And that field is resonating through the bones, which very, very interesting. So, you can see where the Saturn cults came from, right? Saturn, just to bring it back, is originally the green man. Originally, Saturn is the reaper of the crops, right? The grains and the crops, which is where we get our nutrition from. So traditionally, Saturn relates to the reaping of food. So it's very much nutrition based. And so you can see the old Saturnial cults would have been to do with that good nutrition. right? Do a ritual for Saturn and make sure you're going to get good crops, get a good reap, you get good nutrition, have good bones, be strong, be healthy, be able to go over there and fight a war and come back with lots of things.
Mixed-minded. It's interesting that you mentioned harvesting the grains because I'm trying to do more of a grain-free diet for myself, and I find that grain-free diet's really good for cats and dogs as well, of course, because they're carnivores. But the grains, particularly the wheat grain, to me seems interesting. I know that in Europe the wheat is not that damaging to people, but genetically modified wheat, corn, and soy have become very nutrientless. They've taken away a lot of the nutrients through the genetic engineering and replaced it with sugar and alcohol. So you have to wonder if the grains are something. It said that we never ate grains before the flood. And before the flood, people lived to about 900 years old on average. And we tended to eat the fruits and vegetables and the leaves, and the roots were used for medicine. And we used to eat nuts and seeds, a lot of nuts and seeds. But as far as grains went, we didn't really eat grains until after the flood. And so I wonder if grains are part of the food weapons system. But I know that the grains are lectin, and so they're damaging to the joints, just like tomatoes and peppers. But it's good. People that have blood type A or B or AB can do better with starches and grains. Now, people with blood type O don't really need as much of starches and grain diet, and they can do better with a protein-rich diet. So it kind of plays out to see that, different people need different things. And there's better grains that you can choose, especially if you're choosing amongst genetically modified, bioengineered grains and organic grains. But I like to stick with the ancient grains. They seem to be, to me, a lot more health effective. Being gluten-free is one aspect of them that's helpful for people that have been exposed to the excessive gluten in genetically engineered wheat. It's good to have an alternative.
Yeah, I think once again that's comes down to selective breeding. Have you noticed how the government's been really actively trying to make sure, well, the huge corporations that the governments allow to control our food industries have been making farmers sign contracts now for decades that say that they have to destroy their original grain. And this isn't a new thing. It's been going on for a long time. It's become it's become more of a thing in the last couple of decades than it used to be, but it's been going on for a long time. And one can imagine it was going on before, that there were other ways that this was being driven, and it would have been driven economically originally. Certain grains would have had a high value. Certain versions of certain grains would have had a high value on the economic market. Certain versions of grains would not. So farmers were being pressured into growing those grains even like many decades ago because of economic reasons. So I think like grains that we got today are not grains that we used to grow. For example, even the modern version of rye doesn't seem like the rye I grew up with. To me, don't get me wrong, I love rye. Doesn't seem like the rye I grew up with. Like my mom always got rye bread, like proper rye bread. So it's like makes me wonder: is that rye like the rye my grandparents grew up with? I don't think so.
See,
And I think if you go further,
because it's like the building materials are getting a lot weaker now. Like the wood that we used to use, like only like maybe 50 years ago, was way thicker, and the lines were a lot tighter together. And they went through many seasons to become as big as it was. Now the wood that we have now has much wider lines, and it's much thinner and more weak. So I wonder if that's something that's going on with just the wood and the trees, or if that's something that's going on with all the vegetables. Is that something that's happening in nature? Or is that part of how we harvest things now and we're trying to rush things? I feel like we're trying to make things get bigger faster, and that's what happens when we rush things to grow bigger faster. They don't have that wholesomeness to them. They don't have that nutrient dense aspect to it, and it becomes thin. And I think that's probably what's happening with the rye.
I think what you're saying, and I can only equate this to my limited experience of growing the good stuff.
Yeah.
You love the good stuff.
Oh yeah.
You're always enjoying the good stuff. When you're growing organics, something happens. Like, there's two different ways of growing the good stuff, or any good stuff, food. You can feed the plant, right? Or you can feed the microbes. And when you feed the microbes, it's when the magic happens, right? Because the microbes feed the plant. Now, in the old days, the microbes were feeding the trees, right? But I think we've done so much harm to the soil with all of our strip feeding of just pumping out ridiculous amounts of nitrogen. We've overloaded the soil with nitrogen trace elements and other kinds of weird trace elements that never used to be there. And this is what we're talking about in our system. So this is the macrocosm microcosmic connection with the elementary system. So when we soil ourselves, and the soil that the plants are is the same. So inside our guts, we've got soil. Let's think of it like that. Now, the food that we're eating is putting minerals, the wrong minerals, in the way of our body's ability to extract the proper, necessary, positive nutrients that we need. The same thing's happening in the macrocosm, same thing's happening in the soil, and we can see it in the wood of the trees, like you say, right? Those trees are not growing like they used to because they're not getting the nutrition that they used to get. That's my take on it, and I think it's got to do with the way in which we've affected the soil.
That's
And
definitely.
they
say there's less lycopene because the magnesium, and then you have all these other synthetic. You have to add all your phosphate and magnesium and potassium, and a lot of that stuff is not bioavailable to the microbes in the soil. So it's becoming a major issue. And they say that over 60% of farmable soil in America has become depleted due to that farming technique. And it's growing. So if we don't deal with this and restore our soil over the next 100 years, it's going to take centuries to be able to restore it, but that we can do it within the next 50 to 100 years if we work on it now.
Here's an interesting question for Cosmic. Unless you're eating a sandwich, let me know if you're about. What do the Fae say about what they eat?
I would imagine them eating manna.
Is Cosmic in the house?
And when I hear manna, I think he'll be back in a minute. Hopefully he's listening in.
He'll be back. Well, we'll get onto that because I'm curious to see about like Fae food. Like,
Me too.
Do they go to the local deli? Do they get fast food? What's going on?
Do you know what I mean?
Are they growing their own?
I think it's really cool how we get vitamin D from sunshine. I don't know how that works, but we get millions of vitamin D3 molecules from 15 minutes of sunshine exposure to our skin.
Hasn't that got to do with that fat that we were talking about? What do you call that fat? I mentioned it just a minute ago. Isn't it got to do with the adipose under the skin?
It does.
And the UV impacting the skin? Is the UV affecting the adipose? That's actually a really good. That's like a really good question. Just exactly what is the process of vitamin E?
Burning fat. When the fat is burned, it turns to sugar and water and fat and sweat. And salt is emitted from the skin. So when we're sweating in the sun, I think that's that fat protecting us. Now, if you don't have enough fat,
so I've given like a really crazy search term.
What people who have...
What have I given you? I've given a crazy search term. What vitamin is produced? Vitamin D. Okay. During exposure, the UVB photons enter the skin and photolyze the 7-dehydrocholesterol to previtamin D3, which in turn is isomerized by the body's temperature to vitamin D3.
Amazing.
So what's the difference between pre-vitamin D3 and D3? Interesting.
Well, that's probably a precursor, pre-vitamin D3. And then vitamin D3 becomes a precursor to tryptophan, which influences our mood and influences our serotonin levels.
And then the vitamin E is stored in the adipose tissue. 90% of the vitamin E is then stored in the adipose tissue as well. Really interesting. So now vitamin E is important for testosterone production in men, right? So there's this connection with Jupiter adipose tissue. There's fats under the skin, and the vitamin D.
Avocado is rich in fatty acids.
Yeah.
And avocado also has what's good for testosterone. What were you saying? What it was?
Vitamin E. Yeah.
E.
Yeah. You can. I scrape out the skins of my avos and eat that bitter stuff.
Yeah.
You eat it with a spoon. You scrape out the skin, and it gets more and more bitter. And the more bitter it gets, the more dose of vitamin E you're getting. I love it. I'm like addicted. I haven't eaten avos. It's funny that you say that. I haven't eaten avos in about, we don't have nice avos available now. I only buy avos from my local shop.
Is it hard to eat them?
It gets really nice.
A knife and cut them up and stuff, and a spoon.
Cut them in half, man. Eat them with a spoon.
I cut them with my fingernail, and I just squeeze them into my mouth. They're fun. They're so good. I love them.
No, I do tend to cut them in half, and I shower them in Himalayan black salt. Shower them in Himalayan black salt.
The Quetzal bird is a huge avocado eater. The Quetzal bird the males have a 3-foot long tail. They're very beautiful birds. They don't chew any of their food. That they eat their food whole, and when they eat avocados, and they're these little birds, and they try to eat these big avocados, and they get them down there, and what they do in their stomach is they separate the seed, and then they'll regurgitate the seed and spit it back out, and then it fertilizes the seed, and then they plant it somewhere where they need those seeds to grow. So they're really amazing. They go around and they fertilize the avocados in the jungle.
How big is this bird that's swallowing an avocado whole?
It's a little bird. The avocados are smaller than the avocados we see. Now these avocados are more the size of like a large grape. Okay. It's mostly a seed with a little avocado on that side.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. That's probably another thing that's been doctored. Although my dad used to tell me about the avocados when he was a young child, and he used to climb into the avocado tree with a salt shaker, salt and the pepper shaker, and a knife, and just basically sit in the tree eating avocados. His mother couldn't get him down from the tree. He was either in the mango tree or the avocado tree.
I love mango.
But yeah, so it's interesting how this vitamin E and vitamin D work. Sort of, they seem connected, and so it makes me wonder whether a lot of sexual conditions in people, not being able to, men being sterile, men being sterile or not having a sexual desire.
That's a good point.
Could there be a connection between the vitamin D and vitamin E connection?
I think so, and also
the vitamin D actually. Yeah,
taking in a lot of phytoestrogens from our plastic packaging and other more acidic foods-based things that are rich in phytoestrogens, but they're not getting the stuff that's going to help their testosterone. So they're building their estrogen and they're decreasing their testosterone simultaneously. It's a bad combination. Although it helps for society as a whole for men to be more docile, it doesn't help us to be sterile as a whole.
So okay, so phytoestrogens. I'm just going on a whim here. Like, if you want people to eat better, right?
Mhm.
Like, guys, like, let them know what's going to affect their performance.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong? You'll watch a guy change his diet like that,
Knows
and women, like, what's going to help a woman? Like cellulite. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like this is very interesting. But I wonder, like, my gut says to me when I'm thinking, so phytoestrogens may disrupt the body's hormonal balance, are classified as endocrine disruptors.
Yes.
Affect vitamin E. Affect vitamin D.
They found that these phytoestrogens are so proliferate that they're affecting elephants now and lions, and female lions are growing a mane. The elephants are getting a smaller penis, and so these endocrine disruptors are out there in the wilderness. It's maybe a toxicant in the air and water that they're being exposed to, and so if that's affecting them just from the being near society or not even being very near society, imagine how damaging it is to us. And we've seen that. And they think that the COVID vaccine was also another way to impose sterilization. I've heard from multiple individuals personally that they were asked during the COVID virus whether they wanted to become sterile and take a shot to become sterile without having their parents giving permission, and they're not 18 years old. So something very sinister is going on there. I don't understand why anyone would want to become sterile before becoming an adult, and whether they should even be allowed to make that kind of a decision. Something strange.
That's very, 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 very interesting, because, like, I'm noticing here, and this is fascinating, man. This is really, really fascinating. So what we've discovered here is that phytoestrogens affect vitamin D production.
Okay.
How's that for a concept?
There you go.
So if you're taking in phytoestrogens and you're getting in the sun, you might not be getting the vitamin D that you need. So there's something to think about. Now, vitamin E in the skin protects you from UV. So your skin vitamin E gets depleted by UV, but 90% of your vitamin E is stored in adipose fat cells.
Yep.
Now, that adipose fat cells, when you're busy manufacturing vitamin D, there's this sweaty, oily residue that comes out of your skin. I don't know if you've noticed it. That is because the adipose is breaking down, releasing vitamin E into the blood. And some of that vitamin E is replenishing the vitamin E that's been destroyed in the skin. The rest of it is going into the reproductive system for men. For women, also probably vitamin E in their reproductive system is probably important, because they also require both elements, but more of the other. But for men especially, yeah, we're seeing something. So these phytoestrogens are not only going to make one depressed, because the vitamin D is important for the brain and for the neurological system, mercurial elements also affected, but the vitamin D is also going to affect the vitamin E levels, because the vitamin E and vitamin D work together. Interesting that. I didn't really realize how important that was. So for all you guys out there that want to stay like young and virile, you really got to start looking at this, because I think that it's becoming more of a thing. Ronan was telling me about the snow. He was telling me about Snowmageddon that happened where he lives.
Yeah.
And it was like a decade ago, a number of years ago, maybe a bit less than a decade. Anyway, he said he had got the snow and he had tried to melt the snow with a lighter, and the snow was turning black.
Oh God.
And so he tried melting it with a gas stove, and it was turning black. He tried melting the snow with other kinds of fire, even lighting a stick and putting it under the snow, and the snow was turning black. And he said it was making a smell like plastic.
Wow.
or it was making a weird kind of a toxic smell. He couldn't quite put it, but he did like a toxic, like petrochemical kind of a smell. So anyway, there's an interesting concept. Like, could our atmosphere be being loaded with these phytoestrogen elements?
I think so. They say that there's over 200,000 airborne toxicants now. 200,000.
So we've really got to start thinking about all of these things in a big way, like where you live, where you breathe, what clothes you wear.
Instead of having like plants in your home and plants outside of your home to protect your lawn, maybe like kind of a vine kind of thing that will clean the air as the air comes through into your house, can be very helpful and can really change the quality of your air. Morning
Mexico reckons that that the Fae eat cosmic samis. Maybe they eat melon. They eat melon juice. Different types of prana. Yeah. Well, that's an interesting point that Mexico mentions there. The different types of prana. Yeah. All of the nutrition, all of the minerals are different types of prana. I think this is something that we don't really recognize and realize. We think of prana as being this mystical life force. We don't realize that the minerals that are in our food are emanations of this mystical life force that have taken form. And so when we're eating, we're taking in aspects of the pranic field as it's crystallizing. And so we need this full balance and harmony of all the different elements from the pranic field in order to supplement our body so that our body is able to take in deep prana with our breath. And so this elementary system is like really the key. And like you say, you really like hit the nail on the head there, brother. When you're talking about the phytoestrogens, I think the real fight is against the phytoestrogens. That's the war we're fighting. And so. We should all be fighting that war. We should be like, trying to not support any industry as much as we can that is using this phytoestrogens. And have you seen a lot of these people making videos about the crap they're finding in cereal and stuff?
Oh yeah, the glyphosate in cereal is like amazingly rich in there. It's terrible.
Metal flakes.
Get these terrible skin problems from that. Metal flakes in there.
Plastic.
Up in there.
Fruits, bananas.
God. Bananas have microplastics in it.
Fires actually help soil and plant life. That's an interesting point, Bernadine. They definitely help the plant life here where we live. We have regular fires, but I suppose every different ecosystem has its own need of particular types of fires. You get healthy fires and unhealthy fires. I suppose the fire's got to be burning at the right temperature for that to work, doesn't it? Because if it's too much, then all the minerals will get stripped. If it's probably got to be the right size fire. What an interesting concept. How much wind is there? What's the temperature? I suppose all of these things are going to affect this, especially when some of the fires burn and they leave a lot of black charcoal around, right? But some of the fires, they burn so harsh that they just leave this gray potash, just pure potassium. And so that might oversaturate the soil with potassium, if that makes sense. So yeah, the elementary system I think is like really, really important. Should we jump to another system? Shall we jump to you started mentioning the skin, right? Mm-hmm. And I've got a grown-up word here, integumentary system. Is that a new one that they made up? Why didn't I learn that in school? Did you learn about the integumentary system in school?
No.
I had to write that down. I was like trying to remember what's the skin system called? And I Googled it and I was like, damn, I remember a word, but I don't remember that word. Integumentary system, which is interesting. So yeah, skin, Jupiter, the skin. And as we were talking about the adipase is obviously storing a lot of our our nutrients, which are going to be used by the organs. Am I right? That are going to go directly into the blood, where you get some of the fat cells that are storing mostly energy, right?
Yeah.
And the adipose cells, as far as I know, they store. Is it a finer fat cell?
Tough protective layer. Interdocumentary.
I believe it is.
What was the question?
Adipose fat cells.
Adipose?
These are the adipocytes. They vary in size depending on the type of adipocyte and a number of factors. So you've got white ones, you've got brown ones. And there's a whole variation of them. Is a loose connective tissue that stores and releases energy, insulates the body, and regulates whole body health, which is quite interesting. You know, it's found under the skin, between the organs, and in bone marrow. Now, that bone marrow, I think, is like we're back at that point. You know, how important it is. What is the link between a matriarchal system we live in and the phytoestrogen? That's interesting. We're not really living in the matriarchal. We're living in a bit of a patriarchy, aren't we?
Yeah,
that's kind of debatable. I feel like historically speaking, humanity has lived under a patriarchy, but I feel like within the last 20th century, so we're seeing a matriarchy kind of like rise and sort of metastasize into the world. And you especially just see it with a lot of the stuff, with a lot of like some like third wave feminism and the kind of like, you know, the shaming of men and kind of like, you know, emasculating men, saying that men are toxic if they act masculine. You know, when it comes to masculinity, I think that a lot of people, they think that, you know, being kind of like timid and weak is sort of like the way to be a good masculine person. But I think really it's more about humility. I think that's something that we lack in society in general, is a sense of humility. I think having that strength, but also that humility to kind of balance it and keep it in check, I think is the real key. But I think we kind of go the wrong way by kind of like feeling that the only way to empower, you know, women is to disempower men, when really it's about trying to make these two things, you know, genuinely equal. So I think that I can kind of see validity for both arguments. As do we live in a patriarchy or do we live in a matriarchy? Personally, I don't really even like, you know, either of those terms. I never really was comfortable with the term patriarchy. I never really could figure out why. And then I kind of realized that my problem with the term patriarchy is that it implies that there is some justifiable sexism towards men, that men do have some like intrinsically negative, oppressive quality to them that has to be sort of stamped out and corrected just for being a man. And I don't know. And you can say that. And I think when it comes to like, you know, sexism and stuff like that, I think you can kind of just chalk that down to male insecurity, because it seems like it happens in pretty much, you know, every culture. It's just, you know, that's kind of how guys are. If a guy feels like he's, you know, a loser, he just kind of makes himself, I'm better than the opposite sex. So at least I'm better than 50% of the population. So I don't know. I don't know about this question. Before I used to agree with you guys, but like the whole patriarchy thing, but the kind of more that I kind of look into the other side of things, I can see that there is a toxic feminine too. Like that sociopaths and narcissists can exist in any size, shape, and color, really. You know, we always think that, oh, this group is bad or these people are good, you can trust them, but really I feel like for every type of social, there's a type of evil person for every type of religion, social class, social stratum that sort of hides like a chameleon and pits us against each other. When in reality, it's like, you know, we all can get along. It's just there's these few bad apples in the world who are trying to kind of pit us against each other while they kind of, you know, run off to the bank while nobody's looking. I don't know, just my thoughts on that. I kind of went on a rant there.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on it. I have an interesting take as well, and I appreciate that the skepticism involved in this and not seeing things in such a black and white view. Personally, I feel like we have a matriarchal system that's been active from the dawn of time in nature, and that women rule over men naturally in a nature way. And societally, I think we're trying to intentionally put men in power, but I think women have always just been in power already. And so, what men are really trying to do is we're trying to pat ourselves on the back and compensate for our insecurity by having a better role for ourselves. But I think that role is a societally imposed role of leadership that men don't really do so well at. When men are led to be a leader in a society or even in a tribe without being held accountable by a female partner, I think that's where the danger comes in. And this began, according to Ken Wilber, when agriculture began and women became having a high prevalence of miscarriage from working in the fields with the animals. And so they became centered in the home. They became locked and caged in the home since the beginning of agriculture. And so it's just now that women are now finally being allowed to come out of the home, come in back into the fields, come back into the workplace, come into the worship centers. Women are not allowed to preach a lot of times in the worship centers, but the Mormons do. They allow women to preach there. There's some places that are allowing. We see an uprising of the matriarchy that has been kept down for such a long time. There's definitely an uprising of it. I wouldn't say that the women societally are in power to a very large degree right now, although you have to consider the fact that there's a lot of female prime ministers right now for the first time in a lot of huge countries like Brazil and India, Iceland. They've been making big moves to square up with women having equal rights. So there's been a lot of moves being made, and I would think that behind whatever the facade of society that we create, the matriarchy has always been in charge, and always will be. But I think it's been good for men to take the leadership role in exchange for women being in leadership, just for us to have see things from both sides. And I'm sure there's going to be detriments to having women having led our society before the current history. I'm sure there were detriments, and there's probably a big impetus for men to overthrow women because we were subjugated during the golden matriarchy to becoming the consorts and servants of women. And they were the goddesses and we were their consorts. So I could see why we would want to flip the script and then take the power back, but I don't think we really ever got the power back. We just kind of turned things into a money game so that we can impress our mate. It was all about finding the right bride, finding the right woman, being able to get the right woman in our lives to be able to impress her with what we're doing in the world, building the right nest egg.
I think what Mexico was referring to was the idea that the phytoestrogens in our chemicals and food in the air has there's a kind of a cultural as above so below type reflection in the kind of demonization of masculinity that's happening in our culture right now. I think that's what Mexico was
I wanted to mention that too. I'm with you on the fact that we don't need to become timid and frail and passive, but we do need to balance our strength with humility. I think that's very important. And as far as the female role, I feel like they're really trying to push us from men to become more of a woman and for women to become more of a man. And I think that's the antithesis of what we're really trying to do. And that's a really good way to sidetrack us from where we're trying to go. Because if we're able to do this, we'll be able to take some power back. And they're probably going to try to prevent that. But if we can have women take a maternal role, women have maternal instincts of care and compassion and empathy and understanding, which is extremely vital to be able to bring that to the leadership table. And men aren't going to be able to bring that. So if we make women into these aggressive, masculine, tough women that are cutthroat business women and bring them to the table to become leaders, it's not going to be much different than what we had as a patriarchy or the facade of it that we live in now, that's being overcome gradually. But I think
you
yeah, go on.
No, please carry on.
I just think it'd be very important to have the women in the maternal role that they can have in a place of power where they hold accountability for us and they can bring guidance to us in our leadership. And I think it's important for men to have that humility to counterbalance our strength and prevent us from getting into arrogance and greed. That can be a detriment for us.
I think you're both making really valid points and really correct and like really fundamental. You know, I like Cosmic's idea that the masculine has been demonized, which is a total, like it is a joke. And I agree with you as well. We're definitely at this point where we need to be aware of these different currents because we need to be able to sit within the middle. And so, but I thought to look at this from a different perspective. Like what we're looking at it from here seems to me within the personal context, like people, right? And I thought, let's look at it from a macrocosmic concept, as in like what's happening on a social programming level. Because there's, on the personal, I agree with you guys totally. But I thought, let's look at the masculine and the feminine first for a moment. So I've got two cards here. And I think these both represent something quite powerful. So on the one side here, we've got the high priestess. And the high priestess represents initiation and that nurturing process that leads to gnosis, self-knowledge. I'm using the word gnosis to mean self-knowledge, not a tradition, because that's what the word gnosis comes from in ancient Greek. It means to self-knowledge. So the process towards self-knowledge is a feminine process. And the process of teaching is a masculine process. So here we've got the Hierophant, which is the priest, which was always called father, right? And father was then replaced by big brother. Yeah. And so we've got big brother watching us, where before we had the father watching us. And it's all about being taught, educated, and turning us into schooled people, like fishes, schooled. And so the symbol of the masculine teacher is hiding behind the symbol of the fish. Interesting, because they want us to be in a school of thought, right? And so it represents on a macrocosmic level being taught and spoon-fed information, masculine. Feminine represents going within to discover our own information, but being nurtured. So is the state nurturing us or is the state teaching us? I think this is an interesting question. I think we are being turned into becoming feminized. We are being feminized. We are being made feminine so that they can better teach us. So that there can be a chemical wedding between state, macrocosmic state, and the personal subject. And the subject will then be subjective to this state, which will be above us, this masculine force, but we will all be turned into feminine. And so feminine involves being receptive, right? And so there's a very big difference between these two archetypes, right? The father and the mother, as they're represented. Literally, Isis, the mother, father. And so I think that like what you guys are saying is completely right. We are being made more feminine in the way that men are supposed to behave. And I think women as well. But women are reacting to being made more feminine by becoming masculine. It's very interesting. And I think it's because of a natural defense system within the woman being overloaded with progesterone. And being overloaded with progesterone cuts them off from their oxytocin. And so they're not really connected with their wombs anymore, right? And I think Mexico's question is so on point. Mexico was saying she thought she had made a mistake, but I got your question. What is the link between the matriarchal system we live in and the phytoestrogen? Well, I think the matriarchal system is that educational system, is that system of Big Brother and the church and the government that is controlling us. Because when you're being controlled from the outside in, this is masculine. And so I look at, like, if you look at it from a, and I'm sure Mexico will get this because this is up your up your alley, so to speak. If you look at anthroposophical concepts, you've got, when you look at the eighth sphere, it's broken into a polarity between Luciferianism and Ahrimanism. Sorry, I was trying to roll that word off the tongue. But so you've got Ahriman and you've got Lucifer. Lucifer is all about free will, going within yourself, self-discovery. Ahriman is all about imposing that will upon us. Ahriman is an overly masculine reflection. Lucifer is a highly feminine reflection of those two poles. I think the state is becoming Ahrimanic, right? And we are becoming Luciferian, if that makes sense to you. And so the Luciferian is all about me, my feelings. And this is a very feminine thing, because women are very much into their feelings, into their individuality, because they have to be, because they have got to be ready for a child. Men are generally not in the past been that way, because we are there to support the woman, right? That's our role. Because like, we're going to put a baby in her, right? We got to make sure that there's no danger for that baby. We got to make sure that that woman is safe now, because she's going to get all swollen. She's going to be all hormonal. She's going to have sore feet. She's going to need certain resources to make her feel comfortable. And then she's going to need safety around her, not dangerous things that are going to endanger her child. So the father's role is to make boundaries and to put safe boundaries around the environment, and to act in such a way as to create a stability so that the woman doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff, because it's in the woman's nature to worry more than the man, if that makes sense. And the reason it's in the woman's nature more to worry than the man is because the woman has more skin in the game, in a sense. She's carrying this passenger. She's more aware of this passenger than the man is. The man becomes aware. Suddenly the baby comes out. And he's like, oh my gosh, there's the baby. Oh, wow. Before, it was an abstract thing to him. It was never an abstract thing to the woman. She was like, oh my gosh, it's kicking. Oh, ooh, it's hungry. I better feed it. Ooh, ooh, it's making me pee. The women are always viscerally in tune with this other third element, this being that are being brought together by the man and the woman. So I think that you guys are right, that the tide is moving towards us becoming more feminized. And I think that this brings us back to your question, Mexico. They want us to be feminized so that the state can become masculinated. And then the masculine state can control us with an iron rod, because like the father represents discipline. The father represents teaching. The father represents creating these boundaries. The mother represents nurturing, represents giving and allowing, right? So the mother wants to just give the child all the nutrients the child needs and let the child grow, let the child be. The father wants to come in and create like all these boundaries around the child and rules and safety, watch out for that. The mom's like focusing on nurturing. The father's, that's the classical idea that's represented by these two cards. And here you can see, like, look what he's holding. He's holding his hand up almost as if to say, like, I'm making the rules. Yeah, right? And he's got his wand up there as if to show, like, listen. And she's here showing, like, well, the rules are secondary. I'm going to put them under my clothes. They're not as important. What's more important is look at the tree of pomegranates behind me. You see what I'm saying? She's like, you'll find that tree of pomegranates on your own. You don't really need the scroll that I've got. My scroll is mine. I'm going to keep it under my but you're going to get your own scroll. I'm going to nurture you to find your own scroll so you can find your own tree of pomegranates. But the male is like, no, this is how it is. Da, 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 da. These are the rules. And I've got a staff in my right hand. Look at me. Here it is. I've got the authority. So the whole authoritarianism that we're experiencing politically and financially by the super corporations that control the economy, this, I believe, is an element of this this basic this division between us being feminized and the state being masculine. And so the masculine state is then is first they made men subjugate women, right? I don't think this was natural. I think it was done in the last few centuries. When they removed women from university in the 1800s, it's all on the records. You can go and check it out. Go and look at any university, a lot of the archive records, it's there. The university deans were talking to each other like in the 1800s, like, how are we going to remove all these women from university? They shouldn't be here. Let's get rid of them. Let's start making it harder for women. Let's start changing things. Da, da, da. And then you look at the old photographs in the archives, there were a lot of women in the classes. Suddenly then there were no women. Oh, so there used to be women in the universities and then they were removed. And when they were removed, then they became housewives. So there's been this sculpting of society and changing of the way that we live, and it's been going on for centuries. And I think that we've now reached the culmination point where they've now played the sexes against each other. They put the men on top, they put the woman underneath, made the woman feel suppressed. Then they said to the men, look, you're men, you're Marlboro men, you can smoke cigarettes, it's masculine power. Then they made the woman smoke cigarettes, and then the woman came up, and now they're saying to the men, well, now you men are evil. First, women were evil. Think of how they brainwashed us. The church came along, and, oh, women are evil. Oh, women are evil. Original sin. Oh, women are evil. Now, men are evil. You see? So they're playing this game with us so that we are like bouncing around, and that makes us more receptive, makes us feel more insecure. And when we're more insecure, we feel more vulnerable. When we're more vulnerable, we're more likely to take it into ourselves and go, I suppose we should listen to what you say then, shouldn't we? So I think that's the division. And I think these phytoestrogens are vitally important for feminizing men and damaging women's ability to breed. So women lose their ability to be women. Men have to become like women. Men and women are in this locked up battle between what it means to be a man and a woman, and physically, I mean, in terms of breeding. And the state takes the role of the male. And so the men can't play the role of the male. The state will play the role of the male. So in the home, the man won't teach the child, right? Now the woman, because her womb's being damaged by the estrogen, she can't nurture her child as well as she would be able to if she was healthy emotionally, because there's a connection between emotions and physical, right? So if we're physically harming our physical ability to breed properly, we're physically harming our ability to emotionally reflect these elements of consciousness and these aspects of being that represent the divine fundamental differences between masculine and feminine archetypes as they reflect force. So women are losing their ability to nurture. Men are losing their ability to set down boundaries and to protect their families, right? Like they used to. Protect was an important part. If you go back like many centuries ago, like, you know, nobody could come in and mess with people's children. But now the state can come in and mess with your kids, can't they? Think about it. Things have changed. I don't know. What do you guys think about that as a notion?
About in regards to what?
That the masculination is happening on a governmental level, and that on the one side it's becoming a patriarchy, because patri means masculine, means father. But on a personal level, it's becoming matriarchal. And it's becoming matriarchal on a personal level because the diet, and we're being forced into a matriarchal state of mind. But while we're being forced into a matriarchal state of mind, there's a patriarchy rising up above us as a state that's laying down the rules.
Yeah. All right. I don't know. I guess it's just kind of like your standard sort of dominance play, you know, weaken the person you want to control to, you know, essentially empower yourself. It's kind of a story as old as time. But I guess when it comes to, like, you know, the systems of control, I was kind of thinking you're talking about the dynamic between Ahriman and Lucifer earlier. And I can't help but kind of think, when thinking about that there's kind of that Lucifer has elements of Ahriman and Ahriman has elements of Lucifer. I mean, if you think about it, if you're somebody who's really Luciferian and you're selfish, you're going to impose that Luciferian will in an Ahrimanic way where you control and you dominate people. Likewise, if you're the Ahriman type, you have that sort of Luciferian looseness and independence in which you feel justified in imposing that Ahrimanic will onto the public. So in a lot of ways, it's like they're kind of it's almost like Lucifer and Ahriman are kind of like the same thing. It's like Ahriman is the external and Lucifer is the kind of the internal sort of side of like the forces of darkness. And I think when it comes to the masculine and feminine in regards to society, it's like they're attacking it from both ends. And this is not a matter of like the patriarchy trying to dominate the matriarchy or the matriarchy trying to dominate the patriarchy. It's this kind of like this other thing where it's this sort of androgynous force that wants to get rid of both masculinity and femininity. This kind of this dark sort of Thanatos living kind of androgyny force, which is like, you know, much darker than anything we've really faced before, you know, culturally. It's this thing that's kind of like, it's not really, you know, it's not really man versus woman. It's man and woman and a little gremlin sort of like saying, hey, the other one hit you, and pitting the two against each other, realizing that we've been duped the whole time, you know? Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Supposedly the gods were androgynous. They were described as kind of all having breasts and hips and long hair and being very curvy looking. And they supposedly were also known as the serpent or snake people because they were blue skinned and had scales and were scaly. And so it's interesting if the gods did return to their sanctuary and exile the fallen angels and the human legions of their war legions. I think it'd be interesting to see would they want to push us towards taking away from the masculine and feminine aspects to become androgynous as well, because you have to think about like the Hopi prophecy is that when men become women and women become men, it will be a changing of ages, and we'll come into a new age, and the rainbow tribe will rise up to bring us into salvation. So that kind of stuff has always kind of been confusing to me. Maybe there's an aspect of pushing us towards androgyny. I never considered this, but that makes a lot of sense.
Totally. And I think this is why they're doing it. And when I say they, I'm talking about the super corporations that are poisoning us, is because when a man in his masculinity embraces the divine, the feminine, he becomes powerful. And when a woman deep in her femininity embraces her inner masculine, she becomes powerful. And then you've got this powerful chemical wedding between a powerful man and a powerful woman that makes for a powerful system, powerful family, which then is going to breed powerful children. But what they want is men that aren't masculine trying to be women, and women that aren't feminine trying to be men. You see how the twist works. And I think diet is a big way that this gets done, because now we're ending up with women that are struggling to have babies. Thank God from our generation, my generation, like women didn't have this problem. Like I had to be bloody careful, right? I had to be careful not to have babies.
Yeah.
Like I had to really get that rhythm method working, How do you have such a long relationship without having babies? It's all in the rhythm, baby. But like understanding how the rhythm works, there's a rhythm to the lunar potentials in a woman's womb, and most men didn't. I used to meet so many men. I was like, you don't know how this works? Basically, mate, memorize this. Day 12 to day 16. No. In fact, day 10 to day 12, be very careful. Day 16 to day 18, be very careful. Day 12 to day 16, no. So think of it that there's 2 periods in a month. That's the way you had to think about it. And if you operated within that dynamic and you kept track of the time, you didn't make babies. But you just deviate from that once. There was babies in our days, right? Now, I've got so many clients coming to me like, we can't have babies. I'm like, what the hell? You can't have babies? What do you mean? You have sex, the babies come. That's just what happens. That's how I grew up. Not anymore. And I think that like the physical body being damaged is representing this damage of the masculine and damage of the feminine. And I think it's quite, it's quite sad to see women not being women and to see men not being men. And I'm all for men being in tune with their feminine. I think this has been what's been missing in the past. I think men weren't in tune with their feminine. And it's sort of when a man's not in tune with his feminine, he becomes a right twat, right? Because a man that's not in tune with his feminine wants to push a woman down because he's insecure, right? A man that's in tune with his feminine wants to nurture a woman because he wants his woman to be more powerful. And a woman that's in tune with her masculine, she's not going to just worship at the feet of her man. She's also going to meet the man halfway. You see? So there's this like intricate balance that we are moving. And I think that Hopi thing is so on point, Indy. Because like when a powerful masculine man can go into his emotions and become really sensitive and feel emotions and even cry, and when a woman that's strong in her feminine can also understand like boundaries and those kind of masculine elements, you end up with a very integrated human being, don't you? Like high integrity.
Mm-hmm.
Integrity,
Union,
authenticity.
That's the sacred union of alchemy. You want to be able to introduce the subtle aspect of the opposite gender to balance yours. And if you look at parenting, like a father can be a better parent if he's very disciplinary, but uses nurture with that discipline. Is you have to do this, but I'm doing this because I love you. Versus you have to do this or I'm going to beat your ass. It's a very different thing. You know what I mean? And living out of fear is very different than feeling loved. And a mother, in the same way, but in a reciprocal aspect, can be very nurturing, but use some aspect of discipline with her. Now, if a mother says, I know your father said not to do this, but I want you to do everything he said not to do because I love you. You should be allowed to do whatever you want. When parents go against each other like that, the kids don't learn, right? They don't figure out how to become disciplined. They figure out how to get around it, find a shortcut, figure their way around having to do what they're supposed to do. That can be tough. Now, if a mother does use a little bit of discipline with that nurture, says, I know it's hard for you to have to follow these rules. I'm going to let you get a break this one time, but you should really try to follow this rule. That's a very different experience.
Dude, I've been thinking about buying a .22 air rifle so I can shoot your drone down.
Get him. What drone?
Because you've been watching my house, haven't you? You've been watching my house, dude. I'm going to shoot that drone down, bro.
Oh, no.
I actually have been thinking about buying an Air 2 rifle to shoot down drones. But you're so right, man. I'm suffering with that in my home at the moment.
It's a hard thing. A lot of parents suffer
hard
with
thing,
that.
Man.
Yeah. When parents can be on the
so on
page,
point.
It really helps because the kids can kind of try to play the parents and try to separate keep them on the opposite sides, and the parents take it against each other. Like, I told you to keep that kid in order. What the heck happened? So it can really mess things up when we don't have that balance within that sacred union within us to be able to have a little bit of the opposite to make things work in a better way. And if you end up in a situation where those two parents are separated, you'll be that much better off instead of having to go back and forth between extremes. If they have been balanced within each other, you'll be able to have a balanced experience with either one. So it makes them better as a team as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you say, I think the masculine force used to be so out of balance. Like the idea of beating children, like where did that come from? Do you know what I mean? Like you say, that's like very harsh forms of like making a child do what you want out of fear for their own physical safety. Yeah.
This could be something that might be a little bit more recent than we think, because when we've torn away from the shadow with this times of strong egoism, it's it's hard for us to understand that there's an imbalance there. And when we don't have that aspect of deeper understanding, and too focused on the separation of self, it's hard to even know that there's work to be done. But with shadow work, we can really understand how we can balance ourselves more, and that there's a deeper aspect of ourselves that's been pushed down.
Yeah, I think, this is a very interesting point in the conditioning, like you say, towards beating your children. I think it came from the Bible. I think they put it in the Bible that you must rule your kids with a rod. And that's the translation we all learned, right? How many times? Okay, so let's just do this. How many times have they retranslated the Bible in the last 20 years? How many times has Bible been re-edited in past 20 years? So
what happens is
they don't want you to know, eh? How many revisions has the Bible gone through?
The parents will blame a kid for
5,000.
5,000.
50,000 changes.
50,000.
50,000 changes were made in the New Testament alone.
Wow.
Now, how many years did it take them to make those 30,000 small changes? And I bet you the rod was one of them. But we don't even have the books anymore for the old translations from like the 1600s, because we're just told that, we're just going to believe what you say. There weren't any. But it's just very interesting. Like, it was that Bible thing that taught people you need to beat your kids or you are not godly. And it was literally in the syntax, like, you got to rule your kids with a rod. And in the old days, a rod meant a cane. And so in my high school, we got beaten, and beating was a big part of our I think Mexico's right. Parents were being not just allowed, they were being influenced to become narcissistic by religion. What a scary concept. The whole idea that the so-called religion that's supposed to make us better people was causing us to become like hurtful towards our children, where now we've realized that like I couldn't imagine beating my child. Sure, I do know how to confiscate toys. I do know how to ban screen time.
Oh.
Those are far more intellectually rupturing, aren't they? I'm going to take your toys, confiscate. I'm going to ban your screen time. I'm going to not give you any sweets, no desserts. Like, it's more like there's a carrot. I'll take the carrot away if you don't do what I want. As opposed to, it's like training a dog, right? You can't train a dog with a stick, right? But you can train a dog with a bag of jerky, right? Like, you do what I want, I'm going to give you a treat. That dog will do anything for you, right? But try and train a dog with a stick. And the moment, like, I've known people who've been like cruel with their dogs and beaten their dogs. And you know what? The moment they like turn their back, the dogs are like really bad, naughty. So like it's the same with children. Maybe they wanted us to become bad people, resenting the fact that we were abused as kids. And so the religion, I'm just like, I'm actually still gagging over the fact that there have been 30,000 changes made.
That kind of like makes me think about something else. Do you feel like, when it comes to like holy texts and scriptures, do you feel that when something is written down, that's it, that every iteration and change after that is just like an addendum and not the real thing? Or are these scriptures more like they more like they evolve over time, and there really isn't, it's not really true from the beginning or the end? That's something I've been thinking about. And I also wanted to point out to Mexico's comment about the Christian God being narcissistic, because like the more I think about it, the more it makes sense, because you have, I think what makes the story with Yahweh, sort of the initial biblical God, was that he was, you know, part of the Babylonian, sort of the Mesopotamian pantheon. I'm not sure if it was Canaanite or Assyrian or Babylonian or whatever, but the idea was that every tribe sort of had a god, you know, and then eventually, because at one point the Jews, their temple was destroyed, and the idea was every god was associated with the temple, and so they're just like, well, we could either get a new god, or we can just say that our God is literally the God of everything. And I think what really happened was when we decided that God is literally perfect and totally flawless, there's this point where it's like, you know, you can't challenge that. But I started to think, well, who else is like that in real life but narcissistic people? Narcissists think that they are all knowing and all powerful. That they can't be questioned, that they have all the answers. Everyone else is wrong, and everything is your fault, and none of it is my fault. And I guess when it comes to, like, you know, parenting, I think that sort of ethos was reflected onto that, and they feel that, you know, and I think it's also going back to the masculine and feminine. For some reason, it seems like that culture had a very, being as patriarchal as it was, had a kind of an antithetical sort of relationship with nature. Because if you think about it from like the Judeo-Christian sort of like cosmological perspective in regards to nature, nature is this kind of secondary offshoot of God, this kind of this blind mechanical machine that is basically controlled by the will of God. And so the idea is that this nature, you know, without God's will and God's oversight, will just, you know, go into chaos and, you know, destruction and madness. And only when God sort of like whips things into, you know, into place, that the machine works and orders in its own kind of way. And I think that's kind of like how they look at children. The children are these kind of these wild feral animals, and if we don't, you know, train them and discipline them difficulty, they're just going to be, you know, eating people like zombies or whatever. So, but they don't. Well, with Christianity and like the whole idea of original sin, and it's like there's no sense that nature has its own intrinsic goodness within itself, that goodness and love are these things kind of completely outside of nature, not intrinsic to it, that sort of was kind of like inserted or inseminated by God, if you will, rather than being its own kind of force itself. And I think maybe that's where a lot of this beating came, is that in the sense that when we sort of mechanized the physical world and saw the world as a machine, we see other people as these kind of soulless machines that need to be, you know, controlled and manipulated in order for things to, you know, move in, you know, order to function in a proper way. So I don't know. I guess it kind of comes back to this whole metaphysical relationship between nature and God, and is it sentient and is it not? And I think by removing the sentience from nature, by saying it's this kind of this secondary soulless creation by God for us, then that gives us a sense that, oh, well, then we can just basically, you know, go to town and, you know, rip it apart and do as we please. I think there's this kind of disconnect that happens by, you know, trying to align yourself with this idea of this totally perfect God and this totally perfect being. We alienate ourselves, because then we always see ourselves as flawed and imperfect, because we're always thinking about something that's, you know, better than us. And I think that in some ways, some people might argue, well, that gives us like a you know, a goalpost to strive for, to improve, to get better. And there's definitely truth and validity to that, but I think it can also alienate us and make us feel, you know, harangued with guilt and not really trust ourselves. You know, so, and I guess that's kind of like the idea with like the whole beating thing, like why they do that is because you think of nature as this blind, chaotic force. Then if the universe is this blind, chaotic force, then the only thing that can, you know, keep it in line is the harsh, you know, will of God, you know, God smiting the unbelievers and putting everything in a check, because without them, God, it's all just blind chaos. But when you see nature as having not only intelligence, but also aspects of compassion being laden within it, then that kind of viewpoint doesn't really make sense anymore. So if we're thinking about, like, from a narrative perspective, leaving the Garden of Eden, I think maybe in a sense, really the irony is it's like eating like embracing this kind of monotheistic Judeo-Christian aspect, that was the actual eating of the apple. That's a thought to consider.
Yeah, and you have to consider that in the ancient times, they said the fault was in our stars, and now we blame the kids. So if the fault was in our stars, the work was within. You're not changing the stars. If you know that your horoscope shows that you're going to have a predisposition towards this idiosyncrasy, then you know you need to work on that, and you need to be able to temper that with humility and understand that you have an inclination to acting out in a certain way. Then you work on yourself. And if you see yourself acting out in a certain way when the kids are around and they made you upset and they triggered you, you step outside and you work on yourself. Now, when you blame the kid, you made me angry. I didn't have anything to do with this. You made me angry, so you need to be punished. Makes it so the parent doesn't have any chance to go into a self-understanding, self-mastery type of perspective. They're not reflecting on, oh, I have a trigger from something else that this kid has activated. I need to work on. I don't need to be triggered like this and respond with emotional reaction like that to my child negatively. So we have more wisdom now that's coming to the forefront, but for a long time, we didn't really understand shadow. And so you can really see, and I thank you, Cosmic, for bringing this up, that we wrongfully blame these kids for the problem, and we lose our chance to work on ourselves, just like with the gender confusion, where we're either pushed towards unbalanced extremes or complete abandonment of our own gender and adopting the opposite. We're being lost from being able to have a sacred union of balance, maintaining our gender and then balancing it with the opposite subtle gender aspect. So yeah,
I like what you're both saying, and I think, you know, I agree with what you're saying as well about, like, parents escaping their own self evaluation with the children dynamic, and it's a very difficult thing. Like, I've caught myself at times when I've got to sort of be firm with him, and like, for example, like if he hurts the dogs or if he hurts an animal, then I find myself becoming like annoyed because I'm like my dogs are also my kids. So I'm like, how dare you hurt the dog, you know? Which is something I've been observing in myself, and but I've also realized, you know, there's more. There's these two sides of the story happening. That is so true. With the gender thing, you know, I think the problem in my mind with the gender thing is this bloody need for labels. We're living in a world where everybody's pressured into having a label. It's subtle, it's unconscious, but there's this pressure to be labeled instead of people just being what they want to be. You know, you can be whatever you are. It doesn't have to be this. It doesn't have to be that. It can be whatever. You can be unique. We have been pressured into schools to have like crew cuts, wear uniform, or wear the same clothes, or say the same words, or walk in the same file, single file patterns, all have the same answers to questions, all have the same homogenized attitude, homogenized knowledge, homogenized everything. And so it's so focused on homogeny. This masculine force is all about homogenization. But this feminine force is all about individuation, right? So we speak about individuation, we're talking about the feminine. We're talking about and what starts the process of individuation is, and now we're getting back to the body. Wow, it's like, woo, 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 back we come. Tether. The moon. So the lunar influence is that sublimation element. So the ability to sublimate is to go into your unconscious and look at the unconscious forces that are shaping your perspective, attitude, and directing one's choices. And so all of these three elements are being sort of moved by our unconscious forces. And sublimation is the act of going in to resolve these loose ends and figure out what makes us tick, as it were, to put it back in terms of Saturn. And so the sublimation is this divine feminine principle. And then we've got this principle of this masculine, the opposite, right? Labels. Put a label on everything, compartmentalize everything, put everything into a neat little box. There's a question, there's an answer. Every question has an answer. Every answer has a question. Everything fits into this little situation. And we don't have to have any grays. It's all black and white. And so I think this is a problem when it comes to that identification, because people aren't allowed to just be whatever they are. Without needing a label, just be whatever you are. Like, okay, so you're different. If we were all just allowed to be different in school, allowed to be different, allowed to be unique, we wouldn't have this problem. So I think that the symptom of this sexual re-identification or needing a label has got to do with the fact that we are so crammed into a box in our education systems that we sort of feel we need to break out. And getting back to what Cosmic was saying as well, Cosmic, I think you were doing a mic drop, dude.
Yes.
Mic drop, clank. You unpacked so much there, man. I almost want to listen to it again to get all the little nuances. But definitely, I think there's so much in that. There's so much to be looked at and understood by this idea of this blame game that we're playing, and the way in which this identification model works. And speaking about you started off with the deity of the Semites, the Semite deity, this Yahweh that we all have been sort of afflicted by and conflicted with, all these new translations of these books. And I see that, and you know what I see? I'll do this while I'm talking. What I see when I'm looking at that is I see, and I'm pretty sure it's not in the top. I'm pretty sure it's not in the top. So what I see when I'm looking at that is I see Saturn. I see the father. I see that fatherly archetype. And I see that archetype that has been shaped to sort of move us in a particular direction. And that direction has got to do with sort of being imprisoned, being in a state of being manipulated and controlled, and in changing our behavioral patterns. It's all been such a powerful reflection of what I can only call the sphere of Capricorn. Capricorn being Saturn's, element. And so here we see this notion. Obviously, this isn't really a religious concept when we're talking about the devil. We're talking about that aspect within ourselves that we trap ourselves with. We entrap ourselves with our thoughts and our belief structures. And I think that deity is such a Saturnial element that it's trying to impose this upon us using the subtle tactics, right? So that we will follow this. And so what does this represent? You're going to go to hell if you don't do what you're told, right? Hell is waiting for you. You don't follow the rules in this book, it's hell for you, buddy. You're going to burn. You're going to burn for a long time. Oh, look, the chain on their necks. So the one chain on the one neck is the fear of hell. The other chain on the other neck is, if you do well, you'll be rewarded and you'll go to heaven. So there's the carrot, there's the stick. Choose one or the other. Whichever one you're doing it for the wrong reason, because you've got personal interests, personal skin in the game. I'm being a good person so that I can go to heaven. Ooh, isn't that a path towards narcissism? Shouldn't we be good people because we want to help other people? So am I being a good person because I'm scared I'm going to go to hell? Shouldn't we be a good person because we don't want other people to suffer? You see, there's these two subtle ways of looking at it. So yeah. I think that this is a Saturnial thing, and it brings us back to Capricorn, which is very much bringing the energy back down to the knees, right? The knees. What is the knee? To bend a knee, it's about control. To bend a knee is to be subservient. And so we had to be subservient to the church. Hence, the sacred day was Saturn, but they had to hide that from us, so they changed the sacred day to Sunday. Ooh, a little bit of trickery. Let's say it's all about your skin. No, it's not about your skin. It's the fundamental structure. It's the fundamental bones of this cosmological system that we're talking about here. We're not talking about the skin of Jupiter. We're not talking about how, the skin represents all the good luck, all the wonderful nutrition that you can get. You see it in your skin. Your skin looks good. It means you've been eating well. Your bones, you can't see. It's a secret. It's hidden in there. It's like this guy's behind these two. They can't see him. He's backstage, right? The bones are inside your body. You can't tell your bone health just by looking at it. You can tell them by the way it behaves. Bump your bone, and is it really sore? Ooh, is your bone strong? Can you take a good bang and you're still feeling okay? That's bone health. So, I think that sort of brings back to what you were saying. And I think what you're saying is really on point, Cosmic, just looking at the way in which the patriarchal system has been sold to us, and it's all about patriarchy, right? Even God is a man. And this makes me think about ancient land of Kim in ancient Egypt. Wasn't it beautiful how they had two temples? Yeah? The temple of Ra and the temple of Isis. Wasn't there something quite healthy about the notion of this? What do you guys think?
There's a lot to unpack there. But I've also been toying with this this idea that I'm surprised more people don't talk about this. I know a lot of people talk about, the God of the Bible being the sort of the demiurge. I've been toying with the idea that Satan and Jehovah are basically the same being, and in the sense of that, like Jehovah thinks of himself as this perfect, just, good being who can never do wrong. And Satan is kind of this, like, is the projection of his shadow self. And that's why I want to hear Indy's thoughts on this, because I'm thinking that in the same way humans have their shadow self, they have their sort of shadow side. I think that Satan is God's shadow of the Bible. I think that makes more sense because you think about it. God wants to think of himself as this perfectly just, even though he can be tyrannical and, terrible, and which are all the qualities that the devil possesses. And both the Jehovah and the sort of the Baphomet goat herd, they both have Capricorn elements associated. They're both Saturnian in nature. So I think that a lot of ways it's really just one being that sort of split itself into two because it can't accept the negative aspects of itself. It completely denies it, just like any narcissist would, where they have this internal sense. See, that's the thing about narcissism. It's kind of tricky, is that true narcissists don't know they're narcissists. They trick themselves so thoroughly that even they don't know that they're manipulating themselves. And so in order to do that, you have to create this image of this, like, perfect, flawless being that can never do anything wrong. And that's how, because they're trying to, they escape into that persona to deal with some kind of trauma or, insecurity. And I think we've taken that pathology and we sort of reflected it onto our gods and to our culture, and to go back to the devil symbolism card, I had my own kind of take on. I was just thinking about it now. We're talking about the masculine and feminine being, hijacked by culture, being kind of inverted and switched around. I think maybe that's another way you can look at the Rider-Waite devil card, is that the male and the female are chained and tethered to this Baphomet-like figure. And we all know that Baphomet was androgynous because he had one side, you had the male nipple, and the other side, the female nipple. And so basically what that card's really saying is that the male and female are both chained to the androgynous and limited by that, rather than being able to find the necessarily elements within themselves. And if you think about the devil card is almost a direct opposite of the Lovers card, which is both a male and a female, but not chained in kind of this open garden-like place. So I think there's another message that's kind of relates more to the current situation in that card. And what's kind of cool about the devil card is that although they are chained, the chains are loose enough that they can easily take them off of their heads. So obviously the chain is more of a mental prison than a literal physical one.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
To respond to your question about whether Lucifer is the shadow of God, I think that's a really good question. And we see that there's two ways to answer this. The word Satan has been interpreted to mean an aspect of oneself, the inner adversary. And so we see King David being shown to have Satan within, the inner adversary within, putting him into danger. And so he was, used violence, and so committed a transgression in the act, but was able to save his people. And so he can understand that he should not glorify the violence of his act, but should glorify the protection of his people, and understand that he should have priorities to his values in that sense. And he should understand his inner adversary and not glorify his transgressive ways. So in a similar sense, we have Jesus representing himself as the morning star, or the bringer of light. So there's an interplay there that happens between the hero and the enemy that within.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, looking at this too. And I like what you're saying, and I think it ties in with what was being said here by Cosmic about the fundamental archetype of the savior and the devil, use that word loosely, being the same thing. And my understanding is like this: all of these new words have been invented in all these 30,000 additions to the Bible, right? 30,000 upgrades, just to call it that. 30,000 grades, regrades.
1624.
Yeah, but originally it was the Lucifer, or Satan was the not challenger. There's a word for it.
Jesus.
I know.
Was like testing us.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So I think on some fundamental level, what we're looking at there is like a adversary. That's the commonly entitled translation, I think, from Arabic as adversary. So when we look at what an adversary is not necessarily a bad thing, right? An adversary can keep us in check. So like we like to look at this card in a really negative context, but I'm gonna like now play the devil's advocate. Let's look at the positive context in this card. Let's stretch our mind like beyond conditioning and see it as like, okay, so what can we learn from matter? What can we learn from matter? Maybe this card is teaching us that on a personal level, we need to go into our own darkness, and we need to rein in our masculine and rein in our feminine and keep them both close to our heart. But we need to do it in such a way that's gentle enough that it's not, like you say, that the ring around the neck, they can escape, but they stay there because they want to be there. That's an interesting concept, like that's, I think, an important concept. Like my dogs listen to me because they want to listen to me, not because I ever hit them, because I taught them how to want to listen to me. It cost me a lot of money on jerky, but I did it, and so it's an interesting concept of looking at like what does the worldly teacher to us. So I think like it's very interesting. Like we look at this and we automatically react like, oh, these two are chained. But what if these two want to be in competition with each other? And so on some level, they're being reined in to an androgynous, balanced perspective so that they are both sort of serving the same fundamental intention. Now, that's an interesting way of looking at it, but it involves looking at reining in our darkness, reining in our shadows, our two aspects of our shadow, and getting them to work for us. It's an interesting concept. Just thought I'd put it out there just to look at this card from a different perspective, because it's easy to want to demonize Saturn and want to demonize Capricorn, but there's something good in it. But Mexico asked earlier, what's the difference between fatherly and masculine? Is that right? What is the difference between a masculine influence and a fatherly influence? Is there a difference? And that, I think, is very, very interesting, because I don't think there is a difference. However, when there is a lack of balance, the masculine or fatherly influence becomes degenerative. And I think it's the same with motherly, feminine principle. I think when there's a lack of balance, the feminine principle can become degenerative as well. So that's quite an interesting idea to sort of to stretch out there, that it's when the masculine influence, which I don't see a difference in specifically, I see fatherly as being an expression of masculine, but the word fatherly represents a healthy masculine influence, where a masculine influence doesn't have to be healthy, it can be toxic. And the moment a masculine influence isn't healthy, it's toxic, it's not in balance with the feminine. So there needs to be this reining in of the masculine and feminine so that they can both become healthy and positive. So this card then is the 15th card, right? And so as the 15th card, it leads to Sagittarius. It leads to Temperance. So if you take the tarot pack and you find the card for Temperance, okay, let's do this while I'm talking. So these principles, once they are brought into a state of balance and harmony, that we are moving towards gaining a sense of self-control and a sense of not allowing one's impulses to override one's logic, but not allowing one's logic to control, to dominate one's impulses to the point that either one is being suppressed or repressed. Then we can reach into a point of a perspective which we can consider as being healthy, balanced, positive. So then we move from that sphere, which is the sphere of Saturn, right, which represents Capricorn. But from Capricorn, we're then going to move towards this. So from Capricorn, we move towards this, Temperance. So when we get our eggs in a line, our ducks in a line, and we embrace this and bring this into harmony, we then move towards Temperance, and we start to apply this, which is the way you take metals. For those of you interested in metallurgy, you can make metal stronger and more resilient by tempering metal, right? And so you can make a knife that's not going to become blunt by tempering the metal, or a sword or a katana, for example. And so this temperance is necessary to producing a better quality of metal. And so the temperance on the personal level is representing becoming a better person, right? So then when these two have been brought into a state of balance and harmony, we then go to what we can call tzaddik, which is the star. And when we look at the star is the culmination of these two principles coming into a state of balance, right? And so we're talking about the sign of Aquarius, where all the things are being put together, and there's a sense of purification that happens on the internal subjective level. So these two brought into alignment produces this as the ascent. First, checking these two forces, bringing them into balance actively, reining in a certain element of self-control, but not too much self-control, because you notice the gaps. Not too much self-control, but self-control. This then is what's tempering, We're allowing ourselves to enjoy, but not too much enjoyment. We allow ourselves to eat a little bit of the things that we shouldn't eat, but we keep it real. But once in a while, you have something that you like, but the rest of the time, you eat stuff that you should, that's healthy. And you learn to like the stuff that's healthy, but you don't, I'm never ever going to eat anything sweet again in my life. Like once in a while, you might enjoy something. When you start reducing the temperance, it takes you to this. And the star then represents that purification that is achieved. And you can see here, it's like, pouring out from both different elements, which is quite interesting. If we look at what this represents, do you notice the androgyny? What do you think, Cosmic?
I always thought that was. I don't think that was explicitly androgynous. I don't know. That's I never thought that. But I guess you could. I guess you could make the argument for it.
I'm looking at the posture and the muscular texture.
Yeah.
If it's a woman, she's pretty solid.
If
it's a bloke, he's got something interesting going on there. But it's the feminine becoming masculinized in a certain way. To me, it seems like, because this is seemingly like quite a masculine energy, but it's feminine, if that makes sense. And it's an angel, which is supposed to be a reflection of androgyny. But it's an interesting concept, is it not? Because we're dealing with water, which is feminine, but we've also got the star, and the star then represents, singularity, which is a masculine concept. So we've got like both singularity and all sort of going on at the same time. And so anyway, regardless of the androgyny, the star is where it takes us. And then we become a star. And when we become a star, we become purified. And we become a bright light, because a star is a bright light. And then we have this abundance of life force flowing through us, that we can pour out life force on both hands, both the left and the right hand. Both the masculine and the feminine are giving. We're receiving from the masculine, we're receiving from the feminine, and both are producing a sense of harmony and balance that is producing more life. So the life comes from life as a concept. So, I mean, that's just a way of looking at the devil card in a new context. And I think that the Christianization has hit us so hard that they didn't want us to see this, if that makes sense. That,
They
both
didn't want
the
us to see the
masculine,
tarot at all, for the most part.
exactly.
Let
They didn't
alone
want
the
us-
devil card.
Yeah, they like the devil card because it makes us scared. Anything that makes us scared is a bonus.
I think that the theme with Christianity, like to look at that, Christian fundamentalist seen in a more compassionate light, is like, they live in a very kind of terrifying universe, because I think that when you feel that everything is this war between God and Satan, there's a sense that everything is a war and you got to control things. And, I think that just goes with, language and concepts. And I think they're kind of, I guess Christians, it's like they don't trust nature. And they feel like if you just kind of let things kind of like go to their own accord, that they're going to run amok, run awry. And that's why I think there is that sense of the need to be controlling and dominating, because in their view, like humanity is like a dangerous like animal that needs to be like sedated and controlled and sort of trained, rather than accepting that maybe, that there's good in nature too. All right, I'm gonna let Indy's got a chart here and let him explain that.
Yeah, I just want to mention the need that Franklin was talking about earlier, and some of the detriments that of the emotional body that can lead to knee problems are stubborn pride, inability to bend, inflexibility, won't give in. So that can be like Capricornian things. The stubborn pride. There's a lot of focus on money and fixation on materialism there and stuff. It can lead to egoism and stubborn pride and things like that. Inability to change. But there's a lot of stuff here referring to what Cosmic's talking about various character defects and such, and inner demons and things and such like that.
And so we can tie all of this Saturnial stuff into nutrition. Now let's put it in the body. So nutrition is what we learn, isn't it? Okay, so the body gets information in the form of minerals and sugars in the form of exercises that can move this information around in order to reconstruct that information in a way that it can be used to create inner form, the form inside, inform, the formation within. And so we learn by what we are taught. That's once again that hierophant representing like what's brought into us, what's put into us. And that represents, the hierophant is like the Taurus element of this earth element. So the cardinal earth element is the like, boom, the staff down. The fixed element is like what we're actually learning, right? The mutable element is the process of learning, Virgo. So we've got this Virgo, the process of learning, Taurus, the what we're actually being taught, and then this fundamental attitude that comes towards it, which is like a controlling element. So when we look at these three earth points, if we would, I think it represents this digestion principle quite well, because we digest information, and the information we digest gives us an inner form of ideas, and these inner forms of ideas shape our attitudes, and so the form of our being is based on an attitude. So who we are is essentially an attitude, which is based upon the information we've allowed ourselves to digest and assimilate. What our bodies are is a physical expression of attitude of what we've allowed nutrition to be digested and assimilated and turned into the structure of our physical being, in the same way that our intellectual structure is a reflection of our attitude. So it's quite interesting when we think about learning in this way, and the stomach and the Saturnial aspect of taking in information. Hence, we look at the teacher being a masculine archetype when we think of teach as opposed to an initiator. Women don't teach, they're more like guide, if that makes sense. So the one is about guidance, the one is about teaching, the one is about taking charge, and the other one is about nurturing the process of learning. And so how does that relate then when we look at other systems? So let's look at Venus then. So Venus has got to do with our hormone systems, and our hormone systems are to do with our feelings. And so our feelings are really a reflection of what we're experiencing, are actually reflections of emotions. So the energy motion, the vibratory frequencies of consciousness are hormonal states. And those hormonal states are then put into context by the central nervous system. So Saturn then plays this role between the central nervous system and the hormonal system when it comes to learning A, new attitudes, and B, learning new bits of information. And once again, that devil card fits in there. I think that devil card fits in a lot of places. Am I making this clear enough for you guys to follow me?
Yeah, I think so. I also kind of want to make a point that you talked about how we sort of digest information, and I agree with that. But I think in another sense, I think that ideologies or religions, they digest us. Now, let me explain my thoughts on that. So it's like if you think of a religion, I like my Zarfex sort of like trip. I think of religions as sort of these spherical universes, right? Every belief system is like a sort of a fourth dimensional sphere universe in this larger Zarfex structure, right? So when you encounter a belief system or someone tries to indoctrinate you, they either, because there's a sense in that your old way of life, your old way of thinking is essentially digested. For example, let's say you want to be a Christian fundamentalist, right? But you're the kind of person who you swear, you drink, you watch, naughty movies, but you want to change to be sort of integrated by the system. So you're taking those old values of yourself, and the belief system is essentially digesting that part of your identity so that that your identity and your sense of self can then be absorbed by the belief system and fully ingested into it. In the same way, if you think about like a cult or something, or somebody's trying to indoctrinate you, or somebody's trying to get you to believe that what they try to do is they'll attack your confidence, they'll threaten you, they'll try to make you feel afraid, ashamed, or weak. And that to me is sort of like the belief system sort of throwing its sort of digestive acids onto your personality, breaking them down so you're just kind of like nothing left, and then you're just kind of absorbed sort of into it. So I think in the same way that we digest ideas, ideas can digest us, if that makes any sense.
I think that's an interesting perspective. It can digest our attitude to produce a new one, right? Because that's like essentially what religion does. It changes one's attitude because of one's belief. It's interesting when we look at belief, like belief. So the leaves on the tree are impermanent things that will change, right? They will fall off the tree and keep getting replaced by new leaves, belief. And the roots and the trunk of the tree are like rather fundamental, right? Some branches will be replaced, some branches of information and branches of knowledge will be replaced, but the fundamental like trunk of the tree is like really the bottom line here. And so I think like these beliefs that are sort of programmed into us are a way of looking at what a belief is like digesting the other beliefs in order to replace them with new beliefs. So it makes a lot of sense. Isn't that what a tree does? It digests its own beliefs. The leaves fall off the tree, go into the ground, dissolve, become part of the soil, get digested and reabsorbed by the tree. No? So it recycles those ideas, the nutritional, on a nutritional level. And so, like, I think on consciousness level, this is like, I think what you're saying is quite interesting. The whole idea of dissolving, solving, right? So when something is solved, it's unified, and then it's dissolved. It's broken into two parts, and then each of those two parts is dissolved and broken into two parts, and so it's like Are we talking about a binary deconstruction? Would you say that's accurate?
I think so.
When we think about the idea of dissolution, and so that I think is like quite fascinating, and that's really interesting. Like when we're looking at this idea of polarity and duality, and there's a lot of push towards everything being duality, everything's a polarity, and there's a lot of push away from everything being duality and polarity. And something Neil said compassion is seen as masculine and wisdom as feminine. And I'm like sitting on that, and I'm like, I'm not digesting that easily. To me, the feminine leads to wisdom, right? But operates with compassion. and the masculine leads from wisdom or operates with wisdom towards compassion. I hope that
think
makes sense.
what you said, we were talking about earlier about how the masculine kind of, homogenizes things with the Hierophant card, and the High Priestess card causes individuation. I can't help but thinking it's almost like the masculine is like the masculine comes from the feminine, and the feminine, they're nurtured by their opposites. So if you think about the High Priestess creating individuation, but I think, well, individuality is masculine. So in a sense, it's like that feminine energy gives the proper nutrient space for the masculine to thrive and grow. And likewise, the masculine space gives the femininity some level of temperament, control, and kind of like unifies it rather than making it become chaotic. So in a lot of ways, it's like when you talk about masculine and feminine, it's like it's a lot of like, ones and zeros. It's a lot of, one sort of leading into the other, because it's like it's hard to kind of parse the two, because it's like, you can't really have the feminine without the masculine. In a sense, the feminine, creates the masculine, vice versa. Because I think, to me, like, just in all my life, and like whenever I've, because like, you go through life, you have different emotions, you have different experiences, and you have highs and your lows, and like, when I think of the times that I felt the most masculine is when I had the nurturing support of like, a woman or something like that in my life, like some kind of like girlfriend or whatever, like giving you that, like telling you, oh man, you're so handsome. Like, see, to me, like I never thought of like, you don't nurture masculinity by like making a man go into the army and say like, oh, you got to be, tough and brutish. But really the most affirming thing to your masculinity is femininity. Ironically, I think maybe the same is true for the other gender, but this idea that, the masculine breeds the feminine creates the masculine. There's sort of that. So it's like that. It's like there's the mother and the father, but there's also the son and the daughter dynamic to that. Well, it's like, that's kind of how it is with the Sarfexology system, that the sort of the son dynamic comes from the mother, and the daughter comes from the father. And you have this sort of that, there's a kind of like that, a caduceus, where there's like a kind of a back and forth between the masculine and feminine. So yeah, to answer that question, that's what I'd say.
I think that's so on point. And it's exactly sort of like I think we're saying similar things, that the masculine is leading to the feminine, and the feminine is leading to the masculine. In the Vedic cosmology, there's a saying that if you walk the path of Shiva, you will end up in Krishna's shoes. And if you walk the path of Krishna, you will end up on Shiva's seat, on his abode. And I think that that's sort of quite a similar concept that we're looking at here, And I chunked on that a lot. So I walked the Shiva path, and I was like, end up at Krishna? It seems madness. And I really contemplated this for a long time, and it sort of, came to a point of sort of recognition for me of like, makes a lot of sense. Shiva forgives endlessly. He's so forgiving and accepting of everybody. There's so much love that even the Rakshas, even the so-called baddies can come to him for darshan. The other deities, they won't accept the Raksha darshan. You can't come to me to get divine blessing. No, you're too bad. Shiva's like, you know what? Even the baddies can come here. Come. I've got compassion for all of you. And you can see how that sort of leads to Krishna, can't you? It's something quite interesting. And Krishna is so loved up, right, that all the gopis are constantly dancing around Krishna. That Krishna then will become so disassociated from the world. Disassociate, maybe the wrong word. It's become so in a cocoon, And that cocoon represents Shiva, if that makes sense. Like Shiva's abode, he's sitting alone on the Himalayas and meditating. He's all alone. Krishna is surrounded by all the gopis, but the gopis shield him from the world to the point where he's all alone. Do you see where I'm coming from? So I think there's this interesting dynamic being expressed here. And I think it relates to the masculine and feminine. So let's look at, for a moment, we've looked at the integumentary system a little bit, the skin, Jupiter. So Jupiter allows things to pass through it, right? Jupiter also keeps shape, keeps the form in place. So the structure that Saturn produces is kept in place by the gentle elasticity, the expansive principle of Jupiter. And so the skin becomes the biggest organ on the body. Squamous epithelial tissue, the same as the lungs, the same as the bowels. Interesting. So there's some kind of a resonance, all of the life principle, Jupiter, that integumentary system. Integumentary system. So that sort of, I think, is quite important. And the way in which these fat cells that we were talking about before nurture the skin with the vitamin E so that the skin can stay healthy. So having that little bit of puppy fat on your body represents, Jupiter in a sense, good health. And Jupiter is the good things in life. That will put a little bit of a layer of puppy fat on you when you're enjoying the good things of life. Then let's look at like the other element here. So the nervous system. We haven't looked at the nervous system. And I think that this is going to tie us into like the nervous system as Mercury. Mercury, and this is Ayurveda, Western occult. It's pretty universal. The nervous system relates to the mercurial element, right? And when I think of the nervous system, I think of it as being ruled by the pituitary and the pineal, right? Fundamentally, because it's a thought-based structure. And the thinking structures are really pineal and pituitary in terms of the emotional conditions of pituitary, the emotional complexes, and the mental structures that structure the emotional information into rational ideas is the pineal. And so this nervous system is sort of really the peak of the nervous system is thinking in the body. That's how I've considered it. I mean, there are a lot of ways of looking at it. So this mercurial element is a crescent, a circle, and a cross. So it represents a cross of Saturn, that lower pulling manifestational current that produces bones and solid shapes. This circle that represents the solar, pure energetic state of the movement of things. And the crescent that represents that subtle consciousness being conveyed by the fluids in the body. Fluids in the body being conveyed is obviously the lymphatic system and the fluid parts of the alimentary systems, the bladder and the blood, which is basically the fluidic elements, which conveys the consciousness that is being reflected by the nervous system after the hormonal system is encoding this consciousness from the fluid system into the nervous system, which the nervous system then puts into bits. And this is obviously done by the thalamus, where the thalamus is recoding all the information that's coming in. And the information that's coming from the hormonal system is being programmed into the neurological system. And I think that this go-between is the endocannabinoid system. And this is like this buffering. Now, has your research shown you as well, Indy, that the endocannabinoid system is responsible for all new ideas and memories being formed?
I don't know if I found that particularly, but what I found that is that cannabis produces phytogenesis, the production of new cells and new pathways in the brain. So new ideas forming. And so it can kind of make it hard to remember what you were just thinking because you're forming new ideas, and your pathways to old ideas are not where the genesis is happening. So you have to kind of revert back from the phytogenesis to access older memories. But in doing so, you're going to also access a newer interpretation of those older memories, the phytogenesis. So it's good for artists, people that like to have newer interpretations and have a more of a deeper, complex mind. Sometimes people that are not interested in seeing those kind of depths, it can lead them to have anxiety, and they're drawn away from cannabis. So it's not good for everybody, particularly. But cannabis, the word comes from the Greeks, who actually came across the Dogon tribe, who gave them their first cannabis, and apparently, according to the myth, the story of the Greeks. And when they asked the Dogons where they got it from, they pointed to Sirius. And so they named it cannabis, being canna referring to canine, and bis referring to by, or to the two dogs, the two dog star. So cannabis being named after Sirius, or Canis Major and Minor.
And it's funny because you become the opposite of serious.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I and I see it here as like the Google monster, even the Google monster. So the endocannabinoid system plays a central role in the regulation of learning and memory processes. Fine-tuned regulation of neural transmission by the system is likely to be the mechanism underlying this important function. So, and it plays a central role in the regulation of learning and memory processes. So this ties in with the ancient Vedas, the Rig Vedas. Is it the Rig Vedas? No, sorry. The Shiv Puranas. The Shiv Puranas. In the Shiv Puranas, Shiva teaches Parvati many things. But one of the things that is taught to Parvati is the use of cannabis to increase memory capacity, photographic memory, enhanced learning, and development of the superpowers. And so that's what the ancient Vedas say. Now that's how old is the Shiv Puranas? I think according to the paper, they say it's about 1,000 something years old. Let me check. Shiv Puranas age, but I don't believe what they say. Yeah, according to the official narrative, the Shiv Puranas is about maybe a bit more than 1,000 years old. But I think it's older. I think that we've got recordings of the Shiv Puranas from that age, but where did they get it from? Like we the oldest text that we can find of that is the Rig Vedas, which is like, I think it's 2,800 year old, right? But the oldest Shiv Puranas that we can track is about, say, let's say 11, just more than 1,000 years.
Yeah.
And 1,100 years kind of thing. And so like 900, yeah, 1,100. Actually, it's more than 1,100 years. But anyway, I think it's about 900 AD as our mapping system goes. I don't know whether this is accurate. I don't even know whether I agree with all this historical dating. I think like the dating's a bit dated.
Well, the Druids maintained their records through oral tradition. They passed down songs to each other, hundreds of songs, and they had to learn them all just by verse, and they cannot write anything down. So I think a lot of these old things that ended up being written down later had been going on for maybe thousands of years beforehand, maybe more. Yeah,
I think that's exactly it. And I think this is across the board with ancient traditions. From the Kabbalah was only written down at that time. A lot of things were only written down at that time. Isn't it interesting? Before then, people weren't writing, because they didn't know anything, because they were stupid. Oh, right. Maybe we were just so much more able to remember things. But anyway, from the Shiv Puranas, cannabinoids are used to increase the ability to remember and to increase the rate of learning. So people will be able to read texts, memorize them, and remember them. As one of the skill sets that would be learned. And they use cannabinoids to do that. Those cannabinoids you got there, but probably pure sativa versions. We don't really get pure sativa versions anymore. But which is interesting, like what you point out. But I also want to just bring out that cannabinoids are in all our foods. So cannabinoids are in everything.
Really?
All foods, as far as I know, contain cannabinoids. Yeah. So cannabinoids are a richly nutritional part. Not all foods contain cannabinoids, but some plants and herbs do contain compounds that interact with the body's endocannabinoid system. Okay, let me correct myself. So, oxyare plants, vertebrates and invertebrates, including mammals, fish, and sea urchins, have this. So let's see which fruits contain cannabinoids. Mangoes, for example, contain cannabinoids. Cocoa contains cannabinoids. Kava contains cannabinoids. Carrots contain cannabinoids. Broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, cabbage contain cannabinoids. I'm betting which salads contain cannabinoids. Okay, yeah. When it comes to THC or CBD, no. But there are thousands or lots and lots of cannabinoids, lots and lots of terpenes, and these all drive the endocannabinoid system. So that old idea of food is medicine, I think it comes from learning to mix the right cannabinoids. And we're not talking THC and CBD here, because those come from cannabis. If you go to Google, they're going to say, no, THC and CBD don't come from foods. No, we're not talking about that. How many cannabinoids are there? How many cannabinoids are there in nature? So there are like now they're talking about a cannabis plant. They don't want us to go beyond cannabis, do they? Because like there's all these other foods that contain certain cannabinoids. That are there in nature that are not in cannabis. That's what we got to say. There are many cannabinoids in nature that are not found in cannabinoids. You see? So Google is a liar. You ask Google a straightforward question and they try and twist it back to cannabis. You actually have to ask this. How many cannabinoids are there in nature that are not in cannabis? And then even AI system has to come and go, well, there are many cannabinoids in nature that are not found in cannabis. So I'm seeing here more than 550 chemical compounds that have been discovered Okay, now we're back to cannabis. You see, they just want to keep the conversation about cannabis. They don't want us to look at what the endocannabinoid system really is. I think cannabis is one plant that happens to have a huge variety of cannabinoids. But there's cannabinoids in like foods, in fruits, in vegetables, foods. And then they tell us, no, they don't have cannabinoids because, well, what AI means when they say cannabinoids is the cannabinoids found in cannabis. But when you ask the specific question, they have to acknowledge and go, well, yeah, there are a lot of cannabinoids not found. Can we have a list? No, we're not giving you a list. So we got to understand what's going on here when it comes to the control of information. Yeah, very interesting. But anyway, there's food for thought for all of you to go and do your own homework and take a look at this. The endocannabinoid system is a fascinating system. Do you know what drives the endocannabinoid system? Terpenes. Terpenes has a huge driving effect on the endocannabinoid system. So let's see what it says. Is it gonna restrict us? What's Google gonna do? Terpene drive endocannabinoid system. There's no direct evidence that terpenes act on the endocannabinoid system except for beta caryophyllene. However, terpenes can interact with other receptor systems in the body, including serotonin, dopamine, GABA receptors. Terpenes can also affect how much cannabinoids cross the blood-brain barrier. You see? Terpenes are the most extensive and varied group of naturally occurring compounds, mostly found in plants, including, happens to be in cannabis, and have an array of potential therapeutic effects. So it's like the information's being hidden from us. They don't want us to realize how important terpenes are. And it makes you want to think about aromatherapy. Aromatherapy is terpene medicine, right? And aromatherapy has been used for a long time. It's been attacked and said it's quasi, it's not scientific, it's not this. Well, now that we've discovered how terpenes affect the hormonal systems in the body, we've got to start recognizing that this aromatherapy is not some quasi airy-fairy nonsense like we were brainwashed to believe, because there's actually real hard science starting to point towards the smells affect your emotional state. And the endocannabinoid system acts as a buffer between your hormones and your neurological system. So if you change your hormones, you by default having an effect on the endocannabinoid system. You see what I'm saying? So it's very subtle. They don't want us to see how these things fit together. They don't want us to understand what the endocannabinoid system is. When I was in school, we were taught that the endocannabinoid system was nothing. It was no relevance. I remember the biology teacher saying that. I remember thinking, "What? That doesn't make sense." Since when it's like something's just there and it's nothing. Like, why is it there, you know? So what do you think, Cosmic?
In regards to what?
The endocannabinoid system. If you go, have you done research into this to go and see?
Not really. I mean, I've heard some cool things about it. I think there's also cannabinoids found in breast milk, from what I've heard.
Yeah. There's cannabinoids all across nature, but they don't want us to know about this. And they've hidden the endocannabinoid system from us. And I don't think it's by accident. Right? I mean, I cannot for the life of me believe that all of the scientists and biologists that have been studying this stuff have been saying that the endocannabinoid system is nothing. That's what it said in my textbook when I was in school. It's got no real...
From their point of view, I could see why they would come to that conclusion. I mean, it's like, because like you have to understand from their perspective, from that kind of the scientific materialist perspective, nature doesn't have purpose. Everything that happens in terms of evolution is just pure, just, you know, random mutation. You know, I think of it like, you know, just like a flailing arm, just arbitrarily hitting things. And that's how science perceives things. So when you say that, like, you know, talk about your biology teacher, basically, oh, the cannabinoid system has no purpose. Well, that's because it's like, you know, I guess for a couple of reasons, they probably don't want to think that the cannabis system has a purpose, seeing that we already have a culture that's, you know, against cannabis, right? But also just the fact that there's something, that the things within us have purpose, have a certain there's a goal and a reason behind all the things that happen in nature. And I think the mainstream kind of scientific community doesn't like that, because that then implies the existence of something divine. And I was thinking the other day, like, I was listening to a podcast about Marxism, and I can't help but really feel like the thing about what's interesting thing about that whole Karl Marx and his whole philosophy is it's almost like it's weird. It's materialist and atheist, but you can clearly see there's this kind of like this religious, there's this like intense religious fervor and this intense religious attachment to these ideas. Now, we're not talking about, economics here. What I'm saying is that what I've been kind of thinking about lately is that what if there are no actual materialists? What if what people think is materialism is just like this kind of like dark, dry panpsychism? Because I'm thinking like, it's impossible. Like, because I'm thinking like, how could you believe that, be a total atheist and a total materialist, but simultaneously believe that utopianism through like communism is inevitable through man, unless there's some kind of like secret hidden panpsychism that's going on there. So I guess what I'm trying to say overall is that there's different ways when you view nature in a different way, in a different context, that's going to also contextualize and change how you view how the body works, how organs and things like that are processed. And when you view nature as having purpose, you see every organ having some kind of specific function, duty, its correspondences to certain astrological elements, spiritual principles. But when you think when you think nature is arbitrary and devoid of purpose, then it's just a bunch of meat sacks, literally just random meat sacks that just happen to mutate. And so from that point of perspective, it's easy to say, oh, that has no purpose and that has no meaning. So I think that like that when it comes to our understanding of the body, and we get in this as above and macrocosmic kind of perspective, I think we have to talk about how we contextualize our body in nature, because how we understand nature is how we also understand ourselves. And if we see nature as being organic, we'll see ourselves as being organic. But if we see nature as being mechanical, we will see ourselves as being mechanical. And I think that when it comes to going back to the thing about androgyny earlier, if you think about what prominently reproduces asexually, and that's machines. Machines don't really produce sexually. They have somebody sort of build them. They're sort of manufactured in a factory. But because we view ourselves, it's like if there is any kind of conspiracy that stretches for a long period of time, it's always been around. It's basically to convince us that we're machines and not organisms. And I think if you kind of sum it down for that, viewing the universe as being a machine versus viewing it as organic, they're such different perspectives of the universe, and you see things in completely different ways. And I think one of the things about the Fae journey that I've been doing on is learning to recontextualize certain things as being organic when I was, taught to believe that they're mechanical, that they're unconscious, that they're inorganic. But if you see everything as organic, then you can kind of make sense these connections between, certain organs and their purpose, their telos, their function, not just in terms of maintaining the physical body, but also in terms of consciousness and the spirit, versus this kind of undulating meat in random chaos kind of theory of the self, which is what kind of mainstream science kind of purports to us. So really, it's almost like we're talking about religion. And the reason they're filtering that stuff out is it's not so much that they don't, because if you really think about it from another perspective, you think about like a cult, it's not so much that they don't want us to know, which obviously is true, but then the implication is also that they themselves don't want to know, because knowing breaks their belief system. It shows that their belief system is a lie and a sham if we kind of express our ideas, So really, I think that, it's really just this effort to convince us that we're machines rather than animals.
I think what you're saying, a lot of what you're saying is really on point, and I agree with it. This mechanistic attitude, this mechanistic philosophy has become like toxically lopsided. That's how I look at it. But I want to get back to what you said right in the beginning. What was it? That you didn't think, like, well, my idea was that we were being deliberately misled by the corporate overlords that run the governments and really design our education systems through their think tanks and control our governments through financial policies, which are organized by think tanks, most of which are the ex-CEOs of all the big corporations that make these fundamental decisions and control the shadow government to manipulate the members of parliament in the UK and the lords, and in America, in the UK with the whip, and in America they manipulate the Senate and all of the other different political engines. So this is all controlled by financial policies and educational policies, which are all really fundamentally coming back to expense of funds, money, investment, all of these different things, which relates to the economy. What's going to be best for the economy? So the education system that's best for the economy is the one that the government's going to go with, which is decided by the think tank of the super corporations. So when I'm talking about they didn't want us to know, I'm not talking about the scientists. I'm talking about the people that decide what funding is allowed for scientific research.
And
in that vein, that it was criminal, that we were not legally allowed to research the endocannabinoid system because of the law. It was only when this weird nonsense law that had been based upon lies, which was, and if you look at it, it was clearly lies. There was state-funded research, very little research, to basically suggest that there might be a connection and a danger with cannabis, so it has to be illegal. So it was illegal. But there wasn't really any real research done. The only country that allowed research was Israel. And so they've got like decades of research. And a lot of the Israeli research was kept out of the mainstream. The other international governments didn't want access to that research. They didn't want it on their docs. They didn't want their scientists to get that research, to start asking questions about why they aren't allowed to research the endocannabinoid system. So it was literally deliberately kept out of our knowledge structure. It was literally deliberately, through the law, through finances, through everything. And yes, there were other reasons that they wanted to remove hemp and put cotton in because it's financial reasons, cotton and hemp. I get it. There's more going on here than was just the surface when it comes to money. But it's only when the laws changed, because there was enough evidence to actually prove, and that evidence had been in Israel for like decades, but it only came to light recently. And there were activists bringing this information and evidence into court, trying to prove it for decades, but they weren't allowed to, because the judicial system had made up their mind. Cannabis is illegal. You're not allowed to know about it. You're not allowed to research it. You're not allowed to understand what it is or how it works in your brain. When you unlock the cannabis plant, you've got so many cannabinoids that you can really research what the endocannabinoid system is. So I believe that whatever reason cannabis was illegal was related to the endocannabinoid system, related to them not wanting us to know something about it, not wanting us to be allowed to research it. Because the moment we researched the endocannabinoid system, we realized how important it was to do with the creation and formation of new memories. Think about this for a moment. If you were running a PSYOPs campaign, right, that is all about training, causing people to learn, education. So if the education system is rigged up to a particular way, you want to control what other people are learning, you want to control their memories based upon their learning, the endocannabinoid system is more important. Cannabis would undo that. Cannabis would undo your ability to indoctrinate. And so there's like real reasons why on the surface and on occult levels why I believe the endocannabinoid system was demonized through the law. Because don't you find it funny that universities weren't even allowed to research cannabis? I understand it was illegal for sale. I understand it was illegal for use. But don't you find it strange that they weren't allowed to research cannabis as a medicine? Okay, so they were allowed to research opium, Sure. They were allowed to research opium, use opium as a medicine. Okay, we got a lot of good drugs out of it. Good. They were allowed to research cocaine. Okay, and get a lot of good drugs out of coke, but they were not allowed to research cannabis. Don't you find that suspicious, to be honest?
Well, wasn't also the reason that cannabis initially became illegal was because of well, it had to do with like William Randolph Hearst and the production of hemp, and because he was a paper mill sort of like buyer, he didn't want to compete with hemp, so he created that campaign. But I think when it comes to the corporate level, I think a lot of those people have those same beliefs that the scientists I'm talking about. So while I do agree that what you're talking about, that there is some deliberate control, but it's like a cult. It's like, see, they buy the doctrine too. The people who are peddling this stuff have also been brainwashed, and they're basically selling that in. And because I think, when it comes to being an effective brainwasher, you have to be someone, you have to be to the point where you can't even have doubt about the belief system yourself. Like just kind of like I was talking about earlier, how narcissists can't, to be an effective narcissist, you can't be aware that you're a narcissist. So to be an effective cult leader, you have to not be aware that you're in a cult. And I think that dynamic kind of goes in with like, because I think the people who want to control the world, like when I because I used to think of this evil as being this very simplistic kind of thing where it's just, evil people being evil for the sake of evil. But I noticed that like when you look at history and you look at there's a lot of people who think they're doing the right thing. And I think this kind of goes back to like the religion thing, is this idea that I'm smarter than everyone else, so everyone else has to listen to me. I know what's best for you. I'm smarter than you. I'm more enlightened than you. And I'm doing this for your best interest because in my head, I am literally God. And I think that's the mindset a lot of these people are coming from, is that they think that they're kind of God. They have all the answers and they feel that they're obliged to. It's like, I know so well. It's like somebody like being like, you're so convinced that, veganism is like healthy. Not only do you like, bring vegans to, make vegan mandatory, but you like actively like murder and kill people who eat meat. But in your head, you justify that as like, oh, I'm doing the right sort of thing here. And a lot of the most evil things in the world have been done in the name of good, and people thinking they're doing good, but they're doing it. But it's complicated because it's like they think they're doing good, but it's motivated by entirely selfish reasons, by just like wanting to be famous, wanting people to think that you're so brilliant and you're so great, not because you actually want to help the people in the world. You just want people to think, oh my God, this was such a great humanitarian hero. Oh, they're so amazing. Oh my God. Instead of like, because I think really good people who really have empathy, that isn't their priority, is that praise. It's like, real empathy is you just see someone suffering and it hits you hard and you want to help. Whereas I think there's a lot of like, fake compassion and fake empathy where it's really just people just trying to kind of like, take in the attention, but they don't really give anything back. And I think because when it comes to like control, that's why I'm like kind of like, weird about it, because it's not so much the debate that there is control, because obviously there is. I mean, I've spent enough time studying cults and all that stuff to know how with psychological mind control is the question it's more of a question of motivation. Why is there the control? What are they steering us towards? And what are the motivations behind it? So I guess I come from it more from that particular perspective. So it's like I'm not really like disagreeing with what you're saying, Shaman, but it's more so that I don't know. I guess I can come up with other motivations, but I think you're definitely right though, that there is mind control sort of happening. But I think this kind of happens at every societal level. Every manipulative person out there uses these kind of mind control techniques. As if you talk about any kind of narcissist, whether they gaslight you or find other stuff, but this is done at a larger scale. So it's almost kind of like, if we're talking about this macrocosmic, microcosmic, as above, so below, it's when that evil seems to head, when that sort of narcissistic sociopathic pattern then reflects itself in the macrocosm, and becomes this larger sort of top-down thing. So I think that, when it comes to dealing with this, we have to kind of understand the psychology of these sort of cluster B types and, figure how that sort of plays into the equation. Because I think the problem with trying to understand evil is that we oversimplify. We have this idea of evil being this kind of cartoon villain that just, like, I think about like Captain Planet, and I think about like how one-dimensional the villains were on that show. The story of Captain Planet is kind of this environmental superhero who stops it. But these villains, it's like they have no motivation to pollute and wreck the earth other than to pollute and wreck the earth. But it's not really a reflection of real life. It's like people have motivations. They try to justify what they're doing as being righteous or good. And I think when it comes to these elites, they've convinced themselves that they're smarter than everyone else and they're doing everything for their own good. And I'm not saying that to defend them. I'm saying that's how a narcissist sociopath justifies his or her actions towards people.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with the one-dimensional element, but I think the one-dimensional element is done for a reason, like fundamentally, and that's got to do with counterintelligence. I think, like, they want us to think in that way, because then they can say that's ridiculous. If we look at what's going on, like, that's ridiculous. But you're right that there's always going to be more elements. But I just want to draw it back to what I was really meaning was that we're talking about scientists, right? So we're talking about the scientific method. The so-called scientific method to prove that cannabis was dangerous wasn't very scientific method-y. Well, yeah, how did the scientists this is what I'm talking about. Really, I'm talking about science. Because now the scientists of today are knocking the nonsense that was shoveled in front of judges. And how did scientists not speak up and say, listen, this is nonsense?
You know what it is,
That's
Shaman?
Not science.
You know what it is? It's like, the thing is that in the same way, a lot of people who call themselves Christians, they say, I'm, really compassionate. I'm this, loving Christian. But in real life, they're mean, they're cruel, they're selfish. And it's all just kind of this act. They don't actually live up to that role of being this loving, compassionate Christian. Likewise, science, there's also an ethos of, I'm going to be objective. I'm going to accept the evidence, even though it disproves what I believe and what I hold true. And I'm always going to hold the truth up regardless of my feelings. And I think in that same sense, human beings can't live up to that standard, but they'll pretend that they live up to that standard of, I'm looking at things objectively. I'm looking at things without bias. But really, they're biased, and they are actually totally very subjective. But they've tricked themselves into thinking it's objective, as it says. But really, they're just kind of operating off of their own pathologies, like anyone else. Because that's why I think a lot of, when it comes to science, it's like if you really kind of break down science, like, what is science? The science method, it's like you're trying to basically determine sort of what's real and what's not. And what does that do? You have a hypothesis where you think of, let's do an example. Like, I want to prove that, like, ghosts are real, for example. Let's just do that. And so then you have your hypothesis and you have your theory, which is like, oh, well, there's tons of people who, experience ghosts. There's tons of stories on it. So obviously it's not just me. There's other people who have that. And then you have evidence. So you go over to, certain people's houses, you get recordings, both visually, auditorily recordings, and you gather a body of evidence to say, hey, it's not just in my imagination. There is also a correspondence to physical reality. And you can prove that it's false and you can prove that it's not false. But really, what's the real problem with science has always been materialism, which is just, it has nothing. If you really break down what materialism is the belief that existence is fundamentally matter. It's fundamentally physical. And there's nothing scientific about this claim at all. It's a metaphysical claim. It's kind of like Terence McKenna's old take on give us one free miracle and we'll explain the rest, in regards to the Big Bang. And I've kind of been thinking that when it comes to science and that kind of atheist, naturalist, materialist perspective, I think the reason I've had a difficult time trying to understand it was because I made the assumption that they were honest when they said that they really believe that everything doesn't have a soul and there's no God. But I think if you kind of look a little bit deeper, you realize it's almost like there's a kind of God or a kind of a spirit hidden within that. But it's kind of like almost like the God of the nothingness. And that's why they have this weird, that's why sometimes they can get really religious with their beliefs and they get super angry and flustered with people who do believe, and they get like super, inspired by that or whatever. So I think when it comes to science, I think that we should do our own science. We should learn we conduct our own experiments. We test things with our own evidence. And perhaps in the same way we let society and religion control our spirituality, we kind of let science, with, in quotation marks, dictate our understanding of science. And I think in the same way of gnosis, where you talk about that sense of inner discovery, I think when it comes to science is that you have to kind of do your own science, do your own experiments, do your own. That's kind of like, what I'm doing with like the Fae, just like doing like conducting your own research, compiling your own evidence. And I think when you do that, you realize that science doesn't, that kind of that component where everything is mechanistic has nothing to do with science or the scientific method, because you can just the idea is you determine truth by just something simply being out there, but it doesn't say anything about the nature of what's out there being like matter. And you realize that within that rational framework, there's an irrational kernel hidden in the core of the thing, is what I'm trying to point out. That like there's one irrational thing they'll let loose that's got a big rational scaffolding that surrounds it. And there's so much of this rational scaffolding, you don't recognize that there's that irrational kernel at the center of the thing. And that's kind of the metaphysical belief that exists within it. Because, if you talk to these atheists, they'll say, oh, I don't have any beliefs. It's like, yeah, you do. Come on.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is true for the masses. Though I don't believe it's true for the Rosicrucians. Just having had access to the Rosicrucian material. And the Masons are Rosicrucians. They have the Rosicrucian material. So all the people that are in high and prominent positions are Masons, and they get access to real knowledge. But you're right. For the masses, it's like you say. But I do believe that there is an elite that knows better. And the elite does know better because it's in their doctrine, it's in their sciences, it's in their knowledge. And they don't believe the nonsense that they've had the masses brainwashed with, right? Through the education system. And you're right, like that everybody else is going to toe the line. I suppose when it comes to scientists, it's about money, right? Do I want to work at Burger King or do I want to be a scientist?
Absolutely. So many
science. I can always just leave my job as a scientist and go work at Burger King.
Go into the parapsychology stuff is because they can't get funding for it. Nobody wants to fund the experiments because they're seen as wacky and weird. They want to fund it into something that's actually profitable.
Well, it does get funded. The wacky and weird stuff does get funded, but it gets funded away from prying eyes, I think. As we've discovered retrospectively, that over the last 40 years, there's been a lot of experiments funded, but we didn't know about it until the last 10 years because it was secret. So, military industrial corporations keep their secrets and they've got their own mission and they wanted to weaponize it. They wanted to turn it into some kind of financial gain. I think this whole thing is connected to the endocannabinoid system being hidden from us. I'm sensing that there's something underneath here that it bugs me, that it's just so convenient that not only is the endocannabinoid system fundamental for creating new experiences, for managing your facilitation of new memories, for the principle of learning, but it's also can potentially modulate anxiety in humans. And anxiety is what the news was pushing, right? When you were a child and you turned on the news, what was it? All the bad things are going to happen. All the bad things are happening. It was just like they didn't tell you news about the good stuff, did they? They told you the bad news. So, and then we just got used to that all news, no news is good news, right? All news is bad news. And because that's how we were conditioned. And I don't think it's just about what we wanted. I don't think it's just about supply and demand. Like in my country, the news was actually controlled by the government when I was a child. And I think if you go back in history, Second World War, the news was controlled by the government. Until these other corporations that had been set up were in place and being run by certain elites, it was controlled by the government. So like the beginning of the news comes from propaganda. So I think like there's a lot here. And the reason I point this out is because it relates to the body. It relates to the endocannabinoid system, the way it interacts with the central nervous system, and how the central nervous system is under attack. I think could we all agree that the central nervous system is under attack when we talk about these hormonal triggers, what we were talking about earlier, these plastics, these different progesterone being put into things, these
endocrine disruptors.
Yes. These are all affecting the central nervous system in a big way. And so the endocannabinoid system is like really under attack with the central nervous system. And it's in the media. It's in the 60 hertz range, which of course everything changed to 60 hertz. Why make things 65 hertz when you can make them 60 hertz? Are you with me? Why make them 70 hertz? Why make them 80 hertz? No, 60 hertz. It's got to be within factors of certain things. And so there's a reason for that because of the way that vibrations affect the brain, the electrical field. And, things used to work quite well at 50 hertz, but they had to change it from 50 hertz to 60 hertz. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there's not a big difference between 60 hertz and 120 hertz. Have you noticed? On your phones? Set your phone from 120 hertz to 60 hertz. It's not a big difference. And from 50 hertz to 60 hertz, it wasn't such a big noticeable difference. Only when you're watching animation was it a difference. So they had to change it from 50 hertz to 60 hertz so that animation couldn't be seen so easily. On a 50 hertz system, you'd be able to notice animation. So if animation is added, CGI, it might look a bit weird. But then you might be seeing CGI newscasts for all you know. Do you see where I'm coming from? Like we don't know what's going on. So it's just, to me, I just find it interesting. I find it intriguing. And the central nervous system being under attack with the foods, with the pharmaceutical industry, once again, attacking the central nervous system. Even the arm prick adventures, as we've been informed, had huge effects on central nervous system. Seemed like that was just coincidentally attacking it there. The phones that we've got, the hertz, the frequencies, the central, the social networking seems to be also affecting the central nervous systems of people in really destructive ways more often than not. And then the foods, the particular sprays, the particular food coloring that's allowed by all the governments have particularly toxic effects on the central nervous system. There are other ones that we could use that don't, but the ones that are being used do. Okay. And when you start looking at it, it's everywhere. You would say, oh, it's a coincidence. It's here. It's a coincidence. But when it's everywhere on every level, you've got to go, well, that can't all be coincidence. To see a man and a dog walking down the road where you go, okay, see a man and a dog somewhere else. If you never, ever leave the house and there's not a man and a dog there, you'd be like, that's weird. Why is there always a man and a dog? Why isn't there a woman and a dog? Why not a family and a dog? Why is there always a man and a dog? Why have I never, ever walked down any road without seeing a man and a dog? You'd be like thinking, wow, that's bizarre. So, in the same way, there is something going on. I think it's quite like, it's insidious the way it's been portrayed. And why is the central nervous system under attack? Well, because of stress. And stress levels make us easier to manipulate for advertising. right? And make it easier to teach us. What do they do to you in the military? You were the one who said that, right, Cosmic? They don't nurture you in the military. They don't show you feminine strength. They put you under stress in the military so that you can be broken. So it's almost like on every level, the nervous system is under attack. And that's what they do in the military. They put your nervous system under stress. They don't let you sleep. They make you train hard. They push you to your limits. They put you under extreme discipline so that you feel like you're trapped. Psychologically, they mess with you to the point that you crack. That's what they're looking for. And it seems like the whole life world has become like basic training, military style, on a subtle, insidious level. And things are not what they seem. Like you see me sitting here and you think there's a guy sitting here wearing pants, right? Wrong. You see, things are not what they seem. You think, okay, well, he's wearing underwear, right? Wrong. What is he wearing? You can see what I'm wearing. There it is. So my point is things are definitely not what they seem. And when we look at the world, things are definitely not what they seem, you know. And we're living in a world where we can be doing a live show all across the world and we're not wearing pants. If I were to stand up, people are going to go, what the hell? Got to make sure I put off the camera every time I stand up. Have you noticed how I put off the camera when I stand up? There's a damn good reason for that. Get the show banned. So anyway, you know, my point is, like, I think we're noticing this more and more, and they've been getting away with this. And you're right, everybody's implicit, and everybody's implicit for different reasons. And I think we're all implicit because we don't know any better, because we've all been affected by the same educational system. But here's where it gets interesting, right? I don't think I got the same education system as everybody else. Like, I didn't like my high school, but I'm telling you now, I got slightly different education than a lot of other people got. Maybe it's because I went to the oldest Anglo-Saxon school in South Africa, where a lot of like elite people went. I think Elon Musk popped into my school for a little while. So, you know, we were taught to think. We were taught to question. We had really good teachers. But I think in other schools, it might have been different. You know, I was just lucky I went to that school because my mom worked hard. I wasn't rich like all the other rich kids in these, you know, posh school. And we had to wear these straw boaters and all this nonsense. I was the rebel in the school. But my point is, like, I do notice that stuff that I learned in school, when I talk to other people about, they didn't learn it in school. I'm like, how the hell did you not learn that in school? And then I have to go, oh, right. I was in one of those elite schools in high school. So maybe the elite children get a slightly different education in an elite school. If you can get into that school, and if you've got like enough if your parents can afford for you to be in that school, then, you know, you rub neck and shoulders with all of those like elite posh people. And a lot of the people in my school, they had like tennis courts and squash courts and swimming pools and jacuzzis on their properties, and they lived in like really expensive mansions. And I was a little bit intimidated. Like, am I going to take these kids back home to my cottage, which is like a 3-bedroom cottage, normal cottage with like a normal lawn in like a, you know, like a not a rich area. But these people, they live in these ridiculous mansions. And when I was a child, I felt a little intimidated, you know, to be honest. Because like I go to my friend's house and I'd lose them in their home, get lost. It's like I'm wandering around this house looking for my friend. It's like, where the hell is he gone? It's like there's rooms everywhere. There's dining rooms. There's that room. There's that dining room. There's that living room. There's another living room over there. There's this other room. There's those guest rooms. There's that whole wing of the house. Don't even know what's in that wing of the house, you know? And so I do think that the system is concocted and controlled. Do you know what I learned about in my high school? I learned about Freemasons.
Wow.
I learned about how important the cornerstone is in a building, and how the cornerstones of most banks are taken from Egypt. And I learned about how the Anglo-Saxon tradition is like what is shaping the world. and that our school has got an old boys foundation that's connected to Masonic tradition, which is basically able to pull strings for us and give us like a future. That's kind of stuff I was taught, and I was taught that our old boys foundation are connected to this big organization that basically control the world. I was taught that stuff in school. Why wasn't everybody else? This is my question. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then
Other stuff too. But it was I moved in from a poor area to a more affluent area, and the teacher kind of unleashed some conspiracies on us and stuff. And she was telling us about the news, how the news is corrupted, and the news is meant to program us, and how it operates, and what their agenda is, and how the stages of each news show goes. And each program is set in a very particular way. So we learned about that. I also had a Black Panther history teacher. So when I moved into this affluent town, I got a very different view of history than I had in a more poverty-based community, scarcity community.
yeah, that's interesting, and I'm pretty sure that this is like a thing. For example, you know what? And I'm going to point this out now because this is really, I was so proud. My 8-year-old is sitting with me today, and we're watching the show, The Something Bunch. It's on Disney Plus. It's these two brothers. It's from the 1980s, and it's been remade. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe someone in the chat knows. Anyway, in this, he's got a rich grandmother, and she's like controlling lots of stuff in the town and Newport. And she basically gets her grandson enrolled in this very fancy elite college, where he's going to go and become like one of the elite rich people. And they go to this elite place, and the first thing they're being told is that you are cut above the rest. You're not like the other people. You're special. And you're like, uniquely different to everybody else. And being in this school means that doors open for you and all of that nonsense. But my little boy he says, "Look at that door, Daddy." He said, "That's a big door." I go, "Yeah." So the front door of the school, they've turned it into 2 glass doors. But you can see it used to be a big wooden door, but a massive wooden door. And my son's like, "That's a giant door, Daddy." I'm like, so what do you think? Why do you think? He says, "Because giants used to go there, Daddy." I'm like, this is my 8-year-old. I'm giggling. I'm saying, "I think you're right." They walk through. My son's going, "Look at those windows, Daddy. Those windows are very high. I think those windows were made for giants." They walk through into another quad of this high school. There's another place. He says, "There's another giant door." Then he says, "Look at that door. It's a narrow door, but it's a high door." He says, the door handle would be so high that people would have to reach up. So my little boy was picking up on like the architecture of the school, which I found rather interesting. And but interesting, and I think this brings us back to the history, to the giants, to what we've been taught. And we wouldn't have believed all the nonsense we've been shoveled if we had a healthy central nervous system with a healthy endocannabinoid system. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think you're right on about that. I feel like our intuitive capacity has been diminished significantly from exposure to things like fluoride, which calcify our pineal gland. And so when we're blind in our inner eye, we can only gain so much from our seeing outside with our 2 eyes on our face. It's like Franklin was mentioning earlier, it's the magic we have to be taught what we know. We don't have access to that inner knowing. So we don't have that feminine aspect of inner knowing guiding us to discern what we learn. It's going to be very hard to really have true understanding of what we know.
I think it also has to do with group dynamics. I think looking back when I was younger, like I think I've always been the kind of person that questions everything around them, question things if it doesn't make sense. I'm skeptical of it. But I think what really gave me the freedom to be that skeptical because more or less I didn't really have a lot of friends growing up. I was kind of a loner. And I think, one of the advantages of being somewhat of a loner is that you don't have people that you really need to impress. I mean, I had a couple friends, but not like any like big friend groups or anything like that. Whereas I think a lot of people, one of the reasons they get stuck into certain lines of thought is because they get very entrenched in certain groups of friends and certain cultural groups, and they feel like they have peer pressure to conform to those ideas. I even remember when I was in college, it was like I was just kind of getting into spirituality and stuff, but like every person that I was around me seemed like they were an atheist. This was like big in like the early 2010s when like, atheism was getting really popular in culture. And you really felt like, oh my God, I'm stupid if I don't conform. And I mean, no matter how strong your beliefs are, it's very difficult when you don't have someone to support you, to someone to say, hey, I agree with you, this is bullshit. But if you're all alone in your beliefs, it's very difficult to question things and to, like whatever. It's like that one psychology test in conformity. I always forget the name of what the study was, but maybe Indy might know this. If I mention it, he might be able to figure it out. But it's that one study where they take a person and they put him in a room with a bunch of actors, and they have the sheet of paper that has a bunch of lines on it, and they have to guess which line is the shortest or the longest. And what's happened, the way the experiment works is you have one real person, and then you put in like, a group of actors. And what the actors do is they all unanimously guess the wrong answer. And the test is to see if the person in there conforms to the rest of the group or makes up his own mind. Because the way the thing works, it's like it's very obvious which line is the longest. Like there's no ambiguity. But when you're in a situation where it's like, well, everyone else around me agrees, I must be, dumb or whatever. So like that conformity and peer pressure aspect when it comes to understanding ideas, questioning things is a really crucial aspect that I think also needs to be pointed out.
Namaste, General Shinobi. It's an honor to have you. Thank you for joining us. For those of you that don't know, General Shinobi is a really fascinating guy. He's got a lot of really good ideas, and he does quite a lot of research. He's been on a lot of roundtables now, and he's been a big mover and shaker in Gabriel's group. And let me do a shout out here to dear Slick the dissident. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. We miss you at the round table. Those of you that don't know Slick, go and check him out. All of my recommended channels, you'll find him there. And Stein Fawkes, he was hoping to be here. He's doing a family thing. He might pop in later. Depends on how long the family thing goes on. And who else? Ronan, the bird dog. Shout out to Ronan. Shout out to Moonfeather. I hope I haven't left anyone out. If I have, I apologize. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. But welcome, dear brother Shinobi. It's lovely to have you here. I hope you had a great start to the year. You look well. You look thrived. You look thrived up. You look like you've been cold, so it's obviously like it's crispy out there.
Yeah, it's been snowing a lot. Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, it's been a while. Good to see you all. And yeah, it's really, really cold here. It's been snowing quite a lot. The opposite to what's been going on in LA at the moment. You guys were mentioning, like, sorry to jump back, but when you were mentioning masculine and feminine, I kept running through the words in my head, like masculine, feminine, and like splitting them. And I've uncovered something quite interesting, that if you split the word feminine, it's fem in, fem n in. I was trying to work out what the word n means, and I found in Old English or Germanic that n means within or empathy, which and also it means inwards as well. which is kind of archetypically what the feminine is. It's more of the kind of the inner, and it's how we understand ourselves by observing ourselves around us, the world around us, sorry. And then the masculine is mask or mask, Yule, in. And the center word is Yule. And obviously we've just had Yule, which is a holiday celebrating the fire, the warmth and the light, which is kind of masculine energy. So one, you have like the internal waters, or the feeling, the empathy. And then the other, the masculine, is the fire, the warmth and the light, or like the spark within. And I just thought that was quite interesting, because I do that quite a lot as I split words and kind of go off in a thought pattern, and it helps me understand the essence of what the words truly mean, even if they're not spelt the same. If they sound the same, like Yule, for example, it kind of fits, if that makes sense. And then you were talking about the nervous system and trauma via food and EMFs and like news and stuff like that. And what that tends to do is take us away from our center. Like it severs our center. So our central nervous system, our center, will be damaged. And I think that takes us back to the masculine and the feminine, and the kind of the flipping of that. For example, people being neither masculine or feminine, but non-binary, for example, which they would argue is both, but I'd see that more as off-center rather than being centered of both the masculine and the feminine, which everybody is masculine and feminine. They have those energies. And I think being centered is about balancing those. And what foods and hormones and EMFs and stuff do is kind of gets us off tilter and away from our center. For example, in Freemasonry, like you mentioned, the G in the middle pillar, I see that as God or guide, both of which are the same thing to me. And one side you have the sun, the other you have the moon, obviously the masculine and feminine. And in the center, you have the guide, or the eye, the top of the pyramid. And you can visualize this as a pyramid. I've lost my train of thought, but yeah, that it all connects to kind of us being taken away from our center. As I've been listening, that's what I've been kind of thinking about, is masculine and feminine, and then talking about trauma. It's all about us being taken away from our center so that we can be basically manipulated easier. That, for example, outside external forces can come into our information center, our brain or our psyche, and make us do things or act how we wouldn't usually if we were in balance.
I think that's very interesting. And when you were breaking the words apart, it made me think. Masculinity involves an action, being active. Femininity involves holding the space for the masculine to be active in. You know, the penis gets up and it's like, hey, shooting off its like shots, and the feminine space is like just sitting there catching it all, you know. So we see the Kataic symbol reflecting this, and the phallic symbol reflecting this. So then if we, in this vein, consider masculate, because it's active, to masculate, and feminine as being holding the space, then we've got fem, mine, or fe, pe, fe, my, 9. Okay. And then we've got mass, cull, 8. So we've got the number 8, Saturn, in the masculine corner. We've got the number 9, feminine. So femi, femi, pe, fe. I find that quite interesting because it sort of suggests to me the feminine is a reflection of the number 3 compounded to become the number 9, right? And the masculine is the number 8 compounded by the number 4 compounded by the number 2, right? So if you take the 2 and multiply it by 2, it becomes 4. And you take that 2 and take that 4 and multiply that by the 2 again, it becomes 8. If you take the 3 and multiply it by itself, it becomes the 9. And so you've got this 8 and this 9 reflecting. And on the tree of life, the Kabbalistic tree, you've got the 2, the 4, and the 8, which are all masculine. And then you got the 3 and the 9. Now, the 9 doesn't really specifically sit on a masculine zone, but it reflects and represents a feminine reality in as much as it's a reflection of 6, which is 6 represents harmony and sort of androgyny to a sense. But it holds the space as a king, where the Yeshud holds the space, 9 holds the space as a queen. So it's very interesting when we start looking at it in terms of numbers. Yeah. Just thought that's quite interesting. I like the way you broke the words up and it made me think of numbers. Of course, my brain jumps to numbers.
Yeah, I always see the number 1 as masculine, or like odd numbers as masculine, even numbers as feminine. Like the 1 is masculine, the 2 is feminine, the 3 is masculine, the 4 is feminine. But that doesn't really work out with what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm contextualizing it from the Kabbalah. So the Kabbalah, then you got Chokmah, which is the second sphere, which is masculine, and you got Bina, which is the third sphere, which represents the triple goddess, the feminine, and then the 4 represents like kingliness, you know, who sits in the throne of 6, interestingly enough. So, but then, like, if you think about it, like the numbers that are internalizing, like the numbers that clearly define black and white as limits, are like 2 and 4 and 8, even 6 to a point, right? Like it's very clear. It's binary. It's that and that. And the other ones, the odd numbers, sort of, they don't resolve themselves in the same way, if that makes sense. There's a gray there. It's not clear. I think with the feminine, things don't seem clear. With men, it's simple. It's yes or it's no. With women, it's not simple. It's not just yes or no. There's more going on.
Oh, the masculine would be to the point, pointy, whereas the feminine would be going round.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the word,
there's no point here anywhere. It's like, what's the point? Don't you get it? What's the point? Don't you get it?
Even the word for the shape, for that pointy shape, is fire in the middle. And obviously the fire is masculine. So you have the pyramid, the pyramid, fire in the middle. So the word correlates with what the shape is as well. Yeah.
That pyramid is an interesting shape.
The sphere sounds a lot like Sophia as well. Sophia.
Yeah, that's interesting. The word sphere and fear. When you take the energy out of the sphere, when you remove the energy from the sphere, you end up with fear.
And you remove the center, yeah.
Take the energies. The snake represents the energy, which is quite a concept, actually. But yeah, I mean, we've been cranking on about the central nervous system for quite a while. Let's look at the cardiovascular system. Okay, so the cardiovascular system is like breathing, circulation, circulatory system fits into it. The heart pump fits into it. And so the breathing is taking in O2, but other things. It's putting out CO2. So it's removing carbon from the body. And in the process of removing carbon from the body, it's putting oxygen into the body. And the oxygen then carries the iron, which is the muscular driver, right? Because you need iron. How important is iron for muscular contraction? Do you guys know?
No idea.
Vital for oxygen supply to the muscle, so I would say pretty strong. Low with
Right. Yes.
don't get enough warmth to the hands. Probably not enough energy to the muscles either.
So iron is the reason my muscles can contract, because they get the oxygen.
Yeah.
Without the iron, there's no oxygen, and the muscles can't. So that's quite interesting.
If you have too much iron, it can affect the endocrine system negatively, apparently.
Yeah. I knew a guy who was told by the medical establishment that he had 6 months to live and he should like sort out him, like there's no point, like you may as well go and drink a bottle of whiskey every day and enjoy yourself, because like you're about to leave the world, because his iron count was so high. And so the guy became an alcoholic. I shouldn't laugh. It's so funny. And he was my estate agent in my last house where I lived. I was like, wow, hectic. And he was like, yeah, well, what can I do? And anyway, he quit work and he was like, basically like, well, what's the point? And then later on, he was back and he was like, oh, I'm fine. I was like, yeah. Because I had said to him, like, you might want to get a second opinion, third opinion, maybe a fourth opinion. And it turned out that his iron levels are just supposed to be high. So his iron levels were supposed to be like 10 times as high as another person's iron levels in his body. That's fine and it's normal. How weird is that? They were telling him that he was like on his way out, like he needed a hospital bed. He was like, I don't need to be hospitalized. I feel fine. They said, well, you will need it soon. Give it a few months. You'll need to be hospitalized. And like a few months went by and he was like, damn, I'm an alcoholic. But I'm no closer to hospital. And then he had to stop drinking because he'd been drinking so much for like 4 or 5 months, because he was like, what am I going to do? That he had to then quit drinking and get back into disciplining himself and get fit again and get healthy, because now he had something to live for. Isn't that hilarious? Well, good on him, because he got through it and he was fine. And it turned out his iron levels were not a problem, even though it was like more than 10 times what it should be.
Well, apparently drinking really heavily can actually lower your iron levels, so it might have helped him.
It could be, but he went back for he went back for tests 6 months later, and he said his iron levels are still high. They're still extremely high. I mean, when I say 10, I'm probably exaggerating, like 20 times what they should be, 20, 30 times. They were like ridiculously. He told me the count, and I didn't know the numbers, but he said like basically an average person is this, mine's like that. It's ridiculous. And then he came back. He said, well, they've revised it now. They said that I've got a rare condition, which means my iron's supposed to be high. But I feel fine. Felt normal. How weird is that? Like, how much of it is in our minds? You see where I'm coming from? Like, we've been told that we have to be this way. So a doctor tells you, oh, your iron levels are too high. You're going to, oh my gosh. Oh, quickly, like I better be ill. And then you get ill. How many people are fine until they get diagnosed with cancer? How many people are fine? They get diagnosed with an illness and they got a problem. They go for a routine checkup. They feel fine. Oh no, he found that. Uh-oh. Suddenly it's out of control. Now it's like a life-threatening thing. 2 months later. So how much of what we experience in the physical body is in our minds? And it sort of makes me think about this cardiovascular system, right? Because we're breathing in, we're breathing, and there's this constant flow of energy through our system. So the system is being modulated by our breath, is it not? The whole system. And so depending on your heartbeat patterns and your breathing patterns, won't your system be different? Not everybody breathes the same. Which is quite interesting. You know, I don't know, have you paid attention to the different breathing patterns that people have?
Yeah, I noticed that a lot, especially like in a meditation when they're chanting. And if I have like a longer chant and it goes out of sync with the shorter breaths, I try to either double theirs or shorten mine to sync up with people. But I've done meditation for a long time. I have like runner's lungs because I was a center halfback in soccer for most of my life. So I don't know. I guess I might be blessed having deeper breath, but I feel like it also comes from practice. I learned full yogi breaths in yoga, and I've just been deepening my breaths ever since, I think.
And so I think that when you breathe more deeply, you can program your system better.
Yeah, I think so.
And when you breathe more shallowly, then your system's not so programmable. I think like we program our systems with our breath. What an interesting concept. And we do it through the heart and through the blood system, which is carrying our consciousness through the blood, through the fluids. And so the consciousness is moving through the fluids, through the blood. And this is the solar system, right? So consciousness is coming through the sun. It's being moved. It's the sun is energizing the air. The air is coming into our lungs. It's splitting up all the stuff inside our bodies. It's moving the energy around our body so that we've got the oxygen to move around to our muscles so that our muscles can move, right? And at the same time putting out the carbon, which in itself is quite interesting. We're breathing out carbon. So technically every out breath makes you lighter. You weigh less every time you breathe out. What a concept. I mean, it's not measurable, but if you had a micron measurement that could measure 0.000000000 grams, right? You might be able to see a difference of your weight every time you breathe out.
Yeah.
What a concept. Hey? Because that carbon's got it's out of the body. You're not putting it back in. It just keeps going. So you got to then eat to put fuel back in the body, right? And you eat the food and that puts the carbon back in the body because the food's got carbon in it. Because we're eating carbon-based life forms. Yeah, plants, whatever. So plants are carbon-based, and then obviously like animals are also carbon-based. So every time we breathe out, we lose weight, and then we eat to put it back in. This is such an interesting concept when you really get right down to it. You're breathing out your body. And I suppose that sort of has its implications to the spiritual and the physical. So there's this really useful exercise that relates to the pendulum. I've mentioned it once before. For those of you that are intrigued, it's very simple. So you breathe in, and when you breathe in, your eyes are open and you're looking, and you're breathing in the physical world. And when you breathe out, your eyes are closed. And you're breathing out the physical world. You're going into the mental sphere. And then you're opening your eyes and you're breathing back into the world. And you're breathing out of the world. So breathing out of the world With your eyes closed, you're going into a consciousness, into the mind. Breathing into the world with your eyes open, you're coming back into the physical. And so you do this meditative exercise with the eyes open, eyes closed, eyes open, eyes closed. It's a Rosicrucian exercise, by the way. I think I've mentioned it before, but this sort of exercise is quite interesting in the context of your breathing out your particles, your carbon.
So
What
you
are your
breathe
thoughts
in
on the
with
breath?
eyes closed?
Yeah,
Is it eyes closed and you breathe inwards?
the eyes closed when you're breathing out
Ah, okay.
because you're disconnecting from the body
Okay.
and you're breathing in to physical, breathing out to spiritual, breathing in to physical, and breathing out to spiritual. So when you close your eyes, you're going inward, but actually inward represents going outwards. And when you open your eyes, you're going outwards, but outwards actually represents going inwards into the body and out of the body. Namaste, Terjoker. How are you? Hope you're good. And namaste, the meek. Hope you guys are all well and thriving. There's a lot of talk here about the musketeer. We've got a musketeer, and he's making electric cars. And his sword is like an X, isn't it? He uses his pen as a sword on X, marking his spot. So I think like there's a lot to be understood when we look at the connection between the cardiovascular system and the muscular system. And the muscular system is connected with the blood system, right? And so this blood muscular system carrying the oxygen which is brought into the system by the cardiovascular system and allowing the circulation of this oxygen as well. And they don't normally put the lungs with the cardiovascular system, do they? I think that's a misnomer. I don't think you can consider the cardiovascular system without thinking about the lungs, because the lungs is what keeps the cardiovascular system moving, right? And that cardiovascular system is the whole purpose of it is to move essentially oxygen around. But not just oxygen, but like if the oxygen stops for like a certain number of minutes, you're no longer alive, right? So there's something quite interesting to sort of put into perspective. So what are your thoughts on the vascular system and the muscular system? You know, muscles representing musk. Musk it's a smell, isn't it? It's a something that you sweat out. And animals have musk because only males have musk. So now we're seeing the roots for the word mask and musk. Isn't that interesting? And musk comes from a male deer. Am I correct? Perfume. Sure. Male colognes have got musk in it. Normally. Yeah. And musk is musk. Where does musk come from? It's from the gland. It's the pheromone. I think it's the masculine pheromone, musk.
Sounds a lot like mask as well.
Yes.
Like a scent can sometimes mask some things. You know, it can mask something, a smell. You know, when you were mentioning lung and life force and stuff, I've heard before that long in Chinese means dragon, and long and lung sound very similar. Yeah, long in Chinese means dragon, because the Vikings used to have longboats, and on the front they used to have a dragon head. So were they called dragon boats or longboats? Who knows? But long and dragon seems to mean the same thing, and long sounds a lot like lung, and with our lungs, that's what we breathe in and out our life force or our dragon through. And Elon Musk's name, I think Elon is like Elon, which means most high or supreme, or it's another name of God. And what's that?
Elion.
Yeah.
Sounds like Elon.
Yeah, very similar. And his surname being Musk, I see it more of a mask.
Yeah.
So, because so many people, they become their name. Like you have Russell Brand, who, like, I see the name Russell as like in my mind's eye as like a little dog, like a Jack Russell, and he's like a little lap dog to whatever's on brand. And this works with so many people. I need to write a list, but Elon Musk, I see as Elon as like God and Musk as mask. So he's masking God or consciousness with all of his technology. It's funny how people's names just it works with who they are.
That's funny. The Russell Brand.
Yeah. And Billie Eilish is another one as well. That's not her real name, but I think we've spoken about that before on here. But Billie being like a goat or a protector, and Eilish or like the Enuma Elish. I can't remember what Eilish means. Yeah, creation, I think. So Billie Eilish means protector of the creation. And in a lot of her songs, she's very like, my God is going to owe me for this stuff. She predicted the LA fires in one of her songs, and it's very nefarious. And I think what Cosmic was saying earlier about virtue signaling, I see people like her basically virtue signaling on a mass scale by being like, oh, like the world's going to burn and stuff because you're so bad, you're evil. But in her songs, she's projecting evil. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like some of her songs, but I can understand when I'm hearing things like music goes past the blood-brain barrier, and it really does affect us. So I recognize that, but some of her songs are catchy.
I think also eyelash can be interpreted as eyelash. And so it's like almost a wink, like eyelash, kind of like charming wink, or like kind of like closing your eyes, kind of a feel to it. Like almost like when you see through your eyelashes, it's kind of like you're seeing things like behind a screen, or there's a filter in your sight.
Think of a shopping aisle.
Yeah.
Aisle ash. Like what's left when everything in the aisle's been burnt up. Aisle ash. It's an interesting twist.
It's a good one.
Since shopping represents like what we're supposed to be doing, right? We're supposed to be perfect little consumers. Yeah, you're right. These names like Brad Pitt. I used to make jokes and say Bad Pitt, the glue that doesn't stick, right? And that's like how I used to refer to him. I always thought of him as the glue that doesn't stick, right? Because I don't know if you guys have it, but we have Prit. You've got it in the UK, haven't you? Have you got it in America?
No, I don't know. We might. I'm not sure.
PRIT is the glue you get in school.
Oh, we got Elmer's glue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I used to call him Bad Prit, the glue that doesn't stick. As if this guy just doesn't stick. Like, I'm sorry, he's too slippery. He's a slippery bugger. And like a snake, And But now that you think about it, Brad Pitt. You know, what's a Brad? Well, let's imagine a brat. Suddenly makes a bit sense, doesn't it? A Brad Pitt. Anyway, it's like I remember that series I was watching. It's called The Brody Bunch. I was watching with my boy today. Where they had these giant rooms, giant doors, giant everything, giant. Episode 5, I think 4 or something. We've been watching a little while. But yeah, man. So what else is that you guys want to say about
I just want to say
topic?
one more name.
Yeah.
I just came to my head. Klaus Schwab. Like Klaus, you have your claustrum, and then you had the swab, or the, you know, with COVID, when people were testing, they were doing the nose swabs. Yeah. Sorry, I had to mention that. Just came to my head.
I never had one of those.
I stupidly did, but it was to get money. Stupidly. If I did a test, I got $1,500. So I did it, but I technically sold my soul, I guess, because now they have my DNA in their underground labs.
$1,500?
Yeah.
What did you get $1,500 for?
To prove I had COVID, because so somebody in my family had it. They tested, and I was like, at the time, if you did a PCR test and it was positive, you got $1,500. So I was like, right, I need to.
This is how they got people to do it.
Yeah, I know.
$1,500 is a lot of money to just stick something in your nose for a moment.
Not for
$1,500 is like serious money, and at that time the dollar was worth less. It was more than $2,000. Just to stick a thing in your nose quickly, like $2,000. It's a fairly big amount of money, because you'd have to work for that money, especially when you're sick, you know, and you can't work.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Did they do that in the USA as well? Indy?
Did they do what in the USA?
Did they pay people like thousands of dollars to have nose swabs?
Oh no, they didn't do that. As far as I know, I'm sure that they might have done that in private studies. Like in the beginning, they were trying to pay people to be an experiment where you take the virus. They'll give you COVID, and they'll pay you to take the vaccine afterwards, and then see how it works out. I didn't want to do that study, but I was tempted because it was like $2,000 to $5,000 to be a guinea pig. I didn't realize at the time that it wasn't a natural virus. I thought it was.
You were in the wrong country, dude. If you'd been in the UK, you would have gotten $2,000 just for a nose swab.
God, I know that they were giving out free.
These guys were getting like, can I have my toast buttered on both sides, please?
Free.
I can see why you did it. Like $2,000 is a substantial amount of money, and you got kids, right? So, like when you got children, $2,000 is $2,000. It really does amount to that. Evil buggers, eh?
I actually walked past the UK's chief medical officer, Chris Whitty. Horrible guy. I walked past him in my town like a few months ago, and I was just like thinking after. I didn't feel great at the time. I was just thinking afterwards, I wish I'd filmed myself and then like told him what I thought, or just I did something, when you meet somebody in real life who you're like, oh, the things I'd like to do to them. So I wouldn't have done anything to get myself arrested, but I just wish I'd said something. So afterwards, I was like, oh, I'm probably never gonna see that cunt again. But sometimes it's better to be peaceful and not do nothing. Not most of the time. Most of the time, it's better to do something. But it is
if
what it
I
is.
was in South Africa, I would have the lawful right to record any conversation I'm a party to.
Same here.
So is that a right in your country?
Yeah, you can record any conversation, but sometimes you're not allowed. Well, I don't know if it's illegal, but people don't like you to give it to third parties. So you can record somebody, but
Yeah.
if they know you're recording, they'll be like,
Distribution is something else because you need
Yeah.
distribution rights, right? Like, I can record you, but I don't have the right to distribute you without your permission because now I'm a distributor. So now I fall into a different category. That makes sense. But it would still be there, although that falls away as and when it is. Then there's special laws that protect you when you are, what you would call it. If it's for public interest, A, and B, it's news. Yeah. I think there's certain mitigating laws that come into play with those two elements. There's another name for it, but that's really interesting. I didn't know that you had the right to record any conversation you're party to in the UK. I didn't really know that.
Well, I'm pretty sure you are, because I've recorded, for example, when I had I've recorded people like in a courtroom, or just for example, and they'd be like, "You're not allowed to record," and I'm like, "Well, I am going to," and they're like, "Oh, fine, okay, you're not allowed to show it to anybody else because it's technically an aid, a recording device. It's something you might have to listen back to if, for example, you could say that your memory is not very good.
Yeah.
So they'll tell you you're not allowed to, but be like, well, I know I'm legally am. So, yeah. I think it was last week you guys were talking about the number 5 being in the center of the number cube. When you guys were talking about that, I listened afterwards, and I was thinking of phi and the golden ratio, and that kind of coming from the center outwards, and that phi is a lot like 5. If you put a V and an E on the end, both of which are 5s, the V is the Roman numeral for 5, and the E is the 5th number of the alphabet. So yeah, I thought that's quite interesting. The phi being the center.
Female.
Yeah.
Phi. Female, fey. Fey, phi. Fey, phi, fo, fum. But you got the fey and you got the phi. So the fey are related to the female, no? Fey. Fey, my, 9. Interesting. And then fame. Yeah, that's really interesting, you know, the way that 5 does that. But yeah, I see we've gone over 5 hours, and I definitely want to get some sleep tonight. But it's been totally lovely. What are the last thoughts that you guys would want to put in here? So we've done the cardiovascular system, we've done the lymphatic fluid system, which is the bladder and the lunar potential, and the sun is a cardiovascular. Mars is the muscular system and the blood plasma. The nervous system is Mercury, and obviously that relates to the endocannabinoid system. Then there's Venus, which is the hormonal system, the endocrine system, and that is the hormonal system, and the reproductive system. And then we've got the Saturn, which is the alimentary system, digestion, and the skeletal system. Then we've got Jupiter, which is the skin, that as well as these fat cells, that basically live under the skin and in the bones and between the organs, acting as insulation and protection and storing nutrients and energy, and having multi-purposes. So they've got all of these 7 sort of fundamental structuring systems within the physical body. And, in nature, we see this reflected as well, which is quite interesting because you look at the muscular system. requires the heat that's produced by the elementary system, and the elementary system produces the heat and the energy, releasing the energy from the nutrients, so that there's metabolic direction by the pancreas and the stomach in order to produce that heat, so that that heat can then be transferred to the muscles through the circulatory system, so that that can then produce the warmth that will release the energy when the oxygen gets there. So all these systems seem to work, together. And the sun heats up the atmosphere in the same way that the circulatory system heats up, and the heart and the lungs brings all that metabolic shifting energy in, so that the heat from the solar fire can get everywhere else. The sun is like radiating the heat from the solar epicenter. So it seems like nature and the body are reflecting each other in these fundamental structures. So are there any more thoughts you guys want to throw at the table before we close the chapter?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that as we're talking about the macro and the micro systems and the reflection between them, I was thinking that although we're mostly familiar with the Rutherford model of the atom, where they compare like concentric circle rings of the electrons to the orbit of the planets, I think the solar system could also be equated with like having a lot of similarities with the cell. And if you look at the Kuiper belt that surrounds the planets and its orientation to the Oort cloud around it, it looks like kind of like there's like a cell wall there, and then like a nucleus cell wall right there. But the nucleus is it's just around the planets as a ring. But it kind of forms a toroidal shape if you look at that. And it's more of a cellular body if you look at that, with a nucleus. And if you look at the way of the electron rings actually moving, it's not in concentric circles. They'll move in very different ways, up and down and around. So we have to consider that there's a lot of similarities between an atom in the solar system and a galaxy, but there's also similarities between a cell. And if we can see it in that light, we can understand that the cell has a lot of similarities in one aspect, and the atom has a lot of similarities in other aspects, but they're not perfect mirrors of each other. And you can see that there's more space for other things to be compared in another aspect and see deeper understanding.
I like that. The cell as a model. It sort of makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. I would go further. Maybe it's not just a model.
Right?
Maybe we are inside the cell.
It's divine design. The fractal
and maybe that thing out there that we're looking at is our body.
Yeah, we're the gods of our cells, and we are the cells of God.
Yeah, we're imprisoned in this, vast. The prison is vast. You're in a vast cell. And we think of cells as little limiting things, but they're actually quite a big thing. And that there's only one cell and you're in it, and that cell's repeating itself all over your body, right? And that one cell is made out of like one atom, and then one atom is repeating itself all over that cell. And it's just like one thing, but it seems like it's all these different things, and all we can experience is that one cell. Sort of like a kind of a fractal concept. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it works, because why does mind over matter work? Why does consciousness have this effect on matter? Why do we have so much control of everything around us? If we need to, if we desire to, if we learn to, if we strive to, why is that potential and possibility there unless we're inside a model that is us?
Yeah, and distance doesn't seem to be a thing either. Like quantum entanglement, like one atom affecting another atom, however far away. So there seems to be no distance between things, like it's all connected, all one thing.
The ether.
Yeah, we fill in the gaps. with our minds.
Yeah. I also want to consider that, I want to think about how our cells kind of live along our bloodstream and receive oxygen and sugar or ATP and nutrients from our digestion from the stream of life. And I think in a lot of ways, like a lot of people live by like the riverside, and like the roads are kind of like a mirror of like the rivers or the waterways, we're in the passageways in which like things are delivered and brought to us. And so I think in a lot of ways, like the ways that we live kind of mirror the ways that a cell orients itself and lives its life. So I feel like the mitochondria might be sentient, like living beings with the hive mind that spans through time, and that they are able to kind of orient us to have more awareness of them, to be more closely connected to their connection through time and space, to be able to traverse timelines and explore our past lives and be able to have a deeper understanding of the bigger picture of things. Access the divine mind.
Maybe that's what the stars are.
Yeah, I feel like it's a reflection. The cells and the stars, one and the same, just on the different sides of the looking glass.
Yeah, like the nature of reality. It's like I said before, it's not what it seems, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a perfect world, I'm sitting here wearing pants, but we know that's not the case, right? So, like, things are definitely not what they seem. Like, you wouldn't know that, but then, like, why would we know that, right? Unless we were told that. Like, no one would think like that guy's not wearing pants. They'd be like, no, he's definitely wearing pants. Look at him. So, do you know what I mean? Like, who of you guys are wearing pants? Like, I'm just curious. Are any of you wearing pants?
We know pants is different here in the UK, right?
What are they called? Breeches?
Well, I'm not sure about in South Africa, but pants here is underwear. In America, pants would be trousers.
Is breeches shorts? Or is breeches?
Well,
we don't have that word.
Pants, like it's just pants are just things you put on your bottom, like anything at all. So basically, you're saying like I never wear pants.
I wear boxers, not pants. So no, I don't.
I never wear.
I'm not wearing pants right now.
I only wear one layer, ever.
I got Johnson on right now. It's like
I like free flowing circulation. I like that dangling effect. You know, I don't like feeling constricted.
And
I'm wearing too many layers. I like take them off.
What your clothes are made of matters as well. Obviously, polyester like traps. You know, that's horrible stuff. Cotton's good. Organic cotton's better. But what's that fabric that resonates with the human body? What is it? Linen. Yeah, that has the same frequency as the human body, apparently.
Made from flax seeds.
Linen. Is it?
Yeah, flax is one of the phytoestrogens that they push towards. Flax and turmeric, they push towards health-oriented people. Those are phytoestrogenic. But as a fabric, it has a really good vibration. So when you're not digesting it or ingesting it, I don't think it has that effect. So I think as a fabric, it's very good. Heard great things. It's one of the highest vibrating fabrics.
What did you say about turmeric?
Turmeric and flax both are phytoestrogens.
Yeah, because
not all, just the ones produced in America.
Okay.
And like there are places where there's good flaxseed produced.
Yeah.
But it's got to be like there's different kinds of flax, and it's produced in a different way, farmed and produced in a different way. I suppose it's the same as like soya. Like most of the soya produced in the world is carcinogenic and like toxic and full of xenoestrogen, but it doesn't have to be. If that makes sense. Like you could get original old school soybeans and grow it in your garden and it's going to be okay if you did it properly. But like tobacco, for example, most of the tobacco is grown using cobalt and what are the things? Basically, radiation in the fertilizer. Yeah, and this is why it's carcinogenic, because it causes it to cure faster. Don't know if you guys know that. But you can get biodynamic organic tobacco that's not so carcinogenic at all. I mean, anything's carcinogenic when you burn it, but if you vaporize it without burning it, then it's not. Does that make sense? Like, so it's interesting. If you were to get pure biodynamic tobacco and have it through a vaporizer, it wouldn't be carcinogenic.
Yeah,
which
I've
is
got
an interesting
some
concept.
tobacco. It's called Rapé.
Yeah, happy.
Hape. Is that how you say it?
Hape, yeah.
Hape. Yeah. So that's tobacco, right?
Yeah, that's like snorted tobacco. Yeah.
Yeah, it's medicine.
Yeah.
Opposed to as a drug that people smoke.
It's very finely ground powder.
Yeah.
And you snort it and it's blown into your nose.
Yeah. I tried it. I've only ever tried it once at a festival we went to in the summer, and I wasn't aware that you purge afterwards. And about an hour after I had a ceremony, we left to go home, and we were driving home, and I had a hot cacao drink, and I was drinking that in the van. I started to feel a little bit queasy. And as we were driving down the motorway, I started to feel really, really sick, and I was sick out of the window, like quite a lot. And afterwards, I felt fine, but the person doing the ceremony didn't tell me that I would purge afterwards.
That would really help with a Cambo ceremony too, if it was adjacent to it. You ever heard of Cambo or done Cambo?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, with Cambo, you put this frog excretion onto a burn, onto a stick. You make the burn, and then you put it on there onto the burn.
Yeah.
And it takes a few for some people and more for others to then purge. But it's very powerful. The frog toxin will gather up toxins all throughout your body and bring them to your stomach. And it's pretty awesome.
I think that's probably something really good to do as well as acupuncture, like in the spring and winter, because whenever people get flu, around Christmas time, I think it's really good to have a purge then, because that's when I think a lot of people get stomach bugs or like flu, or you need to release stuff every now and again. And some people do it by overheating, being sick, whatever. And I think that's a really good idea to do that in the spring and the winter, sort of have a cleanse or a clear out. Otherwise your body will most likely do it anyway, because there's so much stuff in the air, like little bits of plastic, whatever. So even if you're healthy, you've got to purge once in a while. So it's probably better to do it, being controlled of it.
My boy was telling me I was melting this morning, because we climb the mountain every morning, and like today we went up late and it was hot and I was sweating like shh, and I was pushing the pace. I was pushing him. I was like, come on, move. We're going to be stuck in the sun, like midday sun. And no, I don't want to get too burnt. I want to look after the skin. Take off my top, of course, because otherwise I get this ridiculous
line.
Heat rash.
And besides, I'm missing out on all that vitamin D. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point of wearing a t-shirt? I'm on the mountain. Come on, But I have to wear pants on the mountain. It's not the round table. Otherwise, I'll be getting chased with the cops. You see the cops chasing me up the mountain, chasing me around the mountain. I don't think they'd be able to keep up though. Anyway, but yeah, so I find that like I'm old school. I do a little bit of purging all the time, like a little bit of purging every day, just through my skin.
But sweating.
Yeah.
It's important
Yeah,
to
it takes me so long to sweat. I don't know why, but
yeah,
I can do not that I do a lot of exercise. I've got quite a physical job, but I used to do a lot of like running, cross country stuff like that, but I don't really sweat, and I don't know why.
You're in the wrong climate.
people who overheat more will sweat more. So if you regulate your own body temperature better, you won't have to sweat. But if you can sweat, it's helpful. We were talking about earlier how when we sweat, it releases vitamin E that can then be recycled back into the body to improve the endocrine system for men
No, it happens in summer, like if it's like 30 degrees
in the sun.
and you're climbing the mountain and it's like 10, 30, 40. And it's late and it's hot and you're climbing in the heat and then you push yourself in the heat. So you got to be like in a hot place. Like if you went into a sauna,
Yeah.
then you would sweat.
But also,
so it was
when
pretty hot this morning.
Releases ketones, which are good for the brain and provide another metabolism that's separate from oxygen and sugar.
And obviously, it's like you're going up, and you just keep going up. So it's like, it was nice this morning. It was nice to sweat. Like you said, I don't sweat that much very often, but like lately, it's been quite hot. We've been having a heat wave. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so that's like for me, like fun. Although I can sweat if I wear too much clothing. Yeah. If I like wear a jacket or something, I get very hot very easily. I don't get cold very easily. If that makes sense. Like my I've got a hot-blooded body. I've got a warm body. My hands are always hot and warm, and I'm just very warm, hot-blooded. But I think it's important to purge consistently, to have a purge. I purge through my bladder. Yeah, I drink water and I'll push water through my body, and then I'll drink urine and I'll drink more water and I'll drink urine. I'll drink more water. And I'll drink more urine and drink more water, and I'll push my bladder to remove all the stuff from my body. And then you go and wee every like half an hour. And then by the end of the day, you've weed out like about 2 liters of wee, 4 pints of wee, and drank about 2 or 3 pints of urine, and 5-6 pints of water. So like you can push water through your system, but you got to have enough salts. You got to have amino acids and all the right things and the right sugars and stuff running through your system. But it's definitely a good way to. That's how I like to purge. I got such a strong stomach; it takes a lot for me to vomit.
Me too.
It takes a lot. Like I could eat something that you really shouldn't be eating, and I'm probably going to be okay. Like.
Yeah, I hardly ever purge from mushrooms or ayahuasca. And it takes a lot for me to do Kambo. I have to do at least 5 different burns.
Like I can eat a lot of chilies. Yeah. So you know that the Tabasco, you get that really hot Tabasco, and it's like it's not the hottest Tabasco, but it's got 4 stars. Yeah. I used a whole bloody bottle in 2 days.
Wow.
From like 2 or 3 plates of food. I was like, damn, this stuff doesn't work. It's broken. So I got myself a big bag of green chilies. That's more like it.
There you go.
Like I can eat a lot of chilies. That purges me. I like that. But that doesn't really make me sweat. But that definitely.
I'm going to say bye before my laptop dies because it's on 3%. And so I don't want it to cut out and seem rude. So big love to you both.
Namaste, brother.
Namaste.
Have a good night. Thank you for joining us. It's been an honor having you. Well, dear brother, are there any last things you want to throw at the table? And thank you all for joining us. I hope you guys got what you came for. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. I saw a lot of interesting points coming up there in the chat zone, by the way. And 6 planets line up January the 25th. Yeah, man. Oh, wolf moon, Monday. So the moon is in Cancer. It's a Cancer moon, which is the rulership of the moon, and it's a wolf moon in Cancer, and it's on a Monday, which is the day of the moon. So it's the Monday, the day of the moon. It's in the fourth house, the house of the moon, in the sign of Cancer, and it's the 13th, which is a particularly exciting number for me. I like the number 13. So yeah, man, I hope you all enjoy the lunar energy. I'm quite excited. I've got a my boy's getting my drum, right? Which I'm fallen so in love with my Celtic drum, my flat drum. But he's getting my flat drum, and so I've been connected with a guy who makes medicine drums, and he's making mine on Monday. So he's soaking the skin today, and on Monday it gets put together. So
Awesome. I have 2 goat drums.
yeah, I want to make my own at some point, but I'm so fussy. If I'm going to make my own, I've got to go to the cedar mountains to get my own piece of cedar wood. I'm going to have to like a whole big story.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to need a whole lot of tools because I'm just too much of a perfectionist. I can't let it slide. And then what skin I'm going to use is going to be a nightmare. I can see it. Like it's going to be a whole long process. It's going to be a pilgrimage for each item. But it is what it is. It's all good. And I want to redesign the way drums are made. That's another thing I want to do. Like what I want to put there is, like, for example, this drum that I'm waiting for is basically a oryx gazelle skin. Yeah, you know the gazelle.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the skin I've got. We've got a lot of gazelle in South Africa. Yeah, we've got thousands.
They have little stripes on them.
Yeah, they were in ancient Egypt. They were for Set. Anyway, it is what it is. I would probably want a particular skin, I'm guessing. I'd like to have a reindeer skin, to be honest. But it is what it is. Sending you much love, brother. Sending you all much love. I hope you guys have an absolutely wonderful day, week, month. Enjoy the wolf moon, the powerful energy that's going to be rotating through our consciousness. Thank you, dear brother Indy. I hope your books are curing nicely.
Yeah, they're doing
final
great.
Stages.
Thank God.
Much love, much honor. And big love and blessings to all of you. And I'll try and wear pants next time. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.